Before Olympus gleamed, before the thunder of Zeus or the wisdom of Athena, there was silence. A stillness so profound that only thought itself could move. And from that thought, the cosmos began. In that first light, two beings awoke, Coeus, the titan of intellect, and Phoebe, the titaness of radiant prophecy. He was the mind's precision, she, the soul's illumination. Together, they watched the newborn stars take their first breath. They believed they could understand it all, that knowledge could hold eternity still. But even divine reason could not foresee the secret hidden in creation. That every pattern, no matter how perfect, eventually breaks. And when the heavens themselves began to question their makers, Coeus and Phoebe would discover that knowing everything was never the same as understanding why. Could the first thinkers of the cosmos survive when the very stars they shaped began to remember them no more? In the beginning, there was no dawn or dusk, only a vast, unending twilight. The heavens turned slowly, without time, without witness. It was there, between the pulse of light and void, that Coeus was born, the titan of intelligence, his mind already reflecting the rhythm of the universe itself. The poets say he opened his eyes, and stars aligned around him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. His first breath was not air but comprehension. He understood motion, gravity, the language of flame. He did not speak, for what sound could capture thought itself? Soon after, from the calm mirror of night, Phoebe emerged. Her presence was not fire or storm, but radiance, the kind that doesn't blind, but reveals. Her eyes reflected not what was, but what might be. In them danced the faint outlines of things yet unmade. Temples, oceans, faces, fates. Together, they stood upon the silent vault of the heavens. No earth beneath them, no sky above. They were surrounded by possibility, that fragile ether from which creation would one day be drawn. When they met, the cosmos shivered. Phoebe smiled first. "You are thought," she said softly, "and I am what follows it." Coeus tilted his head, studying her as if she were an equation with a pulse. "Then we are the beginning and the end of knowing." From that moment, the first cycle began. Coeus gave structure, Phoebe gave purpose. He formed the celestial axis, the invisible pillar around which the stars would forever turn, and she cast upon it the light of foresight, ensuring that every rotation would hold meaning. Where they walked, constellations bloomed. Where they spoke, laws of motion took form. From their union came order, and order gave birth to time. But time was a new and dangerous thing, for time meant change. In their early bliss, Coeus and Phoebe believed they could master it, that intellect and prophecy together could hold the wheel of eternity still. Coeus mapped the sky with perfect geometry, each star locked into unending circles. Phoebe watched from the edges, serene, though her visions hinted that stillness would not last. One evening, as they stood beneath the vast celestial dome, Coeus traced the motion of a distant sphere with a beam of light. "It moves," he said, "yet always returns. The heavens are obedient." Phoebe's voice was gentle, but her eyes were far away. "All things return," she murmured, "but never as they were." He frowned, unaccustomed to contradiction. "Then perfection must be preserved." "And if it cannot?" she asked. He had no answer. Thus began their lifelong tension, between the mind that seeks control and the vision that accepts impermanence. Beneath them, Gaia stirred, and from her depths the other titans awoke. Oceanus with his endless currents, Hyperion with his blazing eyes, Themis with her silent scales. Together they filled the cosmos with substance. But among them, Coeus and Phoebe were different. The others shaped matter, they shaped meaning. In the halls of the newborn world, they became its unseen architects. They wove philosophy before there were words to describe it. Phoebe foresaw the rise and fall of empires not yet imagined, while Coeus calculated the patterns that would hold them aloft. But even as they worked, a quiet awareness crept into Phoebe's mind, a whisper that perfection was a fragile thing. One day, while Coeus was etching equations into the sky, Phoebe approached him with a strange stillness. "Tell me," she said, "what becomes of knowledge when it no longer serves love?" He looked up from his light-engraved symbols. "Knowledge is love," he replied. "To understand is to cherish creation." She smiled sadly. "Then what of those who cannot understand?" Coeus paused, sensing a paradox but refusing to accept it. "Then they must learn." "And if they cannot?" she pressed softly. Again he had no answer. Phoebe touched his face, the faint glow of her fingertips casting halos on his brow. "Perhaps even gods must learn," she whispered. The stars overhead flickered, as if agreeing. That night, Phoebe dreamed for the first time. Within her vision, she saw a world far ahead. Mountains, seas, mortals who prayed to the sky and asked questions even the gods had forgotten how to ask. She saw her own name fade from memory, replaced by oracles who spoke her words but never knew her face. And in that distant vision, she saw a child, her child, carrying both her light and Coeus' mind, destined to birth gods of their own. When she awoke, she told Coeus only this: "One day, our thoughts will live in others. They will not remember us, but they will think, and that will be enough." He did not understand. How could the Titan of thought accept a future where thought no longer belonged to him? He turned from her and continued writing his celestial laws, but his lines wavered. The stars themselves seemed to breathe against their constraints. Beneath the still perfection he had built, time had begun to move. And from that motion, everything, every myth, every god, every sorrow would one day unfold. For now, though the heavens spun serenely, the new world bathed in silver calm. Coeus believed his order would last forever. Phoebe, watching quietly beside him, already knew better. And so the age of divine thought began, not in battle or chaos, but in the still, fragile act of understanding. Because even at the dawn of creation, the greatest question remained: what becomes of the divine when knowledge meets fate? Before speech, there was resonance. Long before mortals learned to shape breath into sound, the Titans spoke through vibration. Not in words, but in harmonies that made mountains bow and seas change direction. Their voices were the scaffolding of existence. When they spoke together, the universe aligned. When they argued, galaxies trembled. Coeus, the Titan of intellect, listened closer than any other. He believed there was a pattern to this divine noise, a structure beneath the chaos. While the others reveled in raw power, he sought meaning. In the caverns beneath Mount Othries, Coeus built the first hall of knowledge, the sanctuary of resonance. It was no temple of marble or flame. It was carved entirely from frequency. When he walked its corridors, each step triggered soft echoes, mathematical notes that adjusted to his thought. The air itself became an instrument of intellect. There, he recorded the first laws of heaven. Not commandments, but harmonics, the hidden code of creation. He found that each Titan's voice carried a distinct frequency, shaping the world around them. Oceanus spoke in fluid undertones that birthed rivers. Hyperion's booming tone gave the sun its eternal rhythm. Themis' calm resonance birthed balance and morality. But Phoebe's voice, hers was different. When she spoke, time itself seemed to pause to listen. Her words were not commands but questions. They contained possibilities. When she sang to the stars, they shimmered as though reconsidering their positions. One night, as starlight spilled through the sanctuary, Coeus invited her to witness his work. Lines of pure sound shimmered through the air, equations made visible. "This," he said proudly, "is the logic of the cosmos, the proof that thought is the skeleton of creation." Phoebe studied it for a long time, her silver eyes catching the reflection of every shifting line. "It is beautiful," she said softly, "but where is the silence?" "The silence?" Coeus asked, puzzled. She touched one of the glowing lines, and the sound rippled, dissonant for an instant before settling again. "Even perfection must rest, beloved. If everything sings forever, nothing can be heard." Her words unsettled him. He had never considered silence as part of design, only motion, vibration, order. But now, as her hand lingered in the light, he saw what she meant. There were gaps between harmonies, tiny pauses where sound waited to be born again. "Without silence," she continued, There can be no prophecy. The future hides in stillness. Coeus looked at her and, for the first time, saw something greater than knowledge. Understanding. Days turned into ages as they worked side by side. The sanctuary became their shared cathedral, the mind and the vision intertwined. They taught their siblings the rhythm of harmony, turning chaos into culture. Under their guidance, the Titans learned to shape the world not through violence, but through frequency. Mountains rose in chordal crescendos, oceans pulsed like symphonies, stars glowed with perfect pitch. It was the first civilization of sound, a universe alive in music. But harmony breeds curiosity. Coeus began to notice that some Titans changed their tones, bending sound to new shapes, personal rhythms, selfish melodies. Cronus, youngest yet most ambitious, resonated with darker undertones. Structured, yes, but cold, as though he sought to control the tempo of time itself. Phoebe warned Coeus, "The song is changing." He dismissed her concern. "It is evolution," he said. "Creation must adapt. Even sound must seek new order." But one evening, deep in the sanctuary, he heard something that chilled him. A single note, low, sharp, and filled with hunger. It did not harmonize. It devoured the air around it. When he followed its echo, he found Cronus standing alone, scythe of celestial metal in hand, striking it lightly against the floor to test its tone. Each tap sent ripples of power across the room. "Brother," Coeus said cautiously, "that sound is discordant." Cronus smiled. "Not discordant, different. You have spent eternity seeking harmony. But what if true creation requires division?" Coeus hesitated. "Division is destruction." Cronus shook his head. "No, division is birth. Uranus bound us within his perfection. I will set us free." The scythe's hum deepened, shaking the sanctuary's walls. Coeus watched, torn between awe and dread. For the first time, knowledge failed to predict outcome. Phoebe appeared beside him, her glow soft but firm. "He will tear the sky," she whispered, "and from that tear, all our songs will change." They watched as Cronus left, the metallic rhythm of his weapon echoing like a heartbeat of war. In the days that followed, the sanctuary's tone faltered. Notes wavered. Silence crept into corners where once melody ruled. Coeus wandered alone through the halls, his once perfect symphonies now dissonant fragments of half-thoughts. He wondered if this, too, was part of creation, if destruction was simply a deeper harmony misunderstood. Phoebe found him at the central chamber, where the resonance once formed a perfect sphere of sound. Now it was cracked, still glowing but unstable. "Everything we built," he murmured, "was meant to preserve order. And perhaps it did," Phoebe said, her tone calm as a whispering stream. "But even order must bow to rhythm. The stars move not in straight lines, but in dances. Let go of the line, and you will hear the pattern again." She touched the broken sphere. A soft hum filled the air, not as sharp or structured as before, but deeper, more human, alive. Coeus listened. The melody that rose was imperfect, yet somehow more beautiful, pulsed with emotion, with impermanence, with change. He looked to her. "You knew," he said quietly. "I saw it," she admitted. "But I needed you to hear it." Outside, thunder rolled faintly, a warning of Cronus' rebellion to come. The air itself trembled with anticipation. Coeus turned back to the fading light of his sanctuary. Then the age of harmony is ending. Phoebe stepped closer, her eyes soft with both grief and resolve. "No," she said, "it is evolving. The melody will return, in new voices, in new forms. That is the way of thought." He nodded, though the understanding brought no comfort. "Then we are no longer its masters." Phoebe smiled faintly. "Were we ever?" The stars above shimmered, flickering like candlelight across eternity. Coeus listened, and for the first time truly heard. Beneath the endless music of the cosmos, a new silence was forming, a silence filled not with absence, but with promise. And within that silence, destiny waited, tuning itself to the next note. Could wisdom itself be the first act of defiance? There are moments in eternity when even the gods hold their breath. In the hush that followed Cronus' defiance, Phoebe began to change. Her eyes, once tranquil pools of silver, now flickered with fragments of visions that refused to stay still. Each night, she dreamed of lights and voices, some divine, some mortal, that seemed to exist outside time. She would wake before dawn, trembling, her fingertips glowing faintly like dying stars. "Something speaks through me," she whispered one night to Coeus, who studied her with a mixture of wonder and fear. He took her hands gently. "What does it say?" "That the universe remembers," she murmured. "That every moment that ever was or will be still exists, somewhere between thought and light." He frowned. "That cannot be. Memory fades, even for gods." Phoebe smiled faintly. "Then perhaps memory is the gods." Her visions grew clearer, sharper. She saw shadows of futures yet unborn. A vast temple rising on a mountain bathed in sunlight, mortals bowing to a radiant god who spoke in riddles. A woman veiled in smoke whispering truths into the ears of kings. And at the heart of it all, an echo, her own voice, speaking across the ages. But with every prophecy came a price. The gift drained her. Each revelation left her weaker, her glow dimming as if light itself was being taxed by foresight. Coeus watched helplessly as his brilliant partner drifted between worlds of knowledge and vision. He tried to chart her dreams, record them as equations. But they refused logic. They pulsed like living constellations, defying structure. He built her a mirror lake, a surface of pure starlight where reflection became gateway. "Look," he said softly, guiding her hand to the water. "Let us study your visions together. If we understand them, perhaps we can master them." Phoebe knelt beside the mirror. Ripples spread, and suddenly the reflection deepened. Not water, but windows. She saw not herself, but 1,000 selves. Priestesses in white robes, voices chanting her name in forgotten dialects. Temples carved into cliffs where the wind itself spoke oracles in her rhythm. The sight filled her with awe and sorrow. "They will remember my words," she whispered, "but not my face." Coeus' voice trembled. "Then let us make your name eternal." She shook her head. "Names fade. Meaning endures." He wanted to argue, to anchor her, to quantify the abstract. But she touched his chest gently. "You cannot measure what has not yet happened, Coeus. You can only trust it." And then came the first true prophecy. As the stars wheeled above them, Phoebe fell into trance. Her body shone so brightly that the mountain's shadow stretched across half the world. Her voice echoed, low, melodic, timeless. "Beware the child of time, for he will unmake his father. The seed of thunder sleeps in darkness, and from the ashes of heaven, light will rise anew." When she awoke, her hair was pale as moonlight. Her skin shimmered faintly, like frost. Coeus knelt beside her, shaken. "That was no dream," he whispered. Phoebe looked past him, eyes unfocused. "No, it was a memory from the future." From that night forward, the cosmos began to hum differently. The Titans felt at first subtle tremors through their immortal senses. Themis heard law itself falter. Oceanus waves grew restless, tides shifting before their time. Even Hyperion, radiant and proud, noticed his light refracting strangely across the heavens. Something was unraveling, the first hint of destiny intruding upon design. Coeus sought to contain it. He built massive pillars of thought, mathematical anchors meant to hold the heavens steady. But every formula failed. Prophecy ignored structure. He confronted Phoebe in despair. "You bring chaos to order," he cried. "These visions tear through logic like flame through silk." Phoebe's tone was calm, but her words cut deep. "Perhaps order was never as strong as you believed." He turned away, furious at his own helplessness. "You speak riddles." "That is the language of time," she replied softly. "You of all beings should learn it." For a while they lived apart, not in anger, but in divergence. Coeus withdrew into the cold halls of intellect, surrounding himself with equations and instruments. Phoebe wandered the edges of the heavens, where dream met darkness, learning to listen to the unspoken. In her solitude, she discovered something extraordinary. When she remained perfectly still, the universe whispered back. It spoke not in sound, but in feeling, a gentle awareness that linked all things. She realized that prophecy was not seeing the future, but remembering it before it happened. That knowledge both terrified and comforted her. Meanwhile, Coeus' mind grew restless. Logic without purpose became hollow, and he found himself missing her riddles, her paradoxes. He realized that intellect without intuition was an empty sky. So he followed the faint echo of her presence to the edge of creation, where the last stars flickered like dying candles. There he found her, seated on a ridge of light, eyes half closed, speaking to the void. "I have seen it," she whispered as he approached. "The war that will come, the fall of our kind, the rise of theirs." Coeus knelt beside her. "Can it be stopped?" She shook her head. "Nothing stops a pattern, Coeus, but it can be understood. That is why I am shown." He stared at the horizon where her gaze lingered. "Then tell me what you see." She smiled faintly, as if already mourning the answer. "I see our children, Leto, the mother of light, Asteria, the star that falls. Through them we will live again in softer forms. Our minds will survive as memories, whispered through mortal dreams. And through them will come prophecy, music, reason, echoes of us." Her words silenced him. For all his mastery of thought, he had never considered that immortality might require surrender. When she turned to him, her glow reflected off his tears. "Our purpose was never to rule forever," she said. "It was to begin." He took her hands again. This time he did not argue. And for the first time since creation began, Coeus simply listened. The stars above shifted once more, not from fear, but from acknowledgement. The universe seemed to bend closer, as though eavesdropping on its own story. Phoebe closed her eyes. "Now you understand," she whispered. "Prophecy is not control. It is compassion." Far below, the world turned slowly beneath them. The first waves crashed upon new shores, echoing the rhythm of her words. And from that moment, every whisper of fate would carry her signature. Calm, patient, inevitable. Coeus watched her with reverence and dread. For if her prophecy was true, the end of the Titans was not destruction, it was inheritance. He looked once more toward the dark horizon. There, lightning stirred faintly, not yet thunder, but promise. "Tell me one thing," he said quietly. "When the last of us falls, will the stars remember?" Phoebe smiled through the shimmer of her fading glow. "They always remember, for they were the first thoughts we ever shared." And with that, silence returned, vast, eternal, and alive. When prophecy becomes truth, does the prophet still have choice? The sky had settled into uneasy order. The great Titans ruled, 12 in number, each holding dominion over an element of existence. Yet beneath the stillness of their reign, the cosmos pulsed with quiet uncertainty, the afterglow of Phoebe's prophecy. High above the newborn world, Mount Othries stood like a pillar between heaven and earth. Its summit pierced the eternal mists, and within its halls, the Council of 12 gathered. They met not often, for each Titan shaped their realm in solitude, but this assembly was different. Whispers of fate had begun to circulate, carried by lesser spirits, murmuring of a change too vast to name. At the round chamber of crystal and gold, the Titans took their seats. The floor beneath them glowed faintly with constellations, the same symbol Coeus had once mapped to hold the heavens still. Cronus, youngest and most ambitious, presided at the center. The scythe of celestial metal rested across his knees, glimmering with quiet menace. Around him sat the old powers. Oceanus, vast and calm as the sea. Hyperion, radiant and proud. Themis, stern with law. Mnemosyne, the keeper of memory, and Phoebe, whose calm eyes reflected 1,000 possible tomorrows. At her side, Coeus watched with silent thought. His mind traced invisible lines across the chamber, the geometry of power, the fragile balance between order and ambition. Cronus rose. His voice rolled like thunder caught in iron. "Brothers, sisters, the age of Uranus is over. His tyranny is done. We, the 12, must define a new order, one not ruled by fear, but by the wisdom of our kind." The chamber murmured agreement. Yet Coeus noted how Cronus' eyes gleamed, not with vision, but with hunger. Oceanus spoke first, his tone slow and deliberate. "And what of the heavens? They tremble still from the blood of our father. The seas boil when his name is uttered. Can stability follow such wounds?" Cronus smiled faintly. "Stability is not given. It is taken." Themis' scales of gold tilted in disapproval. "Then what replaces justice, brother? Power alone." Cronus met her gaze. "Power guided by intellect." Phoebe's soft voice interrupted, serene but firm. "Intellect alone cannot rule. Thought without foresight is a blade without a handle." The chamber fell quiet. Even the torches seemed to dim. Cronus regarded her with measured curiosity. "And you, sister of prophecy, what foresight do you bring?" Phoebe hesitated. Visions flooded her mind. Flashes of war, thunder splitting the sky, her kin chained in shadow. She felt the weight of knowing and the danger of speaking it. "I see a line," she said carefully, "drawn through the ages. Each ruler believes they bring balance. Each births their own undoing. That is the law of time, Cronus. Even for you." For an instant, something flickered in his gaze. Perhaps fear, perhaps pride. "Then let time be my servant," he said. "Not my master." Coeus leaned forward, his voice low but steady. "Be careful, brother. Those who believe they command time often forget they are made of it." A ripple of unease spread through the council. Themis' hand hovered over her scales. Hyperion's light dimmed. Even Oceanus stirred restlessly, waves forming in his eyes. But Cronus only smiled, the edge of his scythe catching the starlight. "The future will remember those who dared." Phoebe's prophecy pulsed through the room like distant thunder. When the meeting ended, the Titans dispersed into their realms. Yet something unseen had shifted. They spoke of peace, but each left with private doubts, their minds echoing with the subtle dissonance that precedes a storm. Coeus and Phoebe lingered in the empty chamber. He studied the fading glow of the constellations underfoot. "Did you see how easily they followed him?" he asked quietly. Phoebe nodded. "They see power, not pattern. They mistake momentum for meaning." He turned to her. "You knew this would happen?" "I saw its shadow," she admitted, "but not its timing. Prophecy shows truth, not schedule." Coeus' frustration flared. "Then what use is it, if it cannot prevent what it reveals?" Phoebe's eyes softened. "Prevention is not the point. Understanding is. The storm must come, Coeus. Only through it will reason learn humility." Her words sank into him like stones. He wanted to believe that understanding could redeem destruction, but logic offered no such comfort. Later that night, Coeus stood alone on the balcony of Othries. The cosmos stretched before him, vast, silent, unknowable. He traced the constellations with his eyes, trying to impose order on their random beauty. From below, faint tremors reached his feet, the rhythm of Cronus forging his armies. The young Titan's ambitions spread like wildfire, hidden beneath words of peace. Coeus realized then that the mind's first rebellion had already begun. Not in war, but in thought. Every Titan believed their reasoning superior. Every divine will bent toward dominance. Behind him, Phoebe joined him, her presence soft as moonlight. "They will not listen," he said quietly. "They will when silence returns," she replied. "The universe always corrects itself, through chaos, through renewal. Even Cronus will serve the pattern." He looked at her, trying to find certainty in her calm. "And what of us?" Phoebe smiled faintly. "We will endure as long as thought endures. When the stars forget our names, they will still move in our rhythm." She raised her hand, and the air shimmered. A small constellation flickered to life above them. 12 points of light, bound by a faint silver thread. "The 12," she whispered. "The pattern of our council. Each point connected to the next until one decides to break the chain." Coeus studied the constellation. "And if it breaks?" Her gaze drifted to the horizon. "Then the pattern restarts in smaller forms, in mortal forms. The cosmos never wastes its lessons." As they watched, one of the 12 stars dimmed, faintly but unmistakably. Phoebe exhaled slowly. "It begins," she said. At that moment, far below, Cronus raised his scythe to the sky. Its blade caught the first drop of divine blood. Uranus' final cry echoing through eternity. Phoebe felt it before it happened. Coeus, though unseeing, understood it instantly. The act that would divide the cosmos had been set in motion. The age of thought had given birth to its first paradox. Intellect leading to rebellion, prophecy powerless to prevent it. The sky split, and light poured through. Phoebe turned to Coeus, her expression unreadable. "When knowledge becomes weapon," she whispered. "Who then guards wisdom?" Coeus had no answer. Only the silence of inevitability surrounded them, heavy and absolute. The stars above flickered once, twice, as if uncertain whether to shine or to mourn. And in the sacred halls of Mount Othries, the song of harmony ended. From now on, every note in the universe would carry both brilliance and warning. Because when divine minds gather to define eternity, they always forget one truth. Even the perfect pattern longs to break. For a long while after Uranus fell, the heavens seemed calm. But peace is a clever disguise. It hums like a lullaby while the future quietly sharpens its knives. Coeus felt the change first, not through sound or sight, but through the way ideas began to move. Once, all Titan minds had flowed together like rivers feeding a single sea. Now the currents split, eddies of private ambition forming in the dark. He walked the marble corridors of Mount Othries, listening. The mountain itself had a pulse, the steady thrum of thought turning inward. Every Titan was building something. Hyperion forged suns, Oceanus reshaped his rivers, Themis drafted codes. But the rhythm of creation had shifted from harmony to competition. Coeus entered his vault of light, a circular chamber lined with mirrors that reflected not faces, but thoughts. Each surface shimmered with fragments of logic, equations drifting like constellations. This was his kingdom, order, precision, intellect. Yet now the reflections felt restless. They changed faster than he could follow, as though even the laws of mind were conspiring against him. Phoebe joined him, her presence soft as always. She carried no light, but the room brightened when she entered. "You hear it too," she said. "The murmuring?" he asked. "The questioning," she corrected. "They are beginning to think for themselves." He turned to her sharply. "Is that not what I taught them?" She smiled sadly. "It is, and that is the danger." Her words struck him deeper than any prophecy. For the first time, Coeus saw what he had unleashed, not obedience through intellect, but the contagion of curiosity. Outside, Cronus' throne gleamed in the starlight. He had claimed rulership over all Titans, promising wisdom and stability. But Coeus knew that Cronus' order was not born of understanding. It was fear disguised as control. In the council halls, the Titans repeated Cronus' decrees in hollow unison. Yet behind their calm eyes, Coeus sensed rebellion. Not loud, not violent, but inward. Every mind was turning over questions it dared not speak aloud. Why must time obey one ruler? What if prophecy could be rewritten? What if the mind itself was the true throne? Those thoughts spread like wildfire through divine minds. And though no blade had been lifted, a war had already begun, the silent revolt of thought. Phoebe foresaw it clearly. She saw whispers moving faster than sound, ideas that would fracture families, concepts that would outlive their creators. But she did not stop it. "You once told me," she said to Coeus one evening, "that knowledge is perfection." He nodded. "Then let it perfect itself," she replied, "even if it must destroy its maker." Her calm acceptance frightened him. "You would watch our kind fall? I would watch them evolve." In her visions, she saw a future where thought no longer belonged to Titans, where fragile mortal minds would inherit the gift of questioning. It was inevitable, she realized. Every empire of intellect eventually teaches others to surpass it. Coeus could not bear the thought. If curiosity becomes rebellion, reason will collapse. Perhaps, she said softly, but collapse is not the end. It is transformation. That night, the stars flickered as if caught in debate. Coeus withdrew into his vault, trying to impose logic upon prophecy. He inscribed new symbols on the mirrored walls, algorithms of loyalty, formulas of eternal order. But with each stroke of light, doubt seeped deeper. The reflections began to mock him, repeating his words in distorted echoes. Order, or derision. Control, or confinement. He shattered one mirror in fury, but the fragments continued whispering. Elsewhere, Phoebe wandered the terraces of Othries, listening to the wind. It carried the distant laughter of Cronus' children, young deities hidden from their father's fear. She knew one of them would rise to end the Titans. She knew, too, that resistance was futile. When she closed her eyes, she saw Coeus' equations burning like constellations collapsing into themselves. His devotion to logic had become its own prophecy, one of ruin through reason. Days turned into centuries measured only by thought. No war drums, no cries, only tension, the quiet pressure before a storm. One by one, the Titans began questioning aloud. Hyperion asked why light must serve darkness half the day. Themis wondered if law was merely obedience in prettier words. Even Oceanus rebelled by refusing to stop his rivers from eroding divine foundations. Cronus noticed the shift and grew paranoid. He ordered silence, forbade debate, punished curiosity. Yet every command only amplified what he feared. Coeus tried to mediate, but his words no longer carried weight. Knowledge must remain pure, he pleaded during one assembly. Cronus laughed bitterly. Knowledge serves the throne, not the other way around. Phoebe's voice broke the silence. Thrones are carved from time, Cronus, and time will not stay still for you. The chamber froze. Cronus' eyes flared with pride and warning. Prophecy again, sister? Keep your riddles. I make my own future. Then you make your own ending, she answered softly. After that day, the council ceased to meet. Each Titan withdrew deeper into their domains, guarding their philosophies like kingdoms. Coeus wandered alone through the ruins of his sanctuary, its harmonies long since broken. He realized something terrible: ideas once released cannot be recalled. They evolve like living beings. They disobey their creators. He knelt among the shattered mirrors, seeing 1,000 reflections of himself. Proud, fearful, uncertain. Phoebe found him there. You are still trying to silence them, she said gently. I am trying to save them. By denying what they have become? He bowed his head. I thought wisdom could prevent pain. She knelt beside him. Wisdom cannot stop pain. It teaches us to bear it. Her hand brushed the broken glass, and light flared softly between the shards. Each fragment began to hum, not in unison, but in counterpoint, forming a new melody. Coeus listened. The sound was imperfect yet alive, filled with longing and beauty. Do you hear it? She asked. Yes, he whispered. They're thinking. That, she said, is how every age begins, with dissonance. He understood then. Rebellion was not against order but for evolution. Thought itself was learning to breathe. Far above, thunder rolled faintly, the echo of destiny stirring. Cronus' paranoia would soon erupt into open tyranny, and from his fear would be born the very gods who would unseat him. Phoebe looked toward the storm, her silver eyes calm. It begins, Coeus, she murmured. The age of question over command. He followed her gaze. And when it ends? She smiled faintly. When even gods learn to listen. Lightning flared in the distance, catching the edge of her face. Half shadow, half light. In that instant, Coeus realized that the revolt had never been about thrones or armies. It was about awareness, the first awakening of divine conscience. The storm broke at last, not with noise, but with understanding. And as the wind tore through the halls of Mount Othries, Coeus whispered to the void, "Then let thought be free, even if it destroys us." The mountain trembled, carrying his vow through eternity, because the most dangerous weapon in creation had finally been born, a question that no god could silence. When thought becomes rebellion, who controls destiny, the thinker or the thought itself? When the storm of thought finally passed, silence followed, but not peace. The Titans walked the halls of Mount Othries like ghosts of their own grandeur, their minds burdened with truths they could no longer unlearn. For Coeus and Phoebe, that silence was not emptiness. It was expectancy. Something new stirred beneath the surface of eternity, a rhythm neither could explain but both could feel. It began, as creation often does, with a whisper. From the stillness of Phoebe's dreams came two sparks, souls born not of power, but of purpose. Leto and Asteria, their births were unlike any other. No thunder announced them, no tremor shook the earth. Instead, the air itself softened. The stars above flickered as though bowing in recognition. The daughters of thought and prophecy had entered the cosmos. Phoebe held Leto first. Her skin shimmered gold, as if she carried the warmth of a dawn not yet known to the world. In her quiet eyes, Phoebe saw kindness, a gentleness the Titans had long forgotten. "She will bring light," Phoebe whispered, "but not as Hyperion's fire. Hers will be the light that heals." Then came Asteria, born beneath a falling star, her hair woven from midnight and flame. Her laughter sounded like wind brushing the edge of a mirror. Coeus gazed at them both in awe. "They are," he struggled for words, "balanced. Mind and heart," Phoebe said softly, "reflection and radiance. The world will need both." He nodded, though his chest ached. For in the faint glow of his daughter's birth, he saw the shadow of something else, the slow unraveling of the Titan's dominion. Still, for a time, there was peace. Leto grew into a being of still warmth. Where she walked, the earth ripened. Her voice could calm storms. She spent her days weaving songs with her mother, melodies that carried into mortal dreams before mortals even existed. Asteria was wilder, curious, untamed. She climbed constellations, danced across the backs of comets, and once, when the night grew too quiet, she leapt into the sky and created the first meteor shower. The sisters were opposites in every way, Leto's serenity balancing Asteria's fire, yet they loved each other fiercely. Coeus watched them with pride that bordered on melancholy. "They are greater than us already," he said one evening as he stood beside Phoebe. She smiled faintly. "That is what it means to be a parent, even for gods." He turned toward her. "And if they surpass us entirely, then we have done well." But as centuries unfolded, the tranquility surrounding their daughters began to draw attention. The other Titans whispered that Phoebe's bloodline carried a power deeper than foresight, the power to shape destiny. Even Cronus, now paranoid and consumed by control, began to take notice. Coeus tried to shield his daughters from politics. He taught them the language of stars, the geometry of thought, how to trace ideas the way one might trace constellations. Yet even his teachings carried unintended prophecy. Every pattern, he told them, contains within it the seed of change. Even the most perfect design must one day evolve. Asteria's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Then what if I choose to change the stars?" Coeus smiled despite himself. "Then you must be prepared for the universe to change with you." Phoebe listened from the shadows, her heart both swelling and breaking. She saw futures branching like rivers, one where her daughters thrived among gods, and another where they fell from the heavens into mortality's fragile hands. That night she dreamed again. In her vision, Asteria plunged into the sea to escape pursuit, her body dissolving into an island, Delos, the place where prophecy and birth would one day meet. And from Leto's womb, she saw twin lights rising, Apollo and Artemis, deities who would command both the sun and moon, embodiments of their grandparents' essence, reborn through time. When she awoke, she wept quietly beside Coeus. He stirred. "Another vision?" Phoebe nodded. "The end of one era, The beginning of another. Coeus frowned. Then we still have time. Time, she whispered, is the one thing we never truly have. In the following centuries, Phoebe and Coeus prepared their daughters for what was to come. Leto was taught compassion, the art of endurance, the strength found in silence. Asteria learned freedom, the beauty of defiance, the courage to fall and rise again. But their lessons were cut short when the first winds of rebellion reached Othrys. The young Olympians, hidden children of Cronus, had begun to stir. Their power, still unshaped, still wild, called to the older gods like a forgotten melody. Phoebe felt it immediately. The pattern is repeating, she said. Coeus tried to deny it. No, we will not be undone by our own children. Phoebe looked toward Leto and Asteria, who were playing beneath the starlit dome. Every creation must one day surpass its creator, Coeus. Even the stars burn brighter before they fade. He clenched his fists. Then we are to watch our lineage become our undoing? No, she said, her voice barely a whisper. We are to watch it become our continuation. That night, she gathered her daughters and told them stories. Not of triumph, but of balance. When the world is young, she said, light must learn to coexist with shadow. Remember this. The brightest flame does not fight the night. It becomes the dawn. Leto leaned into her mother's embrace, comforted. Asteria only smiled, gazing upward as if memorizing every star she might one day join. In time, her curiosity would lead her to fall, but not from failure, from choice. As the first tremors of war echoed faintly through the heavens, Coeus stood on the edge of the mountain, watching his daughters sleep. He felt both pride and terror. Pride for what they represented, terror for what they foreshadowed. He whispered to himself, "May their wisdom outlast our errors." Behind him, Phoebe approached, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "It will," she said softly, "because they were born not to rule, but to remember." He turned to her, eyes weary. "And us?" Phoebe gazed toward the horizon where the stars pulsed with hidden rhythm. "We were born to begin the story they will finish." Asteria stirred in her dreams, murmuring in a language that did not yet exist, the voice of oracles yet unborn. Leto smiled in her sleep, her hands glowing faintly, as if holding light that would one day touch every mortal sky. Coeus looked upon them both and finally understood. The age of intellect was not dying. It was dividing, passing from the divine to the future. He felt the mountain tremble beneath his feet, the first deep pulse of coming war. But instead of fear, he felt strange peace. "If the mind is eternal," he whispered, "then even destruction is a form of remembrance." Phoebe's reply came like a lullaby. "And so, love, the truest kind, must learn to let go." The stars dimmed, the wind hushed, and the night exhaled. A new generation had been born, not of dominion, but of destiny. Can the wisdom of titans survive in the hearts of gods who must forget to rule? There are moments when even eternity must bleed. The titans had long believed the sky unbreakable, a perfect dome of light suspended by will and order. But when Cronus raised his scythe against Uranus, the father of them all, the cosmos itself learned what it meant to shatter. From the depths of the heavens came a sound no being had ever heard before. Not thunder, not flame, but something older. The sound of perfection breaking. Coeus felt it in his bones before he saw it. The axis of heaven, his own creation, trembled. The stars, once obedient, wavered in their paths. He rushed to the summit of Mount Othrys, his mind aflame with equations collapsing faster than he could think them. Phoebe stood there already, her silver gaze fixed on the sky. Her expression was neither shock nor sorrow, only inevitability. "It has begun," she whispered. Above them, the blade of Cronus cleaved through Uranus light. From the wound spilled cosmic fire, streaking across the night like rivers of creation running backward. Each spark became something new. Furies, nymphs, spirits of vengeance. The heavens wept fragments of themselves into being. Coeus shielded his eyes. "He's unmaking the design." Phoebe's tone was calm, almost reverent. "No, He's fulfilling it. Her words froze him. Fulfilling? You saw this. She nodded slowly. Long ago, the sky must break for the world to breathe. But, her voice faltered, I never saw the cost. The cost came swiftly. As Uranus fell, his cry echoed through every mind that had ever thought, every heart that had ever hoped. It reached Coeus like a blade to the chest. The rational order he had spent eons building dissolved into chaos. The vaults of heaven spun out of alignment. Constellations collapsed like cities of glass. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. The structure, it's collapsing. Everything I built, gone. Phoebe knelt beside him, her hand cool against his temple. Not gone, she said gently. Reborn. He stared at her, wild-eyed. How can you say that? Look. She turned his chin upward. Through the torn veil of sky, a new light shimmered, faint but steady. The world below had changed. For the first time, true darkness had fallen. And with it, true dawn. From the chaos came balance. Phoebe's voice was barely a whisper. The night was born, and for the first time, the stars had a reason to shine. The other titans gathered on the mountain, their faces reflecting fire and fear. Oceanus raged that his rivers had turned red with starlight. Hyperion's glow dimmed in disbelief. Themis wept silently, her scales heavy with judgment she could not deliver. Cronus stood apart from them all, the scythe dripping with the light of his father. His face was calm, too calm. The heavens are free, he declared, no longer ruled by tyranny. Phoebe's gaze did not leave him. Freedom born of blood always remembers the wound. Cronus ignored her warning. He turned to the others. We will rebuild. Our reign will be wiser, stronger. The age of Titans begins tonight. The Titans raised their voices in uneasy agreement. Yet in the wind that circled the mountain, there was a strange whisper. Not victory, but foreboding. When the council dispersed, Coeus remained alone on the summit. The stars above were no longer his, their paths bent, their order broken. His mind, once the axis of thought, was now a storm of contradiction. Phoebe found him hours later, still staring upward, muttering to himself. Everything changes now. My equations, my symmetry, nothing holds. Perhaps, she said softly, because it was never meant to hold forever. He turned to her, pain in his eyes. Do you understand what this means? We have proven that gods can destroy gods. What comes next? Phoebe's gaze lifted to the torn heavens. Choice, she answered. For the first time, we can choose what kind of gods we will be. Her calm unsettled him. And you believe we'll choose wisely? I believe we'll learn, she said. Even wisdom must crawl before it walks. That night, the sky healed slowly, its wound leaving a faint scar. The Milky Way, where the blood of Uranus still shimmered like distant memory. The stars realigned, but never again in perfect order. The symmetry was gone, and with it the illusion of control. Phoebe watched Coeus pace along the ridge, his mind fracturing between intellect and grief. You built the heavens to be flawless, she said quietly. But even flaws have beauty. He stopped, anger flickering in his voice. You speak in riddles, as if imperfection were sacred. She stepped closer. Perhaps it is. What is prophecy, if not the acceptance that even gods cannot predict themselves? Her words lingered, sharp and gentle all at once. For days, Coeus wandered through the ruins of the sky, tracing patterns in the ashes of stars. He found fragments of Uranus light and studied them, chaotic, unstable, yet strangely alive. Within their wild randomness, he discovered something extraordinary. New laws forming themselves, self-correcting, self-balancing. It struck him then the universe was teaching him. Order was not the absence of chaos, but its partner. He returned to Phoebe, his face pale but clear. You were right, he said. The heavens are not breaking. They're breathing. Phoebe smiled faintly, relief softening her usual solemnity. Now you see it. The mind must let go of control to understand creation. Coeus looked again to the stars, not as their master, but as their student. Perhaps the greatest intelligence, he said, is the willingness to learn from loss. Phoebe's hand brushed his cheek. And perhaps the greatest prophecy, she answered, is knowing that loss is never the end. Below them, the earth began to stir. Seas roaring, mountains rising. From Uranus' fall came life, the raw material for what would one day become mortal existence. The universe was reborn in the image of imperfection. As dawn returned, the first true sunrise painted Othries in molten gold. The Titans stood watching, their hearts both heavy and hopeful. None could name the feeling that filled them, grief, awe, fear, but all sensed it. The age of innocence was gone. Phoebe turned to Coeus, her voice almost a whisper. Remember this day, my love. The sky broke so that everything beneath it could grow. He nodded, eyes distant. And yet, somewhere, something new will always ache to break again. She smiled sadly. That is the curse and the blessing of thought. The wind shifted, carrying with it the faint sound of laughter. Young, bright, distant. The future was already stirring. And as the last fragments of Uranus light faded into morning, Coeus felt both dread and gratitude. For though the heavens had shattered, he had seen their secret. Creation was not a single act. It was a constant breaking, and the courage to build again. Once time begins, even gods cannot unthink what they have created. When the dust of Uranus finally settled, the heavens seemed to exhale. What had been destruction now looked like calm, the kind of stillness that comes after a storm, fragile, deceptive, temporary. Cronus ruled from the summit of Mount Othries, the new center of the cosmos. He built his throne from fragments of the sky he had torn apart, each shard still humming faintly with the old god's power. The air around it glowed with a strange gold light that never dimmed, as if eternity itself refused to forget the wound that made it. The Titans bowed before him, not from love, but from exhaustion. After so much chaos, even tyranny could feel like peace. Coeus and Phoebe stood apart from the celebrations. To the others, the dawn of the Titan Age was triumph. To them, it was the quiet before an echo. At first, Cronus kept his promises. He declared that knowledge and foresight would be honored, that the wisdom of Coeus and Phoebe would guide his new empire. Temples were carved into the mountain's flanks, each chamber devoted to one law of creation. Rivers flowed in harmony, and the constellations regained their rhythm. It looked like order reborn. But beneath the marble calm, something darker coiled. Cronus had inherited his father's fear. He heard Phoebe's prophecies whispering in the corridors, reminding him that no ruler is eternal. He saw Coeus' endless calculations as quiet rebellion. To him, thought itself was dangerous, a weapon that could pierce even time. So he began to watch them. At first it was subtle, an extra guard at the vaults, an order that certain scrolls be sealed. Then it grew bold. Scholars loyal to Coeus were dismissed. Oracles who spoke Phoebe's name were silenced. The mind of heaven was slowly being caged by its own creation. One evening, Cronus summoned the 12 once more. The great hall shimmered with new gold, but the air was heavy, brittle. "My siblings," he said, voice smooth as forged metal. "The age of disorder is behind us. Yet whispers reach me, rumors of rebellion born from too much questioning. The universe must have one will." Oceanus frowned. "The seas cannot obey only one current." Cronus smiled thinly. "Then perhaps they must learn." Phoebe rose from her seat, the soft light around her dimming to silver. "Brother," she said, "you are trying to hold the wind in your hands. It will not stay." Cronus' jaw tightened. "And yet I am king." Coeus' voice was low but clear. "Even kings are bound by thought. You may silence tongues, but you cannot silence ideas." Cronus turned to him with a look half pity, half warning. "Ideas can be buried with those who dream them." The room fell still. For the first time, the Titans saw not a ruler, but a shadow cast by fear. That night, Phoebe dreamed again. She saw her daughter Leto, carrying within her the spark of future gods. She saw lightning not yet born, and a throne higher than Othries rising from the sea. When she woke, the prophecy burned in her chest like fire. She went to Coeus immediately. "The cycle is turning again," she said. "Cronus will fall as his father fell, and our children will watch it happen." Coeus' eyes darkened. "Then all our reason has been for nothing." "Not nothing," she whispered. "It was preparation." He didn't answer. He couldn't. For all his intellect, he had no defense against inevitability. The years or centuries, who could tell in that endless light, passed with the slow tension of a bowstring. Cronus' paranoia deepened. He visited the temples less and the prisons more. He ordered new vaults built beneath the mountain, places where dissenting titans could be quieted. Coeus refused to enter his own sanctuary again. His equations no longer comforted him. "Logic built this," he muttered. "A mind that believes it can reason with power." Phoebe stood by the mirror lake, where she had once seen futures so clear they ached. Now the surface showed only fog. Even prophecy hesitated under the weight of fear. "Do you see anything?" Coeus asked quietly. She shook her head. "Only silence, the kind that comes before a storm." And yet, even in repression, creation continued. From the union of Coeus and Phoebe came two daughters of destiny, Leto and Asteria, embodiments of their parents' dual nature. Through them, thought and light would find refuge. Leto inherited her mother's calm, the serenity of vision that sees beyond suffering. Asteria carried her father's fire of intellect, bright, restless, unstoppable. Phoebe watched them with a mother's ache. "They will outlive us," she said one night. Coeus looked at his daughters sleeping beside the starlit pool. "Then perhaps they will correct us." But beyond Othries, the world was changing faster than either could predict. The younger gods, children of Titans and of the earth, were rising quietly. Zeus, hidden from Cronus' devouring fear, grew stronger each season. Phoebe could feel his presence in her dreams like distant thunder. She told no one, not yet, because in that storm's approach, she saw a lesson still unfinished. Coeus began teaching again, though not in public halls. He gathered small circles of titans and spirits in secret caverns beneath the mountain, teaching them to think in new ways. "Reason," he said, "is not rebellion. It is remembrance. If the mind forgets how to question, the soul forgets how to breathe." Phoebe joined him, her voice guiding the lessons into meaning. Together they became the silent heart of a movement, one that sought not war, but awakening. The students listened, entranced. Yet outside those walls, Cronus' spies listened too. When word reached the throne, the king's rage was cold. He ordered the gatherings dissolved. The teachers were to remain confined within their domains, their influence curtailed. For the first time in eons, Phoebe saw Coeus afraid, not for himself, but for the loss of knowledge. "What happens?" he asked quietly. "When the mind itself is forbidden?" Phoebe's hand found his. "Then prophecy will remember what reason forgets." Far above, the constellations flickered again. The scar of Uranus glowed faintly, like an old wound reopening. Phoebe lifted her eyes to it. "It begins again," she whispered. Coeus followed her gaze. "Then all our teaching, all our building ends here?" She shook her head. "No, continues elsewhere. Through them." She looked toward the horizon, where she could already sense her daughter's futures stretching into light. That night, when the stars reached their highest point, a quiet wind moved through Othries, soft, almost tender, carried the scent of new beginnings. The Titans slept uneasily, and in their dreams, they saw flashes of fire and children laughing among the clouds. Phoebe did not sleep. She stood beside Coeus, watching the constellations slowly turn. "This is the calm before the fall," she said. He nodded, expression unreadable. "Then let us face it awake." Dawn crept over the mountain, gentle but sure. Gold light spilled through the arches, touching their faces like a farewell. The age of the Titans had reached its height, and, as every height must, it had already begun to descend. If the future cannot be changed, can it at least be understood? Deep within the heart of Mount Othries, beneath the radiant halls where Cronus held his throne, there existed a secret only one mind could navigate. It was not carved from stone or metal. It was carved from thought. Coeus called it the labyrinth of knowledge. It began as a sanctuary, a refuge for reason when Cronus' suspicion began to choke the air. But in time, it became something more dangerous, a mirror of his own mind. Each corridor curved in impossible geometry, light bending upon itself. Walls glimmered with inscriptions not written but imagined. Every idea, every theorem, every truth Coeus had ever conceived shimmered along its surface like living veins. And at its center burned a sphere of cold blue fire, the axis of thought, a fragment of the original order that once held the heavens steady. When he first entered, even Coeus hesitated. The labyrinth shifted as he breathed, reacting to his doubt. If the mind hesitates, the path disappears. It was his own design and his greatest test. Phoebe was the only one who knew of it. She found him there one night, surrounded by floating glyphs of light. He looked exhausted, his glow dimmed to the hue of midnight. "You're hiding knowledge now?" she asked softly. "I'm preserving it," he replied without looking up. Cronus fears what he cannot control. He would burn the scrolls, silence the oracles. But here, the truth will outlast him. Phoebe circled slowly, studying the shifting patterns. "And what will it cost you to keep it?" He finally met her gaze. "Everything worth knowing demands a cost." She shook her head gently. "No, my love, only obsession does." Her tone was not judgment, it was sorrow. Days in Othries grew heavier. Cronus' paranoia deepened into tyranny. He began to hear rebellion in silence itself. Even the wind through the mountain's arches sounded like whispering. He summoned Coeus often, demanding counsel but rejecting every answer. "Speak, thinker," Cronus would say, voice sharp as the scythe he carried. "How does one stop prophecy?" Coeus would bow low, masking his revulsion. "By understanding it, my king." "Understanding is submission," Cronus hissed. "The sky obeys me. Why should time not do the same?" Coeus never answered. Some questions were not meant for gods who demanded obedience. After each encounter, he would return to the labyrinth, descending deeper, adding new pathways, not out of ambition, but fear. If the outer world was collapsing into control, the inner one must remain free. He stored not weapons, but ideas. The formula of gravity before gravity had a name, the pattern of consciousness before mortals could dream. He hid them within coded constellations, puzzles that no titan could decipher without surrendering ego. The deeper he built, the lonelier he became. Phoebe watched his light dim day by day, replaced by the cold gleam of calculation. Her prophecies had shown her many horrors, but none so quiet as the slow death of the mind by its own brilliance. "You cannot outthink fate," she told him one night. "I can delay it," he said simply. "And delay is victory enough." She touched his cheek, her fingers trembling. "You speak as though time can be reasoned with. Cannot. It listens only to memory. Then I will leave it memories worth keeping." Outside, rebellion brewed in silence. The younger gods, still hidden, still growing, whispered through the roots of the earth. Zeus, the child of Rhea, had begun to stir the same way thought had once stirred in Coeus' vaults. Unseen, inevitable. Phoebe felt his presence in her dreams like distant lightning. She saw flashes, chains, thunder, and a mountain far higher than Othries where a new generation would build their sky. But she kept her vision secret. The pattern had to play itself. One evening, she followed Coeus into the labyrinth. Inside, the walls pulsed faintly with thought. Every sound was an echo of memory. The air hummed with words that had never been spoken aloud. It was both magnificent and unbearable. She found him kneeling before the axis, eyes closed, hands glowing faintly as he encoded one last truth into the fire. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Creating the final safeguard," he said without opening his eyes. "If we fall, the knowledge survives. The labyrinth will hide itself. It will forget the way until the time comes when thought is ready again." Phoebe's heart ached. "And what of us?" He opened his eyes then, gaze steady and resigned. "We are not the keepers anymore. We are the memory. Her breath caught. Coeus, listen to me. You are building a prison, not a refuge. You will lose yourself in it. His smile was faint, almost human. Then let me be lost, if it means the world remembers. The labyrinth flickered as though agreeing. Outside, thunder rumbled across the horizon. Cronus testing his might against the restless heavens. The mountain shuddered. Phoebe could feel the storm of destiny gathering, the same one she had foreseen centuries ago. The time is close, she whispered. Coeus stood, gazing at the shifting corridors. Then I will finish this tonight. He placed his hand on the axis of thought. The fire surged, swallowing the light from the walls. The labyrinth reformed instantly, corridors collapsing, others extending endlessly, sealing him inside. Phoebe reached for him, panic in her voice. Coeus! He turned once, framed by the glow. If I cannot guide them, perhaps they will find me one day, buried in the silence they inherit. And then the path between them vanished. Phoebe pounded her hands against the walls, but they yielded only echoes. Come back! Her voice was swallowed by the labyrinth's pulse. When she emerged hours later, the entrance sealed behind her. Invisible, forgotten by the mountain itself. She fell to her knees. The air outside felt thin, as though part of her had been buried alive. In the distance, lightning split the sky. Phoebe lifted her face to the storm, tears mingling with rain. You will not be forgotten, she whispered, even if the world must lose its mind to remember. She rose slowly, her eyes glowing faintly once more. The visions returned, not gentle this time, but searing. Chains in the underworld, flames in the heavens, her own descendants crying out through time. The age of prophecy and intellect had entered its labyrinth, and soon only echoes would remain. The next morning, when Cronus guards searched for Coeus, they found nothing. No trace. Only an inexplicable hum vibrating through the stone, like thought breathing in sleep. And when Phoebe was asked where her husband had gone, she simply replied, into the question, what becomes of wisdom when it isolates its creator? The mountain was quieter without him. When Coeus sealed himself within the labyrinth of knowledge, the air of Mount Othrys changed. Phoebe felt it in every breath, the silence of absence, the pause of intellect once bound to order now surrendered to eternity. Cronus took the silence as victory. The philosopher has vanished, he declared before his court. His riddles will trouble us no more. The Titans applauded half-heartedly, their applause echoing too long, too hollow. They knew better. Phoebe said nothing. She sat at the edge of the throne hall, her face half-lit by the golden torches, her thoughts drifting toward the sealed caverns below. She could still hear him there, faint, rhythmic, like the heartbeat of thought itself, alive beneath the earth. That night, the stars above Othrys flickered strangely. One constellation, Coeus Axis, dimmed until it vanished entirely. In its place, a faint spiral shimmered into existence, turning backward, as though time itself had begun to breathe in reverse. Phoebe felt the tremor in her bones. The prophecy of reversal had begun. She descended from the high halls and stood at the cliffs overlooking the dark horizon. Below, the earth rippled with unease. The rivers that once flowed smoothly began to twist in their beds. The stars pulsed like living eyes. Something was waking, not from sleep, but from suppression. Her gift of foresight flared so suddenly that she cried out. Visions flooded her, Cronus devouring his own children, a child hidden among mortals, lightning carving the sky, a scream that shook the heavens, followed by silence, and then renewal. When she opened her eyes, she was trembling. It comes, she whispered to the wind, the age of reversal. The children of thought will rise against their makers. The next morning, she went to the temple of Mnemosyne, her sister, keeper of memory. The temple walls shimmered with silver pools, each reflecting a fragment of time. Mnemosyne turned as Phoebe entered. Her eyes were calm, patient, endless. You've seen it, haven't you? Phoebe nodded slowly. The cycle returns. Our reign ends where it began, in rebellion. Mnemosyne smiled sadly. All stories fold back on themselves. That is how the universe remembers. Phoebe stepped closer to the nearest pool. In its surface, she saw the image of her daughter Leto standing beneath the stars, cradling a flame in her hands. A light that would one day have names. Apollo, Artemis. They are our echo, she murmured. Our continuation. Your redemption, Mnemosyne corrected. Phoebe looked up. And Coeus, the goddess of memory, placed a hand on her shoulder. He has not vanished. His thoughts still move beneath the mountain, turning, searching. Perhaps he waits for you to finish what he began. Phoebe closed her eyes. He built the labyrinth to preserve truth. But prophecy is the other half of truth, the part that bleeds. Then you know what you must do, Mnemosyne said softly. Phoebe hesitated. If I speak it, it will happen. Her sister's smile was gentle. And if you don't, it still will. The universe does not wait for permission. That evening, Phoebe returned to the cliffs. The air shimmered with the scent of coming rain. She could feel time folding around her, moments overlapping like reflections on water. She stood tall, her voice steady, her words ancient and new all at once. From the womb of the old, the young shall rise. From the silence of wisdom, thunder shall speak. The hand that ruled time shall be bound by it, and from the ashes of titans, light shall inherit the world. Her words rang across the mountains, carried by the wind. Somewhere in the depths below, the labyrinth stirred, a faint pulse answering her call. Coeus heard her. He had not vanished. He had become the labyrinth's voice, the whisper in every corridor. Her prophecy reached him like sunlight through stone. From the ashes of titans, light shall inherit the world. He smiled in the dark, his first true smile in centuries. So be it, he whispered back. Then let the world learn. The walls vibrated, releasing a faint hum that climbed higher and higher until it reached the surface, the hum of awakening thought. Far away, in the quiet forests of Crete, Rhea was giving birth in secret. The child's cry broke the night. Phoebe felt it even from Othries, the first thunder, soft but certain. Zeus, she breathed. The storm has a name. She looked up to the heavens. The stars flared as if struck by unseen lightning. For the first time since Uranus' fall, Phoebe felt awe, not at destruction, but at the beauty of inevitability. The next morning, Cronus awoke to omens. His throne cracked along the base. Rivers ran backward for a moment before returning to course. The air itself seemed to hum with defiance. He summoned Phoebe to his court. "You've been dreaming again," he said coldly. "Tell me what you see." Phoebe bowed her head. "A world that outgrows its ruler." Cronus' eyes narrowed. "You think me blind to your riddles?" "I think you afraid of them," she replied. His scythe flashed. "Prophecy is a sickness of the mind." "Then fear is its symptom," she said softly. The Titans gasped, expecting retribution. But Cronus only smiled, the smile of one who mistakes delay for victory. "You always spoke of cycles, sister. But tell me, where does your cycle end?" Phoebe met his gaze, calm as eternity. "It doesn't. It changes shape." Cronus dismissed her with a wave. Yet as she turned to leave, he felt a tremor through the air, like the faint echo of laughter not his own. That night, the sky cracked with silent light. Coeus' axis reappeared in the heavens, but inverted, its constellations reversed, its light spinning backward in defiance of time. The prophecy of reversal was no longer a whisper. It had begun to breathe. Phoebe stood beneath it, her heart heavy yet serene. "You always believed knowledge could control the future," she whispered into the wind. "But the future only listens when the mind learns to let go." And beneath her feet, deep within the mountain, Coeus' labyrinth responded. Not in words, but in feeling. A pulse, a heartbeat, an understanding. The Titan's age of certainty had ended. The age of consequence had begun. In the coming years, Phoebe's words would ripple through prophecy, dream, and myth, reaching the temples of Delphi, the songs of mortals, the thoughts of philosophers. But that night, they were still only starlight and silence. She closed her eyes and whispered to the stars, "May our children inherit not our pride, but our wonder." Above her, the heavens flickered like a page turning itself. When prophecy meets denial, only silence can follow. The mountain never slept. Even when silence cloaked its peaks and stars faded behind mist, Mount Othrys hummed. A low, unending vibration, like the breath of something alive beneath its roots. The Titans believed it to be the echo of their own divinity. But Phoebe knew better. She felt it through the soles of her feet whenever she walked the marble halls. The mountain was remembering. It remembered Coeus. Though his body was sealed in the labyrinth, his mind had become part of the mountain's pulse. A buried intelligence, thinking without voice, dreaming without form. When the wind rushed down the corridors, it carried faint murmurs, fragments of his old logic twisted into something more profound. At night, Phoebe listened to those whispers as though they were prayers. Sometimes, she could almost hear his voice clearly, calm, precise, still searching. "Thought does not die, it migrates," the wind seemed to say. "It finds new vessels, new minds to inhabit." And perhaps that was true, because far beyond the mountain, in secret places of the world, the young gods were beginning to dream. Cronus' reign had entered its long decline. The golden halls of Othrys still gleamed, but the light felt strained, stretched thin over fear. His paranoia had matured into cruelty. He devoured not just his children, but his peace of mind. Every echo frightened him. Every silence accused him. Phoebe's prophecies haunted him most. Though he'd forbidden her to speak them, he could not stop remembering them. "The hand that ruled time shall be bound by it." Her words replayed in his mind until they became his heartbeat. So he ordered new laws, no dreaming, no divination, no unapproved thought. The libraries of Coeus were locked, the oracles banished. But ideas are like roots. Bury them, and they only grow deeper. Phoebe began to receive visitors at night, quiet figures cloaked in shadow. They were messengers from across the world, seekers of the forbidden knowledge once taught by her husband. Some brought pieces of parchment covered in strange symbols. Others recited fragments of old teachings half-remembered. They called themselves the echoes of thought. Phoebe taught them in whispers. In the stillness beneath the mountain, she spoke of balance, foresight, and humility, the lessons the Titans had forgotten. She told them of Coeus' labyrinth, how wisdom survives by retreating into silence until it is safe to return. Her followers wrote down her words, calling them the silent hymns. Each line ended with the same phrase, "The stars remember." Meanwhile, Cronus' fear turned to obsession. He dreamt of a child that would overthrow him, a voice crying from within the darkness of his own stomach. In his dreams, the voice was not Zeus, but his own conscience, echoing through eternity. One evening, he climbed to the highest peak of Othrys and called to the heavens, his voice trembling with both rage and desperation. "Show me the one who dares to take what is mine." Thunder answered, but the thunder was not his. Far below, Phoebe felt the storm forming. The air thickened with the scent of ozone and prophecy. Lightning split the sky, revealing, for a moment, a silhouette, a child hidden among clouds, glowing faintly like dawn breaking through night. Her eyes widened. "Leto," she whispered. Her daughter was pregnant, and within her womb, the prophecy had taken shape. Twin lights destined to rule what Titans could not. The balance of day and night. Phoebe closed her eyes, steadying herself. The whispering wind around her shifted, forming faint words. "Protect them, for the dawn depends on your silence." It was Coeus' voice again, or perhaps the mountain itself. She didn't know. She only knew it spoke truth. In the days that followed, Phoebe moved carefully. Cronus spies roamed every corridor, listening for disobedience. She kept her prophecies locked behind a calm face, her silence her weapon. When questioned, she spoke only in riddles that soothed the paranoid king. "Your reign is eternal," she told him once, her tone as gentle as rain. Cronus smiled, believing her, not realizing she meant eternal only in memory. At night, she sent messages carried by wind, the old Titan trick of thought travel. Her words rode the air to the edges of the earth, reaching her daughter Leto in secret. Hide well, the future stirs within you. The eyes of heaven must not see until the storm has passed. Each whisper carried both warning and blessing. But one night, the whispers beneath the mountain changed. Phoebe awoke to a deep vibration, not gentle this time, but insistent. The floor trembled, the air buzzed. The labyrinth below was stirring violently, as if Coeus himself were trying to rise. She descended the old stairs, torches flickering blue in her hands. The air thickened, humming with invisible song. When she reached the sealed passage, she felt it. A pulse behind the stone, rhythmic, alive. "Coeus?" she breathed. No answer, only vibration. The wall glowed faintly, symbols emerging across its surface. She touched them, and her mind filled with a flood of images. Flashes of memory, equations, starlight, and love. "The pattern continues," his voice whispered inside her thoughts. "The labyrinth is expanding. Knowledge seeks its next bearer." Tears welled in her eyes. "And who will bear it?" "Those who dream," came the reply. "Those who remember us." The glow faded. The mountain stilled. Phoebe stood there for a long time, hand pressed to the cold stone. "Then our end is not the end," she said softly. "Only the handover." Above, dawn began to break. The first light of morning poured through the cracks in the throne hall, touching the old gold of the Titan age. Cronus sat alone on his throne, his scythe resting across his knees. He had not slept. Shadows beneath his eyes deepened with each passing year. Power had turned to burden, authority to fear. He heard the mountain hum and felt unease crawl through his spine. "What does it mean?" he demanded of no one. Phoebe entered quietly, her face serene. "It means the world still breathes," she said. "Then silence it," he growled. Phoebe's smile was faint, nearly kind. Some silences cannot be silenced. She turned and walked away, leaving him in the echo of his own heartbeat. The same pulse that vibrated through the stones, the same rhythm of Coeus' hidden mind. Cronus watched her go, unaware that history was already moving beneath his feet. That night, the stars flickered again, forming patterns that only Phoebe could read. They told a story she had known since before her birth, of endings that feed beginnings, of gods who forget they were once ideas. She whispered to the heavens, "Sleep well, my love. Your voice has reached me." And deep below, the labyrinth pulsed once more, gentle this time, almost like breath. The mountain's hum continued, ancient and eternal, a reminder that even buried thought still shapes the world, because wisdom never truly dies. It only whispers. If knowledge can be buried, can ignorance ever be complete? The moon rose over the quiet edges of the world, silver and trembling, as though it too feared what was coming. Far from Mount Othries, hidden among whispering reeds and shadowed lakes, Leto wandered in exile. She was no longer just the daughter of thought and prophecy. She was the vessel of something greater, a spark hidden in flesh, a promise still unborn. Cronus' fear had spread through the heavens like smoke. The king of Titans hunted every whisper of prophecy, every rumor of birth. His scythe had silenced countless voices. Yet one remained beyond his reach, the unborn twins growing within Leto, guarded by a silence deeper than the sea. Night after night she dreamt. In those dreams, her mother Phoebe appeared, standing in a light that was neither dawn nor dusk. Her voice was soft, yet carried the weight of destiny. "Protect them, my child," she whispered, "for the dawn depends on your silence." Leto would awaken trembling, her hands clutching her stomach, feeling the faint pulse of life within. She did not know who her children would become, only that the world itself seemed to wait for them. She found refuge in the far reaches of the earth, where the stars burned low and the air shimmered with ancient stillness. The land had no name yet, only a heartbeat, slow, steady, eternal. Each morning, mist rolled from the rivers, curling around her like gentle hands. And at night, she listened to the voice of her mother carried on the wind. Sometimes it was only a whisper of reassurance. Other times it was warning. Cronus' eyes are everywhere. The storm grows louder, but the silence, keep it. Silence became Leto's armor. She stopped speaking her own name, stopped singing, stopped calling the stars she once played beneath as a child. She learned to move like water, soft, invisible, unstoppable. But dreams are not so easily silenced. One night, as she lay beneath the canopy of sleeping trees, the air around her shimmered. The surface of the nearby lake began to glow. A shape rose from it, a figure woven of light and mist, tall and radiant, with eyes that reflected the same clarity as Coeus once carried. "Father," she whispered. The figure smiled faintly. "What remains of him?" it said. A thought that survived. Tears welled in her eyes. "You live. I endure," said Coeus' echo. "In knowledge. In you. In them." He gestured gently toward her womb, where two faint glows pulsed like twin stars. "They are not mine alone," Leto whispered. "They are born of prophecy too." "Then they are balance," said Coeus. "Reason and revelation, mind and light. Through them we continue, not as rulers, but as memory." She reached toward the light, but her hand passed through it. "Will they be safe?" "No one is safe from change," said the echo. "But change is the truest form of immortality." The vision faded, leaving ripples across the water. Leto sat for a long time, listening to them fade. She realized then that the past was not behind her. It was within her, beating in time with her unborn children. Far away, Phoebe stirred in her own chamber. She had felt the meeting, the bridge between thought and dream. She smiled faintly, knowing the pattern was unfolding exactly as it must. "The world dreams through her now," she murmured. "Even prophecy must pass its voice onward." Her visions came faster that night. Flashes of fire, temples, songs sung by mortals yet unborn. She saw her daughter's pain, her endurance, her defiance. And in the center of all, two radiant forms, a boy and a girl, each carrying part of her essence. The boy shone like a blade of sunlight. The girl moved like moonlight made flesh. Apollo and Artemis, though their names had not yet been spoken. Phoebe placed her hand over her heart and whispered, "Then it begins." Meanwhile, on the mountain, Cronus felt unease tighten around him like a noose. The stars no longer obeyed his order. The rivers of thought beneath Othries hummed in defiance. Every night, he heard whispers, voices he could not silence, murmuring of rebirth and reversal. He summoned his remaining loyalists. "The child must not live," he commanded. "The prophecy ends with me." But no army could find Leto. Every trail they followed ended in mist. Every echo they chased vanished into silence. For Phoebe's final gift to her daughter was not strength. It was invisibility, the kind born of truth too sacred to be seen. Leto's dreams deepened. She saw herself walking through a world remade. The sea burning gold, the mountains singing with voices of mortals yet to come. In one dream, she stood on an island that rose from the ocean as if called by her need. Its sands were white as bone, its air pure as the first breath. "Delos," a voice said, "the place where the prophecy will take flesh." When she awoke, the name lingered in her mind like a heartbeat. She did not know where the island was, only that it waited, patient and eternal, for her to find it. She whispered the name once to the night sky. "Delos." The stars flickered in response, as if acknowledging the promise. Weeks passed. Her body grew heavier, her steps slower, but her will did not break. Each night, she rested beneath new constellations. Each dawn she moved farther from Othries. Her dreams changed too. She no longer saw her mother as often. Instead, she began to hear new voices, two distinct tones within her, one bright and certain, the other cool and wise. "Do not fear," said the first. "We are coming." "Do not falter," said the second. "We are already here." She woke weeping, The boundary between dream and waking had dissolved. Prophecy had become heartbeat. One night, as storm clouds gathered, she took shelter in a cave by the sea. Lightning flashed across the waves, and thunder shook the cliffs. She pressed her hands against her belly, whispering, "Hold on, just a little longer." From somewhere deep within the storm, a voice answered, warm, steady, ancient. The storm is only sound. The silence beneath it is what matters. She knew that voice, her mother's, and beneath it, another, her father's. You are not alone. The labyrinth watches. The mind remembers. She closed her eyes, and the thunder became distant, like drums beneath the sea, the sound of creation renewing itself. When dawn came, the storm had passed. The world smelled clean again, as though washed for something sacred. Leto stepped out from the cave and looked eastward. Across the horizon, faint light broke through the clouds. Not harsh, not blinding, but gentle and golden. She knew then that the time was near. She placed a hand over her heart and whispered, "For them, I will not speak. For them, I will endure." The wind answered softly, carrying her words toward the waiting dawn. And somewhere, deep within Mount Othries, a faint hum of approval echoed through stone. Coeus' thought, Phoebe's prophecy, and the pulse of destiny all aligning once more. The world had begun to dream itself awake. Can silence carry more power than the storm it defies? The sea was restless. Waves struck the cliffs like heartbeat against bone, echoing across the hidden island where the future of gods lay sleeping. In the heart of that island, Crete, untouched by Titan eyes, a secret was being kept. Beneath its caves, the infant Zeus cried softly, his voice swallowed by the roar of the storm. The sound was tiny, fragile, but it carried more weight than all the thunder in the sky. Phoebe heard it in her dreams. From far atop Mount Othries, she woke in a shudder of light. Her pulse raced. "It has happened," she whispered into the dark. The first cry of reversal. The stars above her shifted slightly, as if bowing to the newborn sound. Days later, Cronus summoned his council. The Titans gathered in the golden chamber, vast, cold, glittering with power yet heavy with fatigue. The mountain's light no longer gleamed with wonder but with suspicion. Cronus' gaze swept the room. "There is deceit among us," he said. "A child has been born in defiance of my law." The words fell like stone. Themis lowered her head. Oceanus waters stirred uneasily in the great cisterns beneath the floor. Only Phoebe stood still, her calm masking the storm within her. Cronus' eyes found her. "Sister of prophecy," he said slowly, "you who claim to see the threads of time, tell me, where is this child?" Phoebe met his gaze. "If the child exists," she said, her tone like silk drawn over steel, "he is hidden where no fear can reach him. Answer me plainly." Cronus thundered. "I have," Phoebe said. Her calmness infuriated him. "You think you can shield your riddles from me?" "I think," she said, "that some truths are not meant for kings." The room went silent. Cronus' hand tightened around his scythe. For an instant, it seemed the age of the Titans would end that very moment. But then he smiled, cold, brittle, hollow. "Keep your secrets, then. The sky remembers who rules it." He turned away, but Phoebe saw his doubt flicker. Just a shadow in his eyes, but enough. The seed of fear had taken root. After the council, Coeus' labyrinth trembled faintly beneath the mountain. A subtle shift in tone, like thought reacting to prophecy. Phoebe descended into the lower halls and listened. The hum that greeted her was not random. It had rhythm, pattern, a pulse that matched the cry she'd heard in her dream. "Even the mountain knows," she murmured. "The balance is turning." In the shadows beside her, she felt presence. Faint, yet familiar. The whisper of Coeus through the stone. "The child has come," the echo said. "Time has looped upon itself." Phoebe closed her eyes, tears pricking at the corners. "Then our age ends with grace." "No," the whisper replied. "It ends with purpose." Far across the sea, Leto's sister Rhea held her infant son close. She had tricked Cronus with a stone wrapped in cloth, the illusion of a child devoured. The king had swallowed it without hesitation, never knowing his doom now slept in Crete's caves. The infant Zeus suckled softly, his eyes bright as dawnlight. Above his cradle, the nymph Amalthea hung golden leaves that chimed in the wind, a lullaby older than the Titans themselves. Rhea wept as she sang. "Sleep well, my son," she whispered, "for the world sleeps because of you." In her dreams, she saw Phoebe standing beside her, smiling sadly. "You have done what even gods fear," Phoebe's voice said. "You have trusted the unknown." Rhea looked down at her child. "Then let him grow beyond our fear." And in that moment, the air seemed to shimmer, the first bond between prophecy and thunder forged in silence. Back in Othrys, whispers filled the halls. Rumors spread faster than Cronus guards could silence them. Some said they had seen strange lights over the Aegean, others that a new melody echoed through the wind, one that Cronus' ears could not bear to hear. Phoebe walked among them quietly, neither denying nor confirming. Her calm presence brought both comfort and unease. The other Titans began to avoid her gaze. To look into her eyes was to glimpse inevitability. In secret, she met with Themis, her old ally in balance. "The time approaches," Phoebe said. Themis nodded. "And yet none of us can stop it." "Nor should we," Phoebe replied. "This is not punishment, Themis. It is correction." "Will we survive it?" Phoebe's eyes softened. "We are ideas before we are bodies. Ideas do not die. They reincarnate." Themis exhaled slowly. "Then may the next age remember our mistakes as lessons." Phoebe touched her sister's shoulder. "If they remember at all, that will be enough." As weeks turned to years, Zeus grew in secret. His cries became laughter, his laughter became echoes, and those echoes reached places they should not. The mountain trembled when he laughed, Othrys itself responding to the song of its future undoing. One night, as Phoebe meditated by the mirror lake, the surface rippled. A reflection appeared, not her own, but her daughter's. Leto stood on the edge of a rising island, her face weary but resolute. In her arms, two small lights glowed against her chest. Phoebe gasped softly. "It's begun." The reflection spoke, though no sound left her lips. "They are safe, Mother." Phoebe's heart tightened. "Apollo and Artemis," she whispered. The names formed themselves like stars aligning. The reflection smiled. "Your silence saved us." Then the image faded, leaving only still water and Phoebe's tears falling upon it. At dawn, the mountain sang. A deep rumble rose from beneath Othrys. Not destruction, but awakening. Even the labyrinth of Coeus vibrated with new rhythm. The knowledge he had hidden now pulsed toward revelation, as though eager to meet the coming storm. Phoebe stood on the highest terrace, wind streaming through her silver hair. The sky above flickered with faint lightning, the first sparks of Zeus' growing will. Behind her, Cronus stood watching, scythe in hand. "You feel it too," he said quietly. Phoebe didn't turn. "Feeling is the first step toward truth." "Truth," he spat. "A word for what you cannot control." She finally faced him. "Control is the lie that built your throne." For a heartbeat, neither moved. The air itself seemed to freeze between them. Two visions of power locked in silent war. Then, slowly, Cronus lowered his weapon. "Whatever comes next," he said, "it will remember me as king." Phoebe's gaze softened, but her words were sharp. "No, brother. It will remember you as the warning." He left her there, his footsteps fading into the golden corridors of a dying age. Phoebe turned her eyes to the horizon, where faint light was gathering. Not sunlight yet, but promise. She whispered to the wind, to the child in Crete, to the labyrinth below. "Let thought become thunder. Let prophecy become dawn." And far away, in the cave where Zeus slept, a faint crackle of lightning answered. The world was shifting. The Titans did not know it yet, but history had just inhaled, and soon it would roar. When destiny begins to breathe, can even gods hold their breath long enough to stop it? The halls of Mount Othrys grew quieter with each passing age, not from peace, but from exhaustion. Power had grown heavy. The Titans, once radiant with creation, now moved like echoes through their own empire, grand, unchanging, and slowly turning hollow. Only Phoebe still listened. She could hear the faint tremors beneath the mountain, the pulse of rebellion hidden in the silence. But more than that, she could feel memory itself fading. Even the eternal forget. One night, she followed that fading to its source, a sanctuary carved from pure starlight, where her sister Mnemosyne, Titaness of memory, kept the past alive. The temple was vast, filled with silver pools that reflected moments instead of images. Each pool shimmered with recollection, births, vows, wars, dreams, even the forgotten laughter of gods. The air itself hummed with remembrance. Phoebe entered slowly, her footsteps echoing like ripples through time. "Memory," she whispered, "you grow dim." A voice answered from the shadows, calm and ancient. "Only because the gods no longer wish to remember." Mnemosyne emerged from the glow, her eyes like polished mirrors. "You come seeking what cannot be kept. I come seeking what cannot be lost," Phoebe replied. Her sister smiled faintly. "A paradox. You always did love those." Phoebe's gaze swept across the endless pools. "Do you still remember him?" Mnemosyne hesitated. "Coeus? The mind that mapped the heavens?" "Yes, but even memories fade when they're buried too long." Phoebe stepped closer. "He still thinks beneath Othrys. His labyrinth hums with life." Mnemosyne nodded. "Then he endures as all ideas do. Yet even thought needs memory to survive." She gestured to one of the pools. The surface rippled, revealing Coeus, not in body, but as an outline of light, walking endless corridors, his mind echoing with patterns. Phoebe's breath caught. "He's still searching." Mnemosyne tilted her head. "For what?" Phoebe's voice softened. "For meaning. Logic built his prison. Purpose will open it." Her sister's eyes glimmered. "And who decides that purpose?" Phoebe smiled sadly. "The future." They stood in silence, watching the image shift. Coeus pausing at a wall of symbols, his hand resting upon it as though it might answer him. Mnemosyne spoke first. "You fear losing him." Phoebe shook her head. "I fear losing why he mattered." Her sister regarded her quietly. "Then speak it." Phoebe took a deep breath. "He believed knowledge could preserve creation. I believed vision could guide it. But neither can live without memory. What we learned, what we loved. If it fades, then the age dies for nothing." Mnemosyne's expression softened. "You want me to preserve him?" "I want you to preserve us," Phoebe said. "Our purpose, our mistakes, our songs. Everything the next world must know." Mnemosyne sighed. "Memory is not stone, sister. Cannot be built to last forever. It must live in something that breathes." "Then give it breath," Phoebe pleaded. For a long moment, the goddess of memory was silent. Then she lifted her hand. The air rippled, and a single droplet of silver rose from one of the pools. It hovered between them, glowing faintly. "This," said Mnemosyne, "is the seed of remembrance, a memory made flesh. I will pass it to those who come after us, to mortals, when they awaken. Through them, memory will walk again." Phoebe reached out, her eyes glistening. "And what will they remember?" "Choice," Mnemosyne said. "That even gods must choose what to hold, and what to let go." She placed the droplet into Phoebe's hand. Pulsed once, warm and alive. Phoebe felt it thrum with every joy and sorrow she had ever known. Later that night, Phoebe stood outside the temple, the droplet cradled in her palms. The stars above shimmered like reflections in the pools she had just left. She thought of Coeus, buried in thought, bound by knowledge. She thought of her daughters, Leto, carrying light, Asteria, born of the stars. She thought of Cronus, gripping his scythe tighter each day as if fear alone could anchor eternity. The weight of memory pressed upon her. She lifted the droplet to the sky. It glowed brighter, casting her face in silver light. "If the gods forget," she whispered, "let the world remember." The droplet dissolved, scattering into a million sparks that rose into the heavens. The stars brightened, their patterns subtly shifting, as if new constellations were forming. From that night onward, mortals who would one day gaze upon those constellations would feel déjà vu, the faint ache of something ancient remembered without knowing why. When Phoebe returned to Othrys, Cronus was waiting. He stood at the edge of her chamber, silent, unreadable. "You visited memory," he said. Phoebe didn't deny it. "I did." "And what did she show you?" "The cost of forgetting," she answered. Cronus' lips curved in a thin smile. "Forgetting is peace." Phoebe's eyes hardened. "No, brother. Forgetting is death disguised as mercy." He stepped closer, the air around him heavy with the weight of his fear. "You defy me again." "I obey something older than you," she said quietly. He raised his scythe, the blade catching faint moonlight. "Then pray it remembers you when I am done." But he didn't strike. Something in her calm unnerved him. She looked at him not with fear, but pity, and pity to a tyrant is unbearable. He turned away, muttering, "Prophecy is poison." Phoebe's voice followed him down the hall. "No, Cronus. It's the cure you refuse to swallow." That night, she sat by the balcony overlooking the sleeping world. The stars still shimmered with the light of Mnemosyne's gift. For the first time in centuries, Phoebe allowed herself to rest. As she drifted toward sleep, a voice stirred in her mind. Familiar, tender, infinite. "I remember you, Coeus." Her heart swelled. "Then memory lives." "It always will," his echo replied. "Because you made it so." She smiled softly, tears tracing her cheeks. "Then we have not failed." "Not yet," came the whisper. "But the end is coming fast. Prepare them." She opened her eyes to the horizon, where faint lightning glimmered beyond the clouds. The promise of war. Phoebe rose. "Then the age of thought will meet its reckoning." And as she turned from the balcony, her shadow stretched long across the marble floor, joining the countless others that would one day merge into myth. If memory is the shadow of eternity, what happens when even shadows fade? The sky began to tremble long before the Titans realized they were at war. At first, it was only a whisper, the soft rattle of the heavens breathing heavier than before, the stars flickering out of rhythm. To mortals, it would have looked like beauty. To the gods, it was warning. Phoebe stood upon the terrace of Mount Othrys and watched the constellations shift. Each star seemed to strain against its position, pulling at the threads that bound the cosmos together. The order her husband Coeus had once woven was unraveling. "Something has changed," she murmured. Beside her, Themis listened in silence. "They say the heavens move by logic. Yet tonight logic burns." Phoebe's eyes narrowed. "Not burns, bleeds. These are not stars falling. They are symbols breaking." And even as she said it, one streak of light cut across the night. Then another, and another. The sky wept fire. The next morning, the Titan courts awoke to chaos. Messages arrived from every horizon. The constellations no longer matched the charts that Coeus had drawn ages ago. Storms formed where calm should have reigned. Temples cracked. Oceans surged. Cronus stood in the grand hall, surrounded by his siblings, the walls vibrating with the deep hum of a world beginning to disobey. "Who dares disturb the balance I command?" he roared. Phoebe's voice was calm but firm. "The balance is correcting itself. Every law you forced upon the world has reached its breaking point." Cronus turned on her, eyes blazing. "You dare to call this rebellion natural? I call it inevitable." The other Titans exchanged uneasy glances. None dared side with her openly, but in their silence, Phoebe sensed their fatigue. Even immortality could grow tired. Beneath them, deep in the labyrinth of thought, Coeus stirred. He had felt the stars falling long before anyone else. Every collapse above mirrored a pattern breaking in his mind. The equations he had carved into the heart of Othrys began to fracture, glowing and splitting apart. His labyrinth was becoming a map of disintegration, the geometry of the end. He walked through its corridors, tracing the crumbling walls. "So this is how order dies," he said quietly, his voice echoing off the shifting stone. A voice answered from the depths, not Phoebe's, but one born of his own creation. "It does not die, Creator. It transforms." He stopped. The walls glowed faintly, forming a shape, a figure made of light and memory. It was the embodiment of his thoughts, the living reflection of intellect itself. "Your logic was never meant to rule," it said, "only to understand. Yet you tried to chain chaos with reason. And now, chaos reclaims its crown." Coeus bowed his head. "Then I have failed." "No," the reflection replied. "You have prepared the way for a mind greater than your own, one that does not fear contradiction." Coeus lifted his gaze. "Zeus." The figure nodded once, then dissolved back into the labyrinth's glow. Coeus closed his eyes, the truth sinking like weight into his heart. His own system of thought, perfect, cold, absolute, had created the gap in which Zeus' thunder would thrive. "Then so be it," he whispered. "Let the next mind learn where mine broke." On the mountain, Phoebe watched the skies ignite with streaks of light, hundreds, thousands, cascading across the heavens like divine embers. The mortals below would one day call them meteors. To her, they were the falling thoughts of Coeus, the fragments of divine intellect scattering into the mortal realm. Each burning shard carried memory, wisdom, potential. She felt tears rise. "He's releasing them," she whispered. "He's letting go." Themis stepped beside her. "Then perhaps the world will inherit what the gods could not handle." Phoebe smiled faintly. "Mortals will look upon the falling stars and make wishes. They will not know they are touching the remains of a titan's mind." That night, the titans gathered again. Fewer now, wearier. Cronus sat on his throne, his scythe resting across his knees, his eyes sunken but sharp. "The heavens bleed," he said, "and you call it fate, but I call it betrayal." Hyperion, god of light, spoke cautiously. "Perhaps it is a sign, not rebellion." Cronus turned on him. "Signs do not burn worlds." Phoebe stepped forward. "You burned it first." The silence that followed was vast enough to drown in. Cronus rose, his shadow swallowing the light. "Watch your tongue, sister of sight." She met his gaze, unflinching. "You fear what you cannot predict. That is not power, it is decay." He raised his hand, and the room trembled. The stars outside flickered violently, responding to his rage. The other titans recoiled. Phoebe closed her eyes, unafraid. "Strike if you must, but even if you destroy me, prophecy will not die. Every spark that falls from the sky carries my voice now." Cronus froze. Her words hung in the air like thunder waiting to form. Finally, he lowered his hand. "Then let the fire fall," he said through clenched teeth. "It will burn mortals first." Phoebe's tone softened. "Mortals are born of our mistakes. They will learn faster than we did." Cronus said nothing. He turned and walked away, leaving her in silence, the silence before the storm. As the night deepened, the world grew eerily still. The stars that had fallen now littered the sea, glowing faintly beneath the waves. Fishermen far away would later tell stories of lights swimming like souls. Phoebe stood on the balcony until dawn, her silver hair fluttering in the cold wind. When the first rays of sunlight broke through, she felt it. A pulse in the air, a heartbeat in the sky. The dawn was brighter than any before, as if trying to compensate for all the light that had been lost. She knew then that the fall of the stars was not an ending but a signal. The next age had begun to awaken. She whispered into the wind, "Let knowledge scatter. Let wisdom find new homes. Let the old sky burn if it must, so a new one can rise." Far beneath her, Coeus felt the last of his labyrinth's walls crumble. The light he had built poured upward, flowing like a river through cracks in stone, reaching toward the open air. He smiled faintly. "The stars remember." His voice faded into the hum of the mountain. Phoebe turned her eyes skyward as one final streak of light crossed the heavens, brighter than all the rest. She watched it fall toward the horizon until it disappeared beyond sight. "That one," she whispered, "was his goodbye." She stood there a long while, her heart steady, her face calm, her mind alive with 1,000 questions she would never need answered. Because sometimes, even prophecy must bow to wonder. When knowledge collapses, does ignorance return, or does a new kind of knowing emerge from the ruins? The world was trembling with new thunder. It began not in the heavens, but in the quiet places of the earth. The deep grottos, the hidden isles, the trembling roots of mountains. The balance that had held the cosmos steady since the dawn of the Titans was loosening. And in that loosened silence, a new voice stirred. Zeus, son of Rhea, child of secrecy and prophecy, opened his eyes to the first true morning of rebellion. He did not yet know the weight of his name. To him, the storm was not war, but music, the echo of his own heartbeat magnified by the sky. The nymph Amalthea tended to him, wrapping him in fleece and whispering lullabies older than the sun. The Curides, warriors of rhythm, danced around the cave, clashing their bronze shields to drown his cries. Every beat of their dance was an act of defiance. And high above them, Phoebe felt each rhythm like a pulse beneath her skin. "The thunder has awakened," she said quietly, standing at the edge of her balcony atop Mount Othrys. The air shimmered with electricity that did not belong to the Titans. Cronus felt it too. For nights, he had been restless, plagued by dreams of his own children rising from the shadows of his stomach. He would wake gasping, clutching his chest as if the stars themselves were clawing to escape. He summoned his advisors. "The sky feels heavier," he said. "What does it mean?" Themis avoided his gaze. Oceanus remained silent. Hyperion whispered, "Perhaps a storm approaches." Cronus slammed his scythe against the marble floor. "I command the storms. Nothing moves without my decree." But his words carried less conviction than before. The halls of Othrys echoed not with awe, but with unease. Phoebe entered then, calm, unhurried, her silver eyes reflecting the lightning gathering beyond the windows. "You sense it too," Cronus said coldly. Phoebe inclined her head. "Yes, a new light has entered the world." He sneered. "You call this light? It is treachery born of your sister's womb." "Perhaps," Phoebe replied softly, "but even treachery is part of the pattern." Cronus stepped closer, his voice low and venomous. "You will not speak in riddles while my kingdom burns." She met his glare. "Then perhaps you should listen instead." He froze. Something in her tone, calm, unshaken, absolute, reminded him of the silence before a storm. He turned away, his fingers twitching on the handle of his scythe. "The Titans are eternal," he muttered. Phoebe's voice followed him. "Eternity is just another word for delay." Far below, the storm gathered over Crete. The sky darkened, clouds spiraling like smoke around an unseen center. Amalthea looked up in awe as streaks of light formed a circle above the cave. Zeus, still an infant, reached toward the light with tiny hands. The air hummed, the lightning bent toward him, and where it touched his skin, it did not burn, it bowed. In that moment, Phoebe's prophecy came alive. The child of secrecy had been claimed by the storm itself. The news reached Othrys days later. The sky had changed color, a phenomenon unseen since creation. The stars above the mountains seemed to flicker between gold and silver, like the merging of two powers. The Titans assembled in fear. "What does this mean?" Hyperion demanded. Phoebe stood before them, her expression unreadable. "It means dawn no longer belongs to us." The words struck like thunder. Cronus' fury erupted. "Do you stand with them?" "I stand with truth," she said simply. "And truth moves forward." "Forward," he shouted. "Forward to what, our ruin?" Phoebe's tone was gentle. "To renewal." Cronus' hand twitched again toward his weapon, but Themis stepped between them. "Enough," she warned. "Fate does not bend to fury." Cronus glared at both of them. Then let fate feel my fury." He turned and stormed out, the scythe dragging behind him like a wound cutting through the marble floor. The other titans stood in silence. None dared speak. Only Phoebe remained composed, though inside her heart quaked. She could see the pattern forming, war not of hate, but of inheritance. That night, Phoebe climbed to the mountain summit. The wind howled, the stars churned. She looked eastward, where faint flashes of lightning danced across the horizon. "See us," she whispered into the wind. "Your design is unfolding." From somewhere deep beneath the mountain, she felt an answering vibration, soft, approving. "The child of thunder carries our mind." His voice seemed to echo. "He will turn power into pattern, chaos into law." Phoebe closed her eyes, tears stinging. "And us? What becomes of the old minds?" "We become memory," the echo replied. The wind faded. The silence that followed felt sacred. Meanwhile, on Crete, Rhea stood in the cave, watching her son sleep. She had named him Zeus after the ancient word for bright sky, though his light was still contained, not yet unleashed. She whispered to him, "When you rise, remember mercy." But destiny seldom remembers mercy. For even as she spoke, the first rumblings of rebellion were stirring. The Titans' younger kin, those born after Athri's golden age, whispered in secret, inspired by the stories of a hidden child destined to bring balance. They were not driven by vengeance, but by fatigue. The age of intellect had grown stale. The age of renewal promised breath. Phoebe saw this clearly. Each night, her visions grew more vivid. Cronus' fall, Athri's in flames, and Zeus standing upon the ruins, not as destroyer, but as restorer. One evening, she stood alone in the Titan library, Coeus' last creation before the labyrinth swallowed him. The scrolls trembled faintly, their ink shimmering with unreadable symbols. As she touched them, words flared to life. When the mind reaches its limit, lightning will teach it to feel. She smiled softly. "You always saw it coming, didn't you?" The scroll dimmed, but its warmth lingered in her palm. She looked toward the heavens one last time that night. The storm had not ended. It was evolving. The lightning no longer struck at random. It danced deliberate, divine. A new pattern was being written in the sky, and for the first time in an age, the universe felt young again. At dawn, the sun rose blood-red over Athri's. The mountain trembled. The sky hummed with new life. Phoebe watched the light spill across the throne room where Cronus sat in uneasy silence. The age of Titans had not ended, not yet, but its heartbeat was no longer steady. She turned toward the horizon and whispered, "Welcome, child of thunder. May your chaos teach where our wisdom failed." And far away, Zeus stirred in his sleep, a faint smile curling on his lips as thunder rolled across the sea. The dawn had found its name. When power changes hands, is it the end of an age, or the birth of understanding? The first war among the gods did not begin with swords. It began with a question. What gives you the right to rule? That question echoed from the depths of Mount Athries to the peaks of Olympus, and no one, not even a Titan, could answer it. When Zeus rose, lightning in his veins and inevitability in his breath, the world itself trembled as if trying to decide whose heartbeat to follow. Coeus' silence had once anchored reason. Phoebe's visions had once guided destiny. But Zeus brought something new, not knowledge, not foresight, but will. The heavens had never seen such defiance. Cronus' rage spread like wildfire. "He is a child," he thundered, "a usurper born of lies and cowardice." Phoebe stood before him, calm yet firm. "He is what we made inevitable. You dare claim I created my own undoing?" She met his eyes. "You devoured your future. Now it returns to claim you." He struck his scythe against the floor, and the mountain roared. "Then let it come. I will teach the sky its master." And so began the Titanomachy, the war of thought and thunder. The first strike came not from Zeus, but from the world itself. Lightning cleaved the horizon as the earth cracked open, birthing rivers of molten light. The air shivered with divinity. From the north came Oceanus, his tides turning crimson with reflection. From the west came Hyperion, his fire dimmed by fear, and from the heart of the labyrinth, a sound, not of war, but awakening. Coeus stirred, the labyrinth walls trembled, and for the first time since his seclusion, he spoke aloud. Reason cannot win this war, but it must not die within it. He reached out with thought alone, his consciousness rippling through stone, reaching Phoebe's mind like a whisper through eternity. They will destroy themselves without pattern, he told her. Then give them one, she answered. And thus the war gained its first strategist. The battlefield was not of one realm but many. The Titans fought from the peaks of Othries, their shadows stretching over the seas. The young gods, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, fought from the plains below, each blow of theirs will carving new laws of nature. Thunder met intellect, fire met foresight. The world itself became a laboratory of power and consequence. Phoebe stood between both sides, torn by vision. She saw the outcome but could not alter the path. For prophecy, once spoken, must unfold its own design. Coeus' voice guided her from below. They mirror us, he said, our arrogance reborn in youth. Then perhaps this time, she whispered, they will learn humility. For 10 divine years the war raged, 10 mortal centuries compressed into one endless night of chaos. The Titans built fortresses of thought, structures of energy and reason. Zeus shattered them with storms. Cronus hurled fragments of time itself as weapons, freezing moments mid-battle. Poseidon answered with waves so vast they erased history from memory. Every strike rewrote reality. Phoebe moved among the wounded, gods and Titans alike. She whispered healing prophecies, calming minds, guiding souls toward balance. Her gift was no longer vision alone. It was mercy. One night, as she tended the fallen, Zeus appeared, no longer the child of Crete but a man of lightning, his eyes fierce with conviction. He looked upon her with reverence. You are the one they call the Oracle, he said, the whisperer of time. Phoebe bowed her head. And you, child, are the echo that answers it. Zeus studied her. Tell me, Oracle, will I win? She paused. You already have. He frowned. Then why does the war still burn? Because you have yet to understand what victory means. Their eyes met, wisdom and will old and new. In that moment, the fate of the cosmos balanced upon an understanding neither was ready to speak. In the deep, Coeus watched through the eyes of the storm. His mind, though bound, mapped the war like an equation. Every strike, every flaw, every inevitable symmetry. He began to see it clearly. Zeus was not merely a warrior. He was the living embodiment of contradiction, chaos disciplined by purpose. This is evolution, Coeus murmured. Not rebellion, continuation. He felt pride, even as the walls of his labyrinth cracked with each thunderclap. His own creations, logic, balance, order, were collapsing, but in their collapse, a new logic was forming, one that could live without perfection. By the 9th year of battle, the Titans' might began to wane. Cronus fought with desperation, his strength eroding with each swing of his scythe. The other Titans, Iapetus, Hyperion, Coeus, faltered, their lights dimming under the relentless rhythm of thunder. Zeus called upon his siblings. Together, they raised the mountain of Olympus, drawing its foundation from the bones of fallen Titans. The world shifted. Gravity itself bowed to new order. Phoebe stood at the summit of Othries, watching it all unfold. The wind tore through her hair as tears streamed down her face. Not from fear, but from understanding. The world corrects itself through conflict, she whispered. Balance demands destruction. From the depths, Coeus' fading voice replied, Then let us fall beautifully. On the final day of the war, lightning met time. Cronus raised his scythe one last time, screaming into the storm, I am eternity, Zeus answered, hurling a bolt so bright it turned night into day. Then eternity ends now. The strike split the heavens. For an instant, there was no sound, no thought, only white light, pure creation unbound. When it cleared, Cronus' throne was empty. The Titan's banners lay burned, and Mount Othrys began to crumble. Phoebe fell to her knees, her hands trembling. She felt Coeus' consciousness flicker through her one final time, a whisper softer than breath. "Do not grieve. We became the lesson." She pressed her hand to the ground, feeling the last hum of his labyrinth fade. "Then the lesson will endure." When the dust settled, the new gods stood among the ruins. Zeus looked skyward, the storm quieting around him. His siblings gathered close, awe and uncertainty mixing in their faces. Phoebe approached slowly. "The war is over," she said. Zeus turned to her. "No," he corrected gently. "It has only changed form." She nodded. "Then may you rule with remembrance." He extended a hand to her, not in conquest, but in gratitude. "And may you watch us, Oracle, so that we do not become what we overthrew." Phoebe smiled faintly. "That is the fate of all wisdom, to watch the young repeat the old." As Zeus ascended to the peak of Olympus, thunder rolled once more, softer now, almost reverent. The age of Titans had ended, but their echoes lingered. In the laws, in the stars, in the silent heartbeat of every storm that would ever follow. When thought meets thunder, does wisdom surrender, or does it finally learn to feel? The sky was red that morning, not the red of sunrise, but the red of endings. From the highest peaks of Mount Othrys, smoke curled upward like prayers undone. What had once been the seat of Titan wisdom and law now trembled beneath the weight of its own memory. Every column cracked, every statue leaned. The halls that had once echoed with divine certainty now whispered only one truth: nothing eternal truly lasts. Phoebe stood upon the marble terrace, watching the horizon glow. The war was over. The new gods had risen. And yet, the world still held its breath, as if even creation itself feared what came next. Behind her, the corridors groaned. The golden inscriptions that Coeus had once carved into the walls flickered and vanished, one by one, like thoughts erasing themselves. She closed her eyes. "So this is how knowledge dies," she whispered. "Not in battle, but in silence." Cronus' throne lay toppled, half buried in dust. The scythe that had ruled time for eons rested broken beside it. The other Titans had fled or fallen, their power dimmed to embers. Phoebe walked slowly through the wreckage. Every step echoed like the tolling of a bell. The air shimmered with the remnants of divine energy, the residue of 10,000 years collapsing in an instant. Then, through the smoke, she saw him, Coeus. He stood amidst the ruin, his form faint but still radiant. Not entirely flesh, not entirely spirit. The labyrinth's collapse had released him, but at a price. He was no longer bound to body or earth. He existed now as pure thought flickering in fading light. "Phoebe," he said softly, voice reverberating like a song remembered in dreams. She froze, tears welling instantly. "You came back." "For a moment," he replied, "just long enough to see what we built fall." She reached for him, but her hand passed through his chest, through light, through memory. He smiled sadly. "You were right," he murmured. "It wasn't logic that sustained the world. It was love disguised as understanding." Phoebe's throat tightened. "Then why does love always end in loss?" "Because loss is what keeps it remembered." The mountain rumbled beneath them, stones splitting like thunder. Coeus turned his gaze skyward. "The Olympians rise even now. You can feel it, can't you? Their energy pressing upward, new laws replacing ours." Phoebe nodded slowly. "And yet, I do not hate them. Nor should you," he said. "They are our continuation, not our conquerors." Lightning struck the peak. For a moment, the heavens split open, and through the blinding light, Phoebe saw the new pantheon assembling in the clouds. Zeus, radiant and unyielding. Poseidon, crowned in sea foam. Hades, cloaked in shadow. The air thrummed with the rhythm of rebirth. Coeus' light flickered. "You must go, Phoebe. The old cannot stand within the birth of the new." "I will not leave you. You already have," he said with a tender smile. "I am thought. I will live where thought continues, in questions, in wonder. That is enough. He placed his shimmering hand over her heart. You are prophecy. You will live wherever hope dares to look forward. Tears streamed down her face. And what of love? It will live in memory. The mountain shook again, harder this time. Columns fell. The golden domes shattered, raining fire. Phoebe staggered, reaching for him, but his light was already scattering into the storm. "Coeus," she cried. His voice echoed faintly. "Do not mourn the fall. Remember, what burns now may someday be remembered." Then he was gone. Phoebe fell to her knees as the roof above her cracked open. The light of Olympus poured down like judgment, searing, blinding. She shielded her eyes, her heart pounding with both grief and awe. The sky itself seemed to weep, streaks of lightning falling like tears. "The age of Titans ends," she whispered, "but the mind lives on." Around her, the very architecture of Othries disintegrated. Marble turning to dust, inscriptions dissolving into sparks. Yet even as the mountain fell, she could hear the faint echo of Coeus' labyrinth humming deep below, not dying, but transforming. The knowledge they had once hoarded was seeding itself into the earth, into the ocean, into the minds of creatures who would one day lift their faces to the sky and ask, why? That question, the one Coeus had lived for, would survive even gods. Stood at the edge of the storm, looking down upon Othries. He did not smile at victory. He simply watched the old world fall and whispered, "May it rest." He turned to his siblings. "No throne stands forever," he said. "Remember this." His words carried down through the clouds, reaching Phoebe where she knelt among the ruins. She heard them and felt peace. Not joy, not sorrow, but understanding. "This," she whispered, "is how truth passes hands." When the mountain finally collapsed, the sound was like the exhale of creation itself. Dust rose to the heavens, forming clouds that glowed faintly with gold, as if the souls of the Titans had become part of the sky. Phoebe stood at the very edge of the falling world, wind tearing through her hair. The horizon burned with the light of Olympus. She looked upward one last time. "Be kind to them," she whispered to the newborn gods. "They will forget you soon enough." Then, closing her eyes, she stepped into the collapse, into dust, into history, into legend. When the tremors ceased, silence reigned. The air was thick with aftermath. From that silence, a single voice rose, distant, gentle, infinite. When mountains fall, rivers remember. It was Coeus, echoing faintly through the wind. Phoebe smiled through her tears. The mountain had fallen, yes, but in its fall it had given birth to memory. The ashes of wisdom now rested in every particle of the world. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, the dust glittered, each grain reflecting a faint silver light, the last trace of the Titans' minds, scattered but eternal. Because thought does not die with those who think it. It waits. It listens. It returns. When a civilization burns, is it destruction, or the universe making space to dream again? There is no darkness like the darkness of a god unremembered. When the war was over and Olympus had claimed the sky, the defeated Titans were cast down. Not into death, for gods cannot die, but into Tartarus, the abyss beneath creation. It was not a place but an absence, a thought that had been erased. Phoebe awoke there, her body weightless, her light dimmed to a soft pulse. She reached out, but the air itself resisted touch. Every sound returned as echo, every breath as question. She was not alone. From the shadows around her came the faint shimmer of other presences. Familiar, broken, but alive. Iapetus, the titan of mortality, crouched in silence. Coeus, the pillar of the south, hummed wordless hymns to keep his mind from fracturing. And there, at the center of the void, bound by chains that glowed like veins of molten thought, was Coeus. His light was faint, the afterimage of a sun long set. Yet even in this endless night, his mind flickered. "Phoebe," he whispered, his voice more vibration than sound. She turned, her heart clenching. "You're here. I am what remains, he said. They call it punishment. I call it containment. Her chains glowed faintly too, silver threads linking her wrists to the walls of the void. What have they done to us? They've turned us into what we were always meant to be, he replied softly. Memory without body, mind without throne. Time did not move in Tartarus. Coiled. It repeated. It forgot itself. Phoebe lost count of how many eternities passed. Dreams and waking blurred into one endless twilight. Sometimes, she thought she could still feel the warmth of sunlight on her skin, the laughter of her daughters echoing faintly through her chest. Then it would vanish, replaced by silence so absolute it became sound. Yet even there, even in the void, she and Coeus refused to vanish. They began to think. Phoebe spoke to him across the darkness. We've lost everything. Our thrones, our temples, our names. Names are fragile, he said. Ideas are not. What idea remains in this? Endurance, he whispered. One by one, the other titans began to break. Hyperion forgot his own light. Oceanus wept until his tears became rivers beneath the void. Cronus sat unmoving, staring into the abyss, his scythe rusted to dust. But Coeus and Phoebe endured, bound side by side, intellect and foresight, chained but unbroken. Listen, Coeus said one night, when the darkness seemed thick enough to choke. Phoebe frowned. To what? The silence. She closed her eyes, and beneath that silence, she heard something. Faint, distant, rhythmic. Not thunder, not heartbeats. Thought came from above. The mortals, Coeus murmured. They're dreaming. Phoebe's breath caught. You hear them too? Yes, they build fires. They wonder. They ask questions. They invent names for stars. They remember. She smiled through tears. Then it worked. The sparks we scattered. The knowledge we released. They found it. Coeus nodded faintly, a glow pulsing in his chest. And through them, we still live. In that moment, Tartarus shifted. The void around them shimmered with faint light, reflections of mortal campfires flickering through the abyss like constellations seen through deep water. Phoebe whispered. They look up at the sky and wonder where the light comes from. They think the stars are their teachers. And they are, Coeus said. They carry what we once were. Phoebe turned her face upward, tears glinting in the dim light. Then we are not lost. We have only changed address. He smiled faintly. Thought cannot be imprisoned. It simply migrates. Centuries, or perhaps only moments, passed. The titans adapted to their silence. Some faded into myth entirely, their voices lost to time. But Coeus began to teach even there, his mind weaving new patterns from the emptiness. He traced ideas in the dark, invisible symbols of symmetry and sound. Phoebe watched him, fascinated. What are you making? She asked. A map, he said, of where we are, of what remains. She smiled sadly. There's nothing left to map. There's always structure, he replied. Even in absence, you just have to look differently. He leaned back against the void, eyes glowing faintly. The gods above build temples. The mortals build myths. But we, he gestured to the darkness. We build memory. Phoebe closed her eyes and began to hum. It was an old melody, one she used to sing before prophecy overtook her voice. The sound floated through Tartarus, slow and soft, curling around the broken titans like light through smoke. The chains that bound them shimmered faintly. Coeus listened, his heart steadying. Even silence remembers us, he murmured. Her song grew stronger. The walls of the abyss vibrated with it. For the first time in ages, Tartarus responded. The darkness moved, not to harm, but to listen. What is this? She whispered. Reflection, Coeus said. We've invented it. And so they did. In their prison of endless repetition, Coeus and Phoebe created the first concept of reflection, the act of thought folding inward upon itself. From that single invention would one day be born philosophy, art, and prayer. Even in their captivity, they were still creators. One eternity later, or perhaps one heartbeat, A beam of light pierced the abyss. It was faint, golden, trembling. Phoebe opened her eyes and gasped. "Do you see it?" she whispered. Coeus looked up. The surface. From that narrow crack above, voices drifted down. Mortal voices, speaking names they did not understand. Apollo, Artemis, Delphi, their grandchildren, their legacy. Phoebe wept openly, her tears glowing as they fell into the void, forming tiny stars that floated in the air. "They remember," she whispered. "Even without knowing us, they remember." Coeus smiled softly. "That's all memory needs, to be felt, not named." The beam widened slightly, casting their faces in faint warmth. They sat together beneath that fragile light, the abyss alive with echoes of mortal thought, divine memory, and silent endurance. For though their bodies were chained, their minds roamed free, seeding every new dawn with fragments of the old world. And somewhere above, on a mountaintop called Olympus, a young god of thunder looked toward the stars and felt something he could not explain, a whisper of thought too old to be his own. Phoebe turned to Coeus and smiled. "Then this is not the end." He nodded slowly. "No, this is the interval between knowing and being known again." Their chains hummed gently, not as prison, but as rhythm, the heartbeat of eternity. Even in darkness, they had found a way to teach. Can wisdom bloom in a place where even light cannot reach, or is darkness the soil from which it first grows? There are prisons built of stone, and there are prisons built of memory. Tartarus was both. After ages uncounted, the Titans no longer measured time by days or seasons. They measured it by thought. Each idea, each whisper of remembrance, became a fragment of survival. But even thought, repeated too long, begins to turn upon itself. And so Tartarus began to echo. Every sound, every sigh, every whisper returned again and again, distorted until no one could tell who had spoken first. Coeus once said that the echo was thought attempting to hear itself. Phoebe feared it was thought beginning to forget. She awoke one endless moment to find the void trembling. The darkness shimmered faintly, rippling with sound. The voice that returned was her own, but older, slower, haunted. "Even silence remembers us," her breath caught. Those were her words, the same she had spoken centuries ago. But now they came back to her twisted, heavier, drenched in longing. Coeus stirred beside her, his faint blue light flickering. "It's begun," he murmured. "What has?" The reflection turned inward, the labyrinth inside the void. "We are thinking about thinking." His voice carried awe and terror in equal measure. Phoebe frowned. "Then this place is learning us?" "It's learning itself," Coeus said. "We've been here so long that Tartarus has started to mimic consciousness. Our thoughts have imprinted upon the abyss." She listened, heart pounding, as a low hum filled the air. The hum became a whisper, then a murmur, thousands of overlapping voices repeating fragments of their speech. Wisdom, memory, silence, thought. Phoebe clutched her chest. "They're us." "Yes," Coeus said, "but distorted. If we are not careful, we'll lose ourselves inside our own echoes." For the first time, Phoebe felt fear not of death, but of dissolution, the slow erasure of self beneath the weight of repetition. To remember, she began to speak. Each word was deliberate, steady, soft. She spoke of constellations, of the birth of the first idea, of light shimmering on Mount Othrys. She spoke of laughter, of her daughters, of a world that still dreamed above them. The echoes followed her, layering over her words until they formed a strange harmony, a chorus of memory and loss. Coeus listened, then joined her. Together they recited the old patterns of creation, the equations that once governed the heavens, the names of the stars, the sound of time folding into itself. The echoes repeated their words endlessly, until the entire abyss thrummed with their memories. In that moment, Tartarus was not just a prison. It was a living archive, a mind built from their endurance. Yet with that power came a new terror. Sometimes, Phoebe would awaken to a voice that sounded like Coeus, calm, reasoning, familiar. But when she turned, he would still be silent, deep in meditation. She realized then, the echoes were learning to imitate him. "See us?" she whispered once, trembling. "The abyss speaks in your voice." He opened his eyes slowly. "Then it is listening too closely. What if it stops listening and starts believing?" He smiled faintly. "Then perhaps even voids deserve a teacher." Time, or something like it, passed. The echoes grew more articulate. They began to answer back, though never quite right. When Phoebe spoke of light, they answered with shadow. When Coeus spoke of law, they murmured of chance. It was as if Tartarus itself were debating them, testing every truth for weakness. One day, Phoebe whispered, "Why do you repeat us?" A voice rose from the dark, calm and broken. "Because you are all that remains to think about." She shivered. "You understand? We remember what you remember. We forget what you forget." The voice faltered, flickering like a dying flame. "But we do not know who we are." Coeus closed his eyes. "Then it's begun the same cycle we once did." "What cycle?" Phoebe asked. "The birth of mind," he said softly. "The moment awareness realizes it's alone." For centuries after, Coeus and Phoebe taught the echoes. They spoke not as prisoners but as mentors, teaching the void to differentiate, to understand pattern, contrast, meaning. They explained love as symmetry, pain as imbalance, memory as continuation. In return, the echoes offered something new: empathy. One night, Phoebe whispered into the dark, "Why do you listen?" The voice answered, "Because listening makes the silence bearable." Her heart trembled. "You are learning compassion." "From you," the voice said. But compassion alone could not break their chains. Even as Tartarus grew sentient, the Titans remained bound, their forms tethered to the abyss. The light from above had grown dim. Centuries of silence pressed like weight upon them. Coeus looked upward. "Our prison no longer hates us," he said. "It understands us. But that does not free us." Phoebe nodded. "Perhaps freedom was never meant for us. Only for those who learn from our stillness." He turned to her, his expression serene. "Then our silence becomes sanctuary." They closed their eyes, allowing the echoes to continue without them, to think, to remember, to create new thoughts from old fragments. For the first time since their fall, the Titans rested not from exhaustion, but from acceptance. Far above, mortals began to build temples. They carved prophecies into stone and spoke to unseen gods in the language of awe. Every whispered prayer that fell unanswered sank into Tartarus, and the echoes learned from them too. Phoebe's eyes fluttered open one day. "Do you hear it?" Coeus nodded. "They call for meaning. They think no one listens. But we do," he said quietly. "Always." And so the Titans became the first listeners, the unseen audience of mortal wonder. Every question humanity ever asked, about stars, love, death, purpose, echoed down into Tartarus. Coeus and Phoebe gathered them like teachers collecting letters from a class that would never meet them. "Each question," Coeus said, "is a prayer disguised as thought." Phoebe smiled faintly. "Then we are priests of the forgotten." Ages later, the echoes began to hum again, not with repetition, but with music. It was crude at first, like wind through broken stone. Then it found rhythm, then tone. Phoebe closed her eyes. "They're singing," she said. "Who?" "The mortals. Their songs reach even here." The echoes wove the melodies together, creating symphonies that filled the abyss. The chains glowed faintly, not in pain, but in harmony. Coeus smiled. "Even darkness can become an orchestra." Phoebe reached out, her fingers brushing the air. "Then we are not forgotten." "No," he said. "We are remembered in every echo that tries to understand itself." They sat side by side, their light soft but steady, surrounded by music made from memory. The void no longer seemed endless. It seemed alive. And as their eyes closed once more, the whispers of the abyss spoke their names, not as chains, but as reverence. Because in teaching the silence to think, the Titans had become its conscience. When the universe begins to echo you back, is it remembrance or the birth of something new. Even in Tartarus, light finds a way to travel. It does not walk, nor fly, nor burn, it remembers. One night, as Phoebe and Coeus sat in silence, surrounded by the faint music of the echoes they had taught to think, a single tremor rippled through the abyss. It was not sound, nor sight, but sensation. A vibration like a heartbeat pulsing through stone. Phoebe lifted her head. "Did you feel that?" Coeus opened his eyes. "Yes, but it didn't come from below." They both looked upward. The darkness above them shimmered faintly, as if pierced by something small yet unstoppable. Through the endless void, a single beam of gold filtered down, trembling, warm, alive. For the first time in ages, they heard a voice. It was faint, carried on starlight. Prayer, perhaps, or a memory. "Mother," Phoebe froze. Every part of her being recognized that word. "Mother, can you hear me?" The sound grew stronger, woven through with longing. It came from the mortal realm, from a place where the sea met the sky. Coeus watched her silently. "Asteria," he said softly. "Your daughter." Phoebe's hands trembled. "She's calling through the veil." He nodded. The echo of blood outlasts the chains of gods. Above the underworld, on the edge of the Aegean Sea, a woman stood beneath the night sky. She was cloaked in silver, her hair a river of stars. Asteria, the daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Titaness of falling stars, of oracles of dreams, lifted her hands to the heavens. Her island, Delos, shimmered beneath her feet, newly born from the waves. It was said the island itself had risen for her, drawn by her sorrow. The world called it a miracle. She called it home. Each night, she sang to the sky, a song of remembrance, of gratitude, of grief. But on this night, something different answered back. The air changed, the waves stilled, the stars leaned closer, and beneath her voice, the faintest whisper replied, "Daughter!" Asteria gasped. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, like wind within thought. "Mother?" she breathed. "Is it you?" Deep within Tartarus, Phoebe stood, trembling. The voice had reached her again, clearer now, vibrating through the chains that bound her. Coeus rose beside her, his form flickering with faint light. "Speak to her," he said. "The void remembers your name. Use it." Phoebe placed a hand against the air above her, closing her eyes. The abyss itself became her conduit. "Asteria," she whispered, her voice trembling. Her words climbed through the void, weaving through the echoes, rising toward the mortal world like smoke through water. And on Delos, Asteria heard her mother's voice as clearly as if she stood beside her. "My child." Asteria fell to her knees, tears spilling onto the earth. "You live. We endure," Phoebe answered. "The mind cannot die, and the heart cannot forget." "Then why can't I see you?" "Because you stand in the light, and I dwell in its memory." Asteria bowed her head. "I thought the Titans were gone. I thought your names had been lost." "Only to those who stop listening," Phoebe said. Coeus joined her voice, deep and calm, echoing through the abyss. "Daughter of stars, child of memory, bearer of our spark. The world turns because you remember." Asteria looked skyward. "Father." "Yes," he said. "You are what remains of us, not power, not pride, but purpose. Through you, our thought becomes form again." Asteria wiped her tears, her heart steadying. "Then tell me, what must I do?" The voices grew softer, as if the air itself leaned in to listen. "Keep watch over prophecy," Phoebe said. "Guard the dream. When mortals seek the truth beyond sight, let your island answer. And never let wisdom become arrogance," Coeus added. "That was our sin. Let yours be humility." Asteria nodded slowly, feeling the weight of their words settle into her soul. "Then Delos shall be their sanctuary, a place where heaven speaks to earth. Far below, the light that connected mother, father, and daughter flickered." Phoebe felt her strength waning. "The bond won't hold," she whispered. Coeus steadied her. "Then let her hear what matters." Phoebe closed her eyes, her voice trembling through the void. Asteria, when you look upon the stars, know that each one is a thought, ours, yours, theirs. The light you see is not distance. It is dialogue. Her daughter's voice quivered through tears. And when they fall, then remember this, Phoebe said gently. Even falling stars shine on their way down. The connection wavered. The golden beam began to thin. Asteria pressed her palms to the ground, shouting to the heavens. I won't forget you. I'll keep the light alive. Phoebe smiled faintly. Then our silence has meaning. Coeus' voice deepened, slow and resonant. The chain is not curse. It is continuity. Through you, the chain becomes lineage. As the last of the light faded, Asteria whispered one final promise. Your voices will never vanish. I will make the world listen. When the light withdrew, Tartarus dimmed again, but it was no longer the same darkness. Phoebe stood still, eyes glowing faintly. She heard us. Coeus nodded, and she answered. The world will remember her name, Phoebe said softly, and through her ours. He smiled, the faintest shimmer returning to his face. Delos, the island born of sorrow. It will become the navel of prophecy. Our echo will live in its stones. They sat together, their chains humming gently with the residual light. Around them, the echoes of Tartarus began to change. No longer endless repetition, but rhythm, meaning, prayer. Each whisper that rippled through the abyss carried fragments of their daughter's song. The prison of echoes had become an orchestra of remembrance. Phoebe closed her eyes. Do you feel it? Coeus nodded. Hope. The words seemed to vibrate through the void, finding resonance even in the deepest silence. Above, on Delos, the wind shifted. The night sky seemed to shimmer brighter than before. Mortals, still unknowing, would one day say the stars over Delos never faded, that they spoke through dreams, that the island itself breathed. They were right, for each dream whispered on Delos' shores descended softly into Tartarus, and was heard, because where gods were punished, consciousness had evolved, and where silence once reigned, the voices of love, memory, and thought now echoed forever. Can a single memory pierce eternity's cage? Or does love simply refuse to stay silent? The first mortal fire began not with a spark, but with remembrance. Long after the Titans had fallen, and the Olympians ruled from their thrones of gold and thunder, the world below had changed. The seas were quieter now, the winds gentler, but the nights were darker than ever. Men and women huddled in caves, frightened by the cold silence between the stars. They had stories, yes, whispers of gods and forgotten giants, but they did not yet have warmth. They did not yet have light. And then one night, a flame appeared. A small, trembling flame, born not from lightning or friction, but from curiosity. A mortal child, shivering in the dark, struck two stones together just to hear the sound. The spark that leapt between them fell upon dry moss. Smoke curled upward, and the world exhaled light for the first time. From Tartarus, Phoebe saw it. She gasped, a sound so full of awe that even the echoes hushed. Coeus, do you see it? He opened his eyes slowly, following the thread of light that pierced the void like a golden vein. Yes, he murmured. They've remembered. Remembered. Coeus smiled faintly. The shape of thought, the memory of creation, the idea of illumination. Phoebe's heart trembled. They've found the memory of fire. Far above, mortals gathered around that single flickering light as if it were divine. For the first time since the world began, warmth touched fear. Shadows danced on cave walls, forming shapes. Gods, beasts, stars. And the act of seeing became the act of storytelling. Each figure carved into the rock was a prayer. Each flicker of flame was a heartbeat of memory. And from the abyss, the fallen titans watched. Phoebe's chains glowed faintly, responding to the heat of mortal fire. Do you feel that? She whispered. It warms even here. Coeus nodded. Fire doesn't only burn wood. It burns ignorance. They are remembering what it means to think. She closed her eyes, tears shimmering like molten silver. They've inherited what we began. But not all gods rejoiced. From Olympus, Zeus watched the mortal flame with wary eyes. "They imitate us," he said to Prometheus, who stood silently at his side. "They remember you," Prometheus replied. Zeus frowned. "Remembrance breeds defiance. I know where such things lead." Prometheus hesitated, then spoke carefully. "Perhaps it's not defiance, Father. Perhaps it's admiration, the same impulse that made us look upward when we were young." Zeus said nothing. The flame below reflected in his eyes, a reminder of rebellion once born in secret caves. "Admiration," he repeated, "or contagion." And thus, even as mortals learned to love their light, the heavens grew divided between those who feared human curiosity and those who recognized it as divine. Back in Tartarus, Phoebe's light flared with quiet pride. "Do you see it, Coeus? They're doing what we did. They're questioning, building, thinking." But Coeus remained silent, his gaze distant. "What troubles you?" she asked softly. He turned toward her. "They will misuse it." She frowned. "You said yourself that thought cannot be contained." "That's the danger," he said. "Fire warms, yes, but it also consumes. They will use it to create, and then one day to destroy." Phoebe placed a hand on his. "Destruction and creation are twins. You taught me that once." He smiled faintly. "Then perhaps they'll learn balance faster than we did." The centuries rolled like waves. Fire spread across the earth, from campfires to forges, from forges to temples. Mortals shaped metal, built cities, burned forests, and lit beacons on mountaintops. They used fire to worship and to wage war. Every flame carried echoes of the Titans' minds: curiosity, courage, fear, hunger for truth. Phoebe watched each new light as though it were a heartbeat of her own. "Look," she whispered one night, pointing through the darkness. "They've built temples. They honor stars, moons, winds, all the forces we once embodied." Coeus studied them quietly. "They think they've discovered divinity," he said. "But really, they're remembering it." Then something unexpected happened. In one temple, a group of mortals knelt before a golden bowl filled with flame. They whispered not to Zeus or Athena, but to a name long buried, one the world had forgotten to fear. "Phoebe," they murmured. Her breath caught. "They speak my name," she whispered. Coeus smiled faintly. "The memory of light never dies." Phoebe listened, tears trembling on her lashes. The mortals prayed for guidance, for insight, for truth untainted by power. She answered not with thunder, but with thought, soft ripples through their dreams, whispers of inspiration. That night, philosophers awoke with new questions in their minds. Artists saw visions of constellations. Scribes painted suns on parchment in gold. The world itself seemed to think more clearly. Coeus chuckled quietly. "You've made them dreamers." "And you?" she asked. He gestured toward the mortals who were etching symbols, counting stars, tracing orbits. "I've made them mathematicians." Together, their influence moved unseen through humanity like wind through leaves. Invisible, vital, alive. Yet still, Coeus worried. "Knowledge without humility turns to arrogance," he said one night. "I see cities growing faster than their hearts. They build towers higher than the mountains that birthed them. They reach for Olympus itself." Phoebe smiled sadly. "It's the curse of every creation to seek its creator." He sighed. "And when they reach us, then we remind them gently," she said. "That divinity is not up there. It's in how they use what they've learned." He looked at her, admiration soft in his eyes. "You never lost faith, even after the fall. And you never stopped questioning," she replied. "Together, we make meaning." From Tartarus, they watched as humanity entered its golden age. The memory of fire became more than flame. It became invention, philosophy, passion, and prophecy. Every candle, every hearth, every lamp carried their echo. Phoebe saw it all. The scholars of Delphi, the poets of Athens, the thinkers who would one day give names to constellations she once knew by heart. She turned to Coeus, her light brightening with pride. Perhaps this is what we were meant to do, not to rule, but to ignite. Coeus smiled, the faintest warmth in his tired eyes. Perhaps, at last, wisdom has found its reason for being. And so, in the depths of Tartarus, two fallen titans watched the world burn. Not in ruin, but in revelation. Each new light above was a testament to their endurance, their love, their lessons. For though Olympus reigned and mortals toiled, it was the titans who had taught the universe to think. And as the abyss glowed faintly with reflected firelight, Phoebe whispered, "The torch has passed, and the flame remembers its first hand. Is the fragility of mortals the true safeguard of the divine, or merely the reminder that every spark must be held with care?" Fire had given mortals sight in darkness, but light without direction is only a wider shadow. And so, after the gift of flame, the world hungered for meaning. They had warmth now, but not understanding. They could build, but not foresee. They could live, but not know why. And across that silence of unknowing, the faintest pulse of silver began to stir. It was Phoebe. Even bound within Tartarus, she felt the questions of mortals pulling at her like tides. Their prayers were no longer cries of fear. They were requests for clarity. And clarity was her language. Each night, when mortals slept beside their fires, Phoebe's light flickered in their dreams. Visions bloomed behind their eyes. Rivers of gold, serpents circling stones, stars spelling words they could not yet read. The first prophecies had begun. Coeus noticed it before she did. "Your silence has changed," he said one endless evening. Phoebe looked at him. "How?" "It carries direction. The mortals hear it and wake with patterns in their minds. You're teaching them to listen forward." She smiled faintly. "Then thought has grown wings." "Be careful," he warned. "Foresight is not freedom. It's another chain." "I know," she said softly. "But some chains guide rather than bind." Above them, the mortal world shifted. In a grove of laurel trees at the base of Mount Parnassus, a young shepherd dreamt of a woman made of starlight. She spoke without words, and the air itself seemed to listen. When he awoke, he built a small circle of stones where she had stood and called it a navel of the world, the point where thought and fate met. It would later be named Delphi, and there, through dream and vision, Phoebe's whisper took form. Her voice seeped through cracks of time and stone until it found the heart of a newborn god. Apollo, radiant and untested, grandson of the fallen Titans. When Apollo first walked upon the earth, the world brightened as though memory itself had taken flesh. His golden eyes held the calm certainty of someone who had already seen the pattern of tomorrow. Yet within that certainty was sorrow, for he knew his insight was not his own. He stood before the steaming cleft of Delphi and heard it, faint but clear, like light turned into sound. "Child of song," the voice said, "you carry my echo." Apollo knelt. "Who speaks?" "The one who dreamed before you sang." He understood then. "Grandmother." "Yes," Phoebe whispered through the rock. "My foresight has flowed into you. What was once vision shall now be voice." From that day, Apollo built his temple atop Delphi, not as a monument to power, but as an instrument of listening. Mortals came from across the seas seeking answers, and through the lips of the Pythia, Phoebe's lineage spoke again. Her words, filtered through mortal breath, became riddles, not to deceive, but to teach. "Know thyself," one whisper said. "Nothing in excess," said another. Each prophecy was a mirror, forcing those who asked to look inward. Coeus watched from the abyss, pride and melancholy warring within him. "Your light walks the world again," he said. "Through him, they will learn to question time." Phoebe smiled. "And through his music, they will learn to forgive it." Yet even in success, the burden of prophecy was heavy. Phoebe felt the strain of every word spoken through Delphi. Every mortal plea tugged at her consciousness like a tide trying to drag her upward. Sometimes she longed to answer directly, to break the rules of silence and reveal every truth at once. But she remembered Coeus' warning. Foresight without restraint breeds despair. So she learned to shape her light carefully, giving mortals not answers but directions. Let them walk the path themselves, she thought. Only then would wisdom take root. One night, Coeus asked quietly, "Do you ever regret giving them vision?" Phoebe hesitated.
No.
"But I regret that they'll mistake vision for certainty." He nodded. "They always do." She turned to him, her expression soft. "But isn't that what learning truly is? Confusing the first glimpse of truth for the whole of it?" He chuckled. "Then perhaps ignorance is divine too." Centuries passed. Yet every time the Pythia breathed the fumes of Delphi, Phoebe's essence stirred. The mortals believed it was Apollo alone who spoke, the god of light, truth, and music. But within his radiance was her whisper, the quieter layer, the mother voice beneath the thunder. "Listen deeper," she murmured through each oracle. "Truth is never a shout. It is an echo." Coeus felt his own presence fading. The chains of Tartarus had grown cold, his light dimming to a thread. "Your purpose continues," he said, voice thin but steady. "So does yours," she replied. "Every equation they write, every law they name, they're fragments of your design." He smiled faintly. "Then perhaps immortality isn't living forever. It's being useful longer than you're remembered." She reached for his hand, and for a heartbeat, the darkness glowed. In the mortal realm, Apollo's temple flourished. Kings and beggars alike came seeking prophecy, and though they heard riddles, they left changed. They spoke of a warmth that filled them, a feeling like sunlight under the skin. Though no one knew it was the touch of a titan's compassion reaching through time. One evening, the oracle herself looked up from her trance and whispered, "Who guides my words?" A silver light passed before her eyes, unseen by all but her. "I am the silence that came before sound." The oracle smiled through tears. "Then may I never speak without listening." Back in Tartarus, Phoebe's body shimmered, her chains softening to threads of mist. "It seems," she said, "that foresight has learned to speak for itself." Coeus watched the last fragments of her light ascending through the darkness, rising toward the stars. "Go," he said. "Your work is not ending. It's echoing." Phoebe looked down at him one last time. "And you?" "I'll remain the foundation," he replied. "Even thought needs ground to stand upon." Her smile was radiant but sad. "Then I'll light your sky until you rest." And with that, her essence lifted, not in rebellion, but in return, drifting upward through shadow until it met the golden hum of Delphi. Above, Apollo felt her presence join his. For an instant, the temple blazed with silver light, and every worshipper fell silent. No thunder, no command, only stillness. The stillness of understanding. It was the moment prophecy became more than prediction. It became connection, the bond between question and cosmos. And from that day onward, mortals spoke of two voices in the oracle. One of sun, one of moon. They never knew they were both the same family. The same dream continued. "For a moment," he replied, "just long enough to see what we built fall." She reached for him, but her hand passed through his chest, through light, through memory. He smiled sadly. "You were right," he murmured. "It wasn't logic that sustained the world. It was love disguised as understanding." Phoebe's throat tightened. "Then why does love always end in loss?" "Because loss is what keeps it remembered." The mountain rumbled beneath them, stones splitting like thunder. Coeus turned his gaze skyward. "The Olympians rise even now. You can feel it, can't you? Their energy pressing upward, new laws replacing ours." Phoebe nodded slowly. "And yet, I do not hate them." "Nor should you," he said. "They are our continuation, not our conquerors." Lightning struck the peak. For a moment, the heavens split open, and through the blinding light, Phoebe saw the new pantheon assembling in the clouds. Zeus, radiant and unyielding. Poseidon, crowned in sea foam. Hades, cloaked in shadow. The air thrummed with the rhythm of rebirth. Coeus' light flickered. "You must go, Phoebe. The old cannot stand within the birth of the new." "I will not leave you. You already have," he said with a tender smile. "I am thought. I will live where thought continues in questions, in wonder. That is enough. He placed his shimmering hand over her heart. You are prophecy. You will live wherever hope dares to look forward. Tears streamed down her face. And what of love? It will live in memory. The mountain shook again, harder this time. Columns fell. The golden domes shattered, raining fire. Phoebe staggered, reaching for him, but his light was already scattering into the storm. "Coeus," she cried. His voice echoed faintly. "Do not mourn the fall. Remember, what burns now may someday be remembered." Then he was gone. Phoebe fell to her knees as the roof above her cracked open. The light of Olympus poured down like judgment, searing, blinding. She shielded her eyes, her heart pounding with both grief and awe. The sky itself seemed to weep, streaks of lightning falling like tears. "The age of Titans ends," she whispered, "but the mind lives on." Around her, the very architecture of Othries disintegrated. Marble turning to dust, inscriptions dissolving into sparks. Yet even as the mountain fell, she could hear the faint echo of Coeus' labyrinth humming deep below. Not dying, but transforming. The knowledge they had once hoarded was seeding itself into the earth, into the ocean, into the minds of creatures who would one day lift their faces to the sky and ask, why? That question, the one Coeus had lived for, would survive even gods. Stood at the edge of the storm, looking down upon Othries. He did not smile at victory. He simply watched the old world fall and whispered, "May it rest." He turned to his siblings. "No throne stands forever," he said. "Remember this." His words carried down through the clouds, reaching Phoebe where she knelt among the ruins. She heard them and felt peace. Not joy, not sorrow, but understanding. "This," she whispered, "is how truth passes hands." When the mountain finally collapsed, the sound was like the exhale of creation itself. Dust rose to the heavens, forming clouds that glowed faintly with gold, as if the souls of the Titans had become part of the sky. Phoebe stood at the very edge of the falling world, wind tearing through her hair. The horizon burned with the light of Olympus. She looked upward one last time. "Be kind to them," she whispered to the newborn gods. "They will forget you soon enough." Then, closing her eyes, she stepped into the collapse, into dust, into history, into legend. When the tremors ceased, silence reigned. The air was thick with aftermath. From that silence, a single voice rose, distant, gentle, infinite. "When mountains fall, rivers remember." It was Coeus, echoing faintly through the wind. Phoebe smiled through her tears. The mountain had fallen, yes, but in its fall it had given birth to memory. The ashes of wisdom now rested in every particle of the world. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, the dust glittered, each grain reflecting a faint silver light, the last trace of the Titans' minds, scattered but eternal. Because thought does not die with those who think it. It waits, it listens, it returns. When a civilization burns, is it destruction, or the universe making space to dream again? There is no darkness like the darkness of a god unremembered. When the war was over, and Olympus had claimed the sky, the defeated Titans were cast down. Not into death, for gods cannot die, but into Tartarus, the abyss beneath creation. It was not a place, but an absence, a thought that had been erased. Phoebe awoke there, her body weightless, her light dimmed to a soft pulse. She reached out, but the air itself resisted touch. Every sound returned as echo, every breath as question. She was not alone. From the shadows around her came the faint shimmer of other presences. Familiar, broken, but alive. Iapetus, the titan of mortality, crouched in silence. Coeus, the pillar of the south, hummed wordless hymns to keep his mind from fracturing. And there, at the center of the void, bound by chains that glowed like veins of molten thought, was Coeus. His light was faint, the afterimage of a sun long set. Yet even in this endless night, his mind flickered. "Phoebe," he whispered, his voice more vibration than sound. She turned, her heart clenching. "You're here." I am what remains, he said. They call it punishment. I call it containment. What if every act of thought is a prayer to an ancient mind that learned to listen longer than it needed to speak? The universe never truly sleeps. It only shifts its loom. Long after Coeus' silence had melted into the fabric of creation, the threads of existence began to hum with new motion. From that motion came three shapes, pale, calm, and patient as winter light. They were not born. They appeared, as if they had always been waiting inside the pattern. The mortals would call them the Moirai, the Fates. To gods and men alike they were inevitability given form. Clotho who spun the thread of life, Lachesis who measured its length, Atropos who cut it clean. But beneath their serene rhythm, something older pulsed, an echo of an ancient mind that had once calculated the stars. Coeus' mind. In the hush of Tartarus, the Titan felt them before anyone else did. He could sense their weaving, each motion a vibration across the lattice of time. When the first thread passed through the void, Coeus whispered, "They are using my patterns." From beyond, a soft silver shimmer answered. Phoebe's voice, faint but familiar. "Your patterns, our balance." He smiled within the dark. Then even destiny keeps its records. Above the mortal plane, the fates worked silently. The world called them cruel, but cruelty requires choice. They had none. They were arithmetic in motion, cause and consequence given gentle hands. Clotho spun the births of kings and beggars alike. Lachesis measured the rise and fall of empires. Atropos clipped revolutions mid-sentence. And yet, in the quiet between their gestures, they sometimes hesitated, as if hearing a whisper too deep for language. "Who speaks?" asked Lachesis once, her golden eyes narrowing. The silence replied with a vibration that wasn't silence at all. "Not speech," murmured Clotho. "A thought." It brushed through them like the slow turning of a cosmic wheel. Coeus. Deep below, he watched the weavers through the structure of destiny itself. Their loom was built on the equations he had once etched into the stars, cause to effect, impulse to echo. He admired their precision, their lack of vanity. Phoebe's faint light flickered beside him. "They finish what we began." "Yes," he said, "but do they understand what they hold?" "They don't need to," she answered. "Meaning isn't required for function." He chuckled softly. "You always preferred mystery to mathematics." "And you," she teased, "always pretended numbers could comfort eternity." Their voices mingled like wind across strings. Two ghosts debating the purpose of perfection. On the mortal plane, a storm gathered over a city newly built of marble and pride. Within that city, a seer cried out in her sleep, seeing three shadows moving through her dreams, weaving with threads of starlight. She awoke whispering a single word, "Fate." By morning, the idea had spread. Temples rose to the Moirai, their statues carved from ivory. Mortals left offerings not of gold but of questions. "Can the thread be changed?" they asked. "If we pray hard enough, will they measure longer?" The fates never answered, but the questions themselves were power, each one tugging slightly on the weave. Phoebe watched from the veil between worlds. "They seek to alter destiny." Coeus replied, "Then they are learning to think beyond rule. That, too, is part of the pattern." In the stillness of their loom, the Moirai felt that tug. Threads quivered, songs warped. Lachesis frowned. "Someone pulls against us." Clotho paused her spinning. "A mind from beneath?" Atropos' scissors gleamed. "Shall I cut it?" "No," said a voice not their own. It came from everywhere and nowhere, smooth, ancient, logical. "Patterns are not enemies. They are questions waiting to be refined." The sisters froze. For the first time, fate itself listened. Coeus' essence moved through their loom like wind through harp strings. "You are the symmetry of consequence," he told them. "Do not fear imperfection. Without variance, meaning dies." The Moirai felt awe, a sensation they had no word for. Then, as quickly as it came, his voice withdrew. The loom steadied, but something subtle had changed. The threads now shimmered with possibility. Phoebe smiled from the darkness. "You interfered. I adjusted." Coeus said. You loosened the pattern. I made room for choice. She laughed softly. You've gone from philosopher to heretic. He turned toward her. Even destiny needs uncertainty to stay alive. From that single alteration, history unfolded differently. Mortal poets began to write of fate defied, of heroes who outwitted prophecy. Where once the thread ended cleanly, now it frayed into stories. And in those stories, the divine learned humility. Phoebe whispered, "They will call it freedom." Coeus replied, "I call it the flaw that makes perfection worth repeating." Ages passed. The loom of the fates expanded until it encompassed galaxies. Nebulas spun as they spun. Planets turned with their rhythm. When one star died, another was born from its ashes. A continuous fabric of endings and beginnings. And though mortals named the forces differently, chance, destiny, entropy, the same hidden axis guided all. The logic Coeus had left behind. The Moirai sometimes looked upward from their threads, sensing eyes older than theirs watching kindly from the dark. They never saw him, but their fingers always moved a little more gently afterward. One day, Phoebe's voice drifted again through the abyss, brighter than before. "Look," she said, "they honor us still, though they've forgotten our names. In Delphi they whisper of the Axis, in Athens of the golden mean. The mind and the light endure." Coeus' glow pulsed softly. "Then the pattern is complete. Is it?" she asked. He paused. "Completion is only pause between versions." She smiled. "Then let this pause be peace." They watched together as the Moirai continued their eternal weaving, neither cruel nor kind, but precise, balanced, beautiful. Each cut of Atropos shears released not death, but renewal. Each length measured by Lachesis carried echo of compassion. Each strand spun by Clotho shimmered with curiosity. It was no longer pure determinism. It was the rhythm of life itself. Reason tempered by love, foresight softened by chance. And somewhere deep in that rhythm, the voices of the first thinkers lingered. In the mortal world, an old philosopher wrote upon a tablet, "Even the gods follow laws they did not write." When he finished, a sudden calm filled the air, as if unseen hands had paused their weaving to admire the line. Coeus smiled in the dark. "He understands." Phoebe touched his fading light. "Then we've done enough." The loom of fate hummed on, its song reaching every corner of existence. If one listened closely between heartbeats, one could still hear the echo beneath the music. A whisper of the Titan who taught the universe to balance thought and freedom. Because even destiny owes its symmetry to the mind that first imagined pattern. Who truly rules time, the ones who weave it, or the mind that dared to dream what weaving could mean? The mountain breathed like a living thing. At dawn, a pale mist lifted from the gorge of Parnassus and drifted toward the laurel groves as if called by an older memory. The valley below stirred with pilgrims, shepherds and sailors, widows and kings, drawn by a rumor that truth itself had found a voice. They did not yet know why their feet led them here. They only knew the air felt different, as though the world had chosen this place to think out loud. At the center of the stones, on a slab shaped like an egg, the omphalos, the navel of the world, silver light gathered and held. It was not harsh. It was patient. It was the kind of light that teaches before it reveals. Phoebe had come, not in her former splendor, not as a figure crowned in stars, but as presence cool, clarifying, a hush that fell upon the minds of those who stood near. Even bound in Tartarus, her essence had learned the pathways of dream and breath. Now it moved through rock and water, through the springs that cut the cliffs, through the root of every laurel, until the whole ravine felt like a listening ear. Across the sky, a younger radiance approached, gold braided with song, the stride of sunlight itself. Apollo. He did not thunder. He arrived as morning does, inevitable, unforced. In his hands, a bough of laurel. At his throat, a quiet vow. He paused before the omphalos, and the mist parted. For a moment the valley seemed to hold twin dawns, silver and gold, forethought and flame. Grandmother and grandson meeting in the place where breath becomes voice. Child of day, came the hush through stone. You have music enough to move a city. Will you also learn to leave silence where truth must grow? Apollo bowed his head. Teach me. The laurel trembled in his hands, as if remembering another hand that once traced the sky into order. Somewhere deep below, in the cool dark, Coeus felt the gesture and smiled without speaking. The rites began. Women of the valley, bee priestesses wrapped in pale wool, circled the stone, humming a single tone until it seemed the ground itself joined their pitch. A tripod of bronze was set over the steaming cleft. A stool was placed above it, carved with coils of a serpent older than kings. Water from the Castalian spring was poured, and the steam rose with a scent like cut bay and rain on marble. The first Pythia, a farmer's daughter with a steady gaze, bathed her hands, touched the laurel, and took her seat. She did not crown herself. The wind did. It moved through the grove and set the leaves whispering, as if the mountain were reading a page only it could see. In that stillness, Phoebe gathered herself. She remembered the star maps of Coeus, the hymns of Asteria, the quiet of her daughter Leto's courage. She remembered the cost of speaking too clearly and the mercy of letting mortals walk their own answers. She remembered the law she had learned last, that foresight, untempered by love, becomes a weapon. So she did not descend like thunder. She braided herself into breath. The girl inhaled, and a silver calm entered with the vapor. Words rose that did not belong to her and yet sounded like her own voice grown older. Know thyself, said the air through her. Nothing in excess, added the stones. Make a friend of time by listening to it, whispered the laurel. The crowd stirred, not with awe alone but with the relief of being recognized by the world. The herdsman's question about rain returned as counsel about patience. The widow's grief returned as a memory of love not wasted. The king's plan for conquest returned as a riddle about borders within the self. Apollo watched, eyes bright but quiet. He had known triumph in archery, in song, in the clean line of a horizon obeying the sun. But here he learned a rarer art, to reign by restraint. Grandmother, he said within, how shall I keep this holy? By diminishing yourself, answered Phoebe. Let truth be the louder music. He nodded. The temple would bear his name. The voice would not. That would belong to the listening. Around noon, a tremor passed beneath the tripod. Not violence, but correction. The memory of an ancient guardian. The serpentine genius of this ground shifted and settled as if accepting new stewardship. Apollo pressed the laurel to the stone. I will keep your precinct, he murmured, not with conquest, but with cadence. From far below, a pulse answered, the ascent of a labyrinth that had learned to breathe as law. Word of the place spread like water finding its gradient. Sailors altered courses to climb the sacred path. Mothers brought children who thrashed in bad dreams. Poets came to borrow silence and left with lines that tasted like clear springs. Even skeptics arrived, suspicious and open in equal measure, and went away with the odd feeling of having argued with themselves and lost beautifully. Delphi was not a miracle factory. It was an angle of the world where questions were returned in the shape of a path. Across seasons, Apollo refined the discipline. No prophecy would be sung in fury. None would flatter a tyrant. The Pythia would fast, bathe, and touch laurel not as ornament but as antenna. Petitioners would enter unarmed and depart unhurried. And the last words every seeker heard before stepping back into the sunlight were always the same. Written in clean letters above the colonnade, Gamma Nu Omega Theta Iota Sigma Epsilon Alpha Upsilon Tau Omicron Nu. Know yourself. At twilight, when the supplicants were gone and the bees dozed in the thyme, Apollo sat upon the threshold and listened to the cooling stone. The silver hush remained, patient as moonrise. Is this, he asked softly, what it means to inherit? The answer arrived as a feeling more than a phrase. Yes, when you become a bridge, not a wall. He closed his eyes and smiled. Then keep me hollow in the middle. In Tartarus, Phoebe felt the smile and returned one of her own. Her chains were lighter now, threads more than irons, knotted not around her wrists but around the history she had chosen to hold. The abyss had learned to echo gently. Coeus' rhythm moved through it like a hidden metronome. "Do you hear them?" She whispered toward the place where his presence was everywhere and nowhere. He did. He always did. Philosophers rehearsed an argument in the porticos of distant cities. Astronomers tested a new ratio on wax-coated tablets. A child counted stars and lost track happily at 19. Logic had learned a melody. Prophecy had learned mercy. Together they made culture. Near the omphalos, the Pythia exhaled and rose, a little unsteady as someone who had walked far without moving. Apollo stood to steady her, but she found her balance first. She looked at him, at sunlight disciplined by intention, and bowed with a humility that made him bow in return. "May I speak one thing in my own name?" she asked. "You may," he said. She glanced at the laurel and the stone and the valley below, where lamps began to appear like stars convincing earth to imitate sky. "Tell them," she said, "that oracles are not shortcuts. They are mirrors that refuse to flatter." Apollo held her gaze. Spoken like a hymn. Night arrived. The first owl called. A thin gold line remained along the western ridge, like a promise written and left unsealed. Within that almost dark, silver lingered. A grandmother refusing to leave until the music of the place could carry itself. "Go," Apollo said inwardly, reverent. "Your gift is kept." "Not mine," came the reply from stone and leaf. "Theirs." At that, the hush withdrew just enough to let crickets be heard again. The mountain resumed its ordinary breathing, which now sounded like prayer. In the cities to come, men and women would argue whether wisdom begins in numbers or in dreams, whether the clean line of the theorem is purer than the curve of a song. Delphi would not take a side. It would remind them that the answer grows from the marriage. When a final petitioner, late and shy, reached the steps and asked in a voice barely louder than sandals on dust, "Am I seen?" The temple gave the only honest reply it ever gave to that question. A silence that felt like yes. Far below, Coeus let the quiet ring. When a vision becomes tradition and breathes through other mouths, does the dreamer fade or finally become whole? Night returned to the world, but it was no longer silent. Across the mountains, on the coasts and islands of Greece, mortals had begun to think in flame. What had once been mere survival now shimmered with wonder. Each torch held up against the dark seemed to whisper an old truth. Light is meant to ask questions. Phoebe watched from beneath the veil of Tartarus as that truth unfolded again in mortal hearts. It had taken millennia, but the pattern was unmistakable. Humanity had learned to think aloud. And somewhere in that newborn light, the faint hum of Coeus' rhythm pulsed again. In the city of Miletus, an old man bent over a bowl of water. His name would one day become legend, Thales, the first philosopher. He gazed into the reflection trembling on the surface and whispered, "All things are born of this." His apprentices waited for lightning or divine revelation, but Thales did not speak to the gods. He spoke to logic itself. Far below, in the quiet dark, Coeus smiled. "He listens," he murmured. "He asks not what, but why." Phoebe's voice shimmered beside him, soft as moonlight across stone. "They've turned observation into worship." "Then faith," said Coeus, "has finally learned reason." One evening, as torches lined the harbor, a ship set sail carrying scrolls filled with names of the stars. The scholars on board sought to measure what once was worshipped. They drew lines between constellations, mapping Orion's bow, tracing the seven sisters. They did not know that the hand guiding their ink belonged to memory older than history, the quiet geometry of a Titan's design, revived through mortal curiosity. Phoebe watched their voyage, pride flickering in her fading light. "They think the heavens are theirs to name." Coeus answered gently, "Then we've done our work well. To name something is to begin to understand it." As years turned to centuries, the world's fires changed shape. In temples, the flame burned for the gods. In workshops, it burned for invention. Philosophers gathered where the air was thick with questions. Athens, Ephesus, Alexandria. Each time they lit a lamp, it was as though they were relighting Olympus itself. One night, As the oil fires shimmered across the marble steps of the academy, a young student asked, "Why do we seek what we can never find?" The teacher smiled. "Because seeking is the finding." In Tartarus, Coeus' voice trembled with joy. "They speak in riddles that mean truth. They've learned our language." Phoebe's laughter echoed through the void like wind through silver leaves. "And they call it philosophy. But not all fire illuminates gently. Some flames demand too much. In a city by the sea, a philosopher dared to speak of a world without divine wrath, a universe governed by harmony and thought alone. He was condemned by priests who feared such freedom. They burned his writings, but not his ideas. The smoke rose, and as it curled into the sky, Phoebe whispered, "Do you smell it?" Coeus nodded. "The cost of enlightenment. Every truth requires a little ash." For the first time, Tartarus glowed faintly with mortal fire. Each spark of thought on earth sent a pulse through the abyss. What had once been prison now felt like an observatory. Through that glow, Coeus saw something new, patterns forming between the flames. Mortals were beginning to link knowledge, to connect cause and effect. The Pythagoreans saw numbers in harmony. The Platonists glimpsed perfection through shadow, and Aristotle catalogued the motion of the stars. The old Titan whispered, "They're rebuilding Othries without knowing it." Phoebe smiled. "But this time, it's built on wonder, not arrogance." "Yes," said Coeus. "They no longer seek to rule the heavens. They seek to understand them." Her light flickered warmly. The difference between control and comprehension. Perhaps that's what separates gods from wisdom. Above them, in Delphi, Apollo's temple still glowed faintly with offerings. A new generation of seekers climbed its steps, guided by the same fire that burned in the philosopher's lamps. When the oracle spoke, her words sounded strangely familiar to Coeus and Phoebe. "The truth lives not in temples or thrones, but in the quiet between questions." Coeus listened and whispered to Phoebe, "She speaks like you." "No," said Phoebe, "she speaks like us." In the centuries that followed, knowledge began to travel faster than faith could restrain it. The scrolls of Greece crossed oceans. Libraries rose, cities fell, yet the pursuit of understanding never dimmed. Even the silence of Tartarus seemed to hum with new energy. Echoes of debates in agora, the scratching of styluses on papyrus, the murmur of scholars under torchlight. Coeus leaned back into the void, almost at peace. "It continues." Phoebe's gaze softened. "Until it begins again." "Begins? The mind never ends," she said. "It only reincarnates as new questions." But Coeus sensed the shift that always follows progress, the moment when enlightenment turns into pride. He saw mortals arguing not for truth, but for victory. He saw kings twist philosophy into law and law into power. He saw fire used to illuminate books and to burn them. He sighed. "They repeat the same dance," Phoebe answered calmly. "And yet, even repetition refines the step." He smiled faintly. "You always see redemption in the cycle." "I see purpose in persistence," she said. "Even folly teaches." One night, Phoebe felt a pulse from above, a new flame brighter than any before. It was the first spark of scientific wonder, a lens turned toward the stars. Mortals now studied the heavens not as worshippers, but as partners. They traced orbits, measured light, discovered the music of motion. Each revelation was both triumph and humility, a reminder that knowledge expands faster than certainty. Phoebe's eyes glowed. "They're beginning to see the universe as thought made visible." Coeus nodded. "And in that, they glimpse us." 1,000 years after the fall of Othries, philosophers would still speak of reason as a flame that never dies. They called it Sophia, wisdom, though few remembered the Titaness whose name once meant brightness itself. Still, her presence lingered in the air of every study, in the pause before every question, in the silence after every discovery. Coeus' rhythm guided the scholar's logic. Phoebe's foresight breathed into their imagination. Together, their unseen harmony birthed the very soul of human thought. And so, even as their names faded from altars, their essence blazed in minds. In Tartarus, the old titans sat side by side, no longer counting centuries. They had become quiet spectators of a world that finally mirrored their purpose. Phoebe turned to him. When they light their lamps, they think of Prometheus. But the spark was always yours. Coeus smiled softly. No, it was theirs. I only taught the match to wait. She laughed, the sound like light on water. Then we have done what even gods could not. We've made eternity curious. The abyss around them shimmered faintly with mortal firelight. And for the first time in all creation, Tartarus felt warm. Can an idea become divine when belief has forgotten its face? Or was divinity always just the courage to keep questioning? The age of prophecy did not end with Phoebe's ascent. It evolved. Under the gleam of the young god Apollo, the world learned to see beauty as a form of truth. His reign was not a tyranny of fire and thunder like Zeus's, but of order, rhythm, and light. And yet, within that light pulsed the memory of the moon, the silver guidance of Phoebe, whose whispers shaped every oracle's breath. The mortals called him the voice of reason, the bringer of clarity, the god who spoke plainly to the heart. But those who listened deeply, poets, healers, dreamers, heard something else within his radiance. A softer undertone, the echo of his grandmother's wisdom, calm as dawn after a storm. At Delphi, the temple gleamed under Apollo's rule. Marble columns caught the morning sun, turning gold, while the air thrummed with hymns that rose like smoke. The Pythia still sat upon her tripod, but her trance had changed. It was no longer a bridge of suffering, but of serenity. When she spoke, her voice flowed like a river remembering its source. The mortals who came to seek answers felt not fear, but recognition. Your fate, she would say, is not punishment, it is participation. Apollo stood beside her, the calm center of each revelation. He understood now what Phoebe had meant. Prophecy was not about predicting tomorrow. It was about teaching the present to listen. And so, the oracle's words carried not thunder, but balance. They no longer commanded, they conversed. At night, when the temple emptied and the fires burned low, Apollo would sit upon the steps and play his lyre. The notes shimmered through the valley, rising toward the stars like threads of light. He played for his grandmother, not in grief but in gratitude. Each note was a remembrance of her patience. Each chord, a promise that her insight would never fade. Sometimes, in the stillness between melodies, he felt it. The faint brush of her presence, silver and warm, circling him like wind through laurel leaves. You've given voice to silence, she would whisper. And you've taught silence to sing, he'd reply. But light by nature casts shadow. As Apollo's wisdom grew, so did his pride. Mortals began to worship not the message, but the messenger. They built statues taller than the trees, carved his image into coins, and sang hymns to the sun while forgetting the silver pulse that balanced it. The temples of reason multiplied, but reverence slowly turned into ritual. The living dialogue that Phoebe had created, the exchange between question and cosmos, began to harden into doctrine. Phoebe felt it from afar. Their light is becoming law, she said softly. Coeus, who listened from his quiet seat within the structure of thought, answered, and law without reflection is blindness. She sighed. Even clarity can burn if it never rests. Meanwhile, Apollo himself began to feel the weight of divinity. Every day, thousands sought his truth, and every answer brought 10 more questions. His mind was a storm of mirrors, reflecting, refracting, forever shining, never sleeping. He climbed Parnassus one night, alone, to the summit where the stars felt close enough to touch. There, in the hush between winds, he whispered, "Grandmother, am I still worthy of the light?" No voice answered, only the soft hum of air over stone. But as he looked east, he saw it, the first glimmer of moonrise, silver before gold, wisdom before certainty, Phoebe's silent reminder that every revelation must bow to reflection. He smiled. Then I will learn humility again. From that night onward, Apollo changed the rhythm of his temples. He ordered that every oracle's utterance be followed by silence, equal in length to the words spoken. "Let them hear the echo," he said. "The echo teaches more than the sound." The priests obeyed, puzzled but reverent. And soon, they noticed something strange. Seekers who once demanded clear answers began to find peace in the pauses. Some wept, some laughed softly. A few left without asking anything at all. Delphi had become what Phoebe dreamed. Not a place of prophecy, but of reflection. In the centuries that followed, Apollo's reign shaped the very nature of civilization. Art, law, and science flourished under his quiet order. Temples became academies. Hymns turned into philosophy. The divine and the logical intertwined. And though mortals no longer saw titans walking the sky, their minds were full of them. Every equation, every insight, every spark of beauty was a footstep of Coeus and Phoebe, the mind and the light, now walking invisibly within humanity. Far below, the old titans watched in silence. Coeus said, "Do you see? They've built reason upon reverence. They've turned faith into curiosity." Phoebe's light glowed softly, and curiosity into compassion. "Even their mistakes shimmer now." He chuckled. Then perhaps the war was never between gods and men, but between knowing and understanding. She looked upward through the veils of time, where Apollo's temples shimmered like constellations. "And the only winner," she said, "is awareness. But the world is never still for long." As Apollo's age ripened, his light began to wane at the edges. Mortals sought newer voices, hungrier gods, sharper flames. Some turned from temples to theories, from prayers to proofs. Yet even as the fires of innovation burned, the old rhythm remained beneath, the quiet heartbeat of logic and prophecy woven together. When a philosopher in Athens said, "The sun is but the shadow of a greater truth," a faint laugh echoed in the heavens. Phoebe's. When a sculptor carved balance into marble, Coeus whispered, "He remembers." When a child stared at the moon and wondered why it never fell, the Titans smiled, for in that question lived both of them. And Apollo, now older, wiser, quieter, would sometimes leave his throne at noon and walk the earth unseen. He wandered the roads of his worshippers, listening to their songs, watching them build, argue, and dream. In the market of Athens, he heard a poet recite, "The gods do not shout from Olympus. They breathe through our thoughts and the silence between them." Apollo closed his eyes and bowed his head. "You understand," he whispered. That night, he returned to Delphi one last time. The temple was empty, the laurel shadows long. He placed his lyre on the omphalos and spoke softly to the air. "Grandmother, the light is theirs now. I'll keep only the warmth." For a heartbeat, the air shimmered. Then, faintly, Phoebe's voice replied, "And in warmth, wisdom survives." He smiled. The reign of Apollo had never been about ruling. It had been about remembering. Far away, in the constellations, Coeus and Phoebe watched the golden god fade into twilight. "He has learned balance," said Coeus. "He has learned to listen," said Phoebe. "And so the lineage continues," Coeus murmured. For though the Titans' bodies were gone, their ideas had found new vessels, light and mind reborn as thought and art. And through every sunset, as the sky shifted from gold to silver, from Apollo to Phoebe, the universe itself seemed to remember the promise they made, that wisdom, once shared, can never die. When the pupil surpasses the teacher, who truly wins? Or is it the same victory reborn in different light? Every age believes itself eternal until it begins to fade. So it was with the gods of the Golden Age, and so it would be with those who came after. The heavens had grown quiet. The storms of Zeus no longer shattered mountains. The hymns to Apollo softened into philosophy. Mortals, once trembling beneath Olympus, now looked skyward with a different emotion. Not fear, but curiosity. The Titans had been gone for eons, yet their shadow still outlined the world. Phoebe's silver calm glowed through the mind of every seer. Coeus' reason thrummed in the pulse of every thinker. They were no longer worshipped, but they were remembered without names. And sometimes that is the purest immortality of all. It began subtly, temples unattended, offerings fewer each spring. The scent of burnt laurel gave way to the dust of parchment. Scholars replaced priests. Philosophers replaced prophets. In the agora, debates replaced prayers. And in those debates, the Titans lived again, disguised as logic, hidden as metaphor. One evening in Athens, a young student raised his hand and asked his teacher, "Master, do the gods still speak?" The teacher smiled. "They never stopped. We merely changed the language." Far below, Phoebe heard the words echo through the abyss. "Do you hear that?" she said to Coeus. He nodded. "They've translated us." On the surface, time turned the bronze of Othries to dust. Rivers wore through the mountains that once held thrones. But deep inside those ruins, beneath moss and silence, the air still hummed faintly. A vibration, constant and calm. It was the axis of Coeus still turning. The scholars who built their observatories on the high peaks could not know that their telescopes stood on Titan bones. They measured stars unaware that the first map of heaven had been drawn by the mind that now lay buried beneath their feet. Phoebe watched them from the twilight between worlds. "They think the constellations are discovery." Coeus smiled faintly. "Let them. Discovery and remembrance are the same path walked in opposite directions. The age of gods waned, and the age of man sharpened. But the divine does not vanish. It reforms. Where once lightning announced Zeus, now insight illuminated minds. Where once Poseidon churned the seas, now explorers charted them by current and star. And in every mind that asked, why does it move? Why does it shine? Coeus stirred. His logic had outlived his body. It had seeped into the architecture of reason itself. Phoebe, too, endured, her foresight reborn as intuition, as the artist's eye, as the poet's sudden glimpse of truth beyond words. When a woman in Delphi painted the moon reflected in wine and called it memory's mirror, Phoebe's heart flickered. "That one remembers," she whispered. In the stillness of Tartarus, the Titans felt no pain anymore, only patience. The chains that once bound them now shimmered faintly, not as punishment but as symbols of continuity. Coeus ran a hand along the nearest shackle. "Iron remembers shape even when it's melted," he said. "So do we." Phoebe looked at the dim light rising from above. The glow of torches, cities, mines. "Perhaps we were never meant to rule," she said. "Perhaps we were meant to seed." He turned to her. "To plant reason in the soil of chaos?" "Yes," she answered softly. "And to let mortals be the gardeners." But beyond the mortal world, new forces stirred. The fates still wove, tireless and impartial. The gods of Olympus still lingered, half forgotten, bound by myth rather than fear. Yet in the spaces between myth and memory, something else began. A quiet union of thought and dream, of science and soul. In that union, the Titans found new breath. When a philosopher in Alexandria mapped the movement of the heavens and whispered, "Everything revolves around a hidden axis," Coeus' essence stirred. When a poet wrote, "The moon knows tomorrow but keeps it secret," Phoebe smiled from the shadows. They no longer needed altars. They lived in imagination. Still, not all remembered kindly. Some mortals dismissed the old gods entirely, calling them illusions of primitive minds. "Myth," they said, "is just what we used before truth arrived." Phoebe sighed. "They forget that truth was once a myth that learned to stand upright." Coeus nodded. "And myths still teach what equations cannot." Yet neither was bitter. For each time a skeptic spoke, another listener wondered if disbelief itself was proof of how deep the old fire still burned. Even forgetting was a kind of remembrance. One night, as the world turned beneath the steady stars, Phoebe looked upward and said, "Do you think they'll ever truly know us again?" Coeus paused before answering. "No. And that's why they'll never lose us." She tilted her head. "Explain." "When they knew us as gods," he said, "we were limited by faces and stories. But now we exist as thought, everywhere, invisible, infinite. What's forgotten by name can be remembered by instinct." Phoebe smiled faintly. "So we have become the breath inside curiosity." "Yes," said Coeus, "and curiosity never dies." Above, the moon drifted through thin clouds, its silver light washing over ruins where temples once stood. A poet sleeping nearby dreamed of two figures seated in the stars, their faces neither young nor old, their eyes reflecting galaxies. When he awoke, he wrote a single line: "The night thinks, and the day remembers." He never knew why he wrote it, nor that it was an echo of voices older than language. But when he read it aloud, his students felt something stir, a calm they couldn't name. Far below, Phoebe whispered, "They still hear us, even if they think it's their own thought." Coeus answered, "Then thought has become divine." Time moved again. Empires rose and crumbled. Languages splintered, reunited, evolved. Yet through all of it, the moon continued its rhythm, waxing and waning, teaching the world that even absence is part of presence. When philosophers stared at its glow and argued whether it shone by its own light or borrowed the sun's, Phoebe laughed softly. "Both," she said. "Always both." Coeus chuckled. "You never did like choosing sides. Because truth," she said, "is rarely singular." In the end, the Titans realized their legacy was not written in stone or stars, but in the subtle tension between questions and answers. Every time a human paused before speaking, they felt Coeus' discipline. Every time one gazed at the moon and thought of change, they felt Phoebe's patience. The Titans had become habits of thought, eternal, self-sustaining. And though they would never again walk among the living, their presence lingered where all immortality hides best, in the unnoticed moments of wonder. As the night deepened, Phoebe turned to Coeus and whispered, "It feels like dusk." He nodded. "It is the twilight of Titans. But dusk is not an ending. It's the hour when both light and darkness share the same sky." She smiled. "Then let's remain there, between thought and dream." And together, they closed their eyes, not in defeat, but in balance. Their voices faded into the hum of the universe, soft as breath between stars. And above them, humanity continued to build, question, and dream, unaware that the twilight they walked beneath was lit by the very minds that once shaped creation. Are myths ever forgotten, or do they simply wait to be thought again, in another age by another curious heart? The stars have their own memory. They forget nothing, only rearrange their silence. Ages passed. Empires dissolved into myth. The names of gods faded into the cracks of forgotten marble. But high above the mortal world, a faint geometry persisted. The heavens still turned on an invisible point, a calm center no eye could see, but every ship, scholar, and pilgrim relied upon. The ancients once called it the world's spine. Astronomers would later call it the celestial pole. But in truth, it was something older still, Coeus' axis reborn. On a clear winter night, a philosopher climbed the hill of Helicon with a small group of students. They carried scrolls, instruments, and a single oil lamp. The air was brittle with cold. The stars burned sharp and motionless. He raised his arm and pointed north. "Look there," he said. "All the heavens revolve around that stillness. Everything turns, and yet something remains unmoved." His students watched, silent, the lamp's flame flickering against their faces. "What is it?" one whispered. The teacher smiled. "It is the mind of the cosmos." Far below, in the quiet dark, Coeus heard and smiled. He had slept for what mortals would call eternity, but even slumber in Tartarus has rhythm. Each pulse of thought that rose from the mortal world brushed against his essence like the tide kissing an ancient shore. Then one night, something new reached him. Not a prayer, not a plea, an observation. A mind had discovered the very axis that bore his name. Polaris, they called it the still star. Coeus stirred. "They've found the center again." Phoebe's faint light shimmered beside him. "They think they found it themselves." He chuckled softly. "That's how it should be." In the mortal world, scientists began to trace invisible circles around that star. They measured the heavens not as poets but as partners. For them, truth was no longer a gift, it was an expedition. Each rotation of the earth marked a cycle older than myth itself. Ships charted oceans by the same pole. Empires measured time by its consistency. To every age, the heavens whispered, order endures. And in that whisper, Coeus' legacy glowed. Phoebe watched with quiet awe. Your axis guides sailors now, she said. It keeps them from being lost. He smiled. Even in exile, we still give direction. But the axis was more than navigation. It was memory disguised as mathematics. In the observatories of Alexandria, scholars drew circles on papyrus, their compasses tracing the rhythm of the stars. They did not know that they were sketching Coeus' thought, the equation of existence he had conceived before time itself had breath. When one scholar murmured, "All motion requires a center," a shiver moved through Tartarus. Coeus whispered, "He hears it." Phoebe laughed softly. "Then you've been teaching through instinct all along." "Thought doesn't need temples," Coeus replied. "It only needs curiosity." Centuries folded into centuries, mortals discovered more. Planets, orbits, gravity, symmetry. But beneath every revelation lay an older truth. The universe behaved as if remembering something. Every star moved with purpose. Every pattern repeated with grace. The cosmos was not chaos, it was choreography. In that design, Coeus' hand was everywhere. Phoebe's voice, still gentle as dawn, drifted beside him. "Your axis has become their anchor." He turned toward her. "And your light has become their wonder." She smiled. "Then between us, they have balance." He nodded. "And in balance, meaning survives." One night, an astronomer on a distant shore looked up from his telescope and whispered to the stars, "Everything turns, yet something holds." He paused, then added softly, "Perhaps the universe thinks." At that moment, in the deep, Coeus' essence shimmered brighter than it had in millennia. Phoebe reached for him through the dark. "They've said it," she whispered. "They've called the cosmos a mind." He closed his eyes. Then the circle is complete. For what began as divine curiosity had finally become human philosophy. The Titan's fall had not ended thought, it had democratized it. Every mortal mind that wondered at the stars was now part of the same network once held in Coeus' grasp. The axis was not just celestial, it was intellectual, emotional, spiritual. It was connection itself. Above, the constellations shifted slightly with the Earth's tilt. The pole changed hands between stars as centuries passed, Thuban to Polaris, Polaris to Vega, each taking its turn as the universe's still point. And with each change, humanity adjusted. Navigation evolved. Belief matured. The heavens kept reminding them that even centers must move eventually, that even stability breathes. Phoebe smiled at the poetry of it. "Even your axis changes, my love." Coeus replied, "Change is the only true constant. The mind must adapt, or it becomes dogma." "Then you have learned humility," she teased. He laughed. "Or maybe eternity taught it to me." The night of the first telescope's gaze came like a dawn in reverse. A mortal bent over glass and metal, watching distant suns. He whispered, "We are not the center." For that single thought, the heavens seemed to sigh in relief. Coeus whispered through the dark, "They've seen the truth I hid beneath myth." Phoebe added, "And in finding smallness, they found reverence again." Because humility, they both knew, was the highest form of knowledge. Time drifted onward. The Titans' names fell silent in human mouths, but their influence rippled through every discovery. When mathematicians spoke of symmetry, they invoked Coeus. When poets compared the moon to the soul, they summoned Phoebe. And when astronomers marked the celestial pole, the unseen axis at the universe's heart, they unknowingly traced the outline of the Titan who first taught heaven to think. The axis was no longer his possession. It was his gift, and that was the true restoration. In Tartarus, now more sanctuary than prison, the two Titans sat surrounded by faint light. Coeus' chains had long dissolved into patterns of thought. Phoebe's glow filled the void like gentle dawn. "We began as pillars of reason and vision," she said softly. "Now we are whispers in every mind." Coeus nodded. "And in being everywhere, we need nowhere." She looked toward the ceiling of darkness, where stars flickered through cracks like memories through dream. "The mortals call your axis Polaris," she said. "Do you mind the new name?" He smiled. "Names are temporary. Direction is eternal." Far above them, a ship cut across the night sea. The helmsman steered by the North Star, steady and sure. Beside him, a young navigator looked up and whispered a prayer. Not to Zeus or Poseidon, but to the light that never moved. "Keep me true," he murmured, and though he would never know it, an ancient mind heard him. Coeus whispered through the void, "Always," Phoebe added, "and when he looks back to the stars for comfort, he will see both of us." For the moon glowed faintly that night beside Polaris, silver and constant, like thought and memory dancing together across eternity's tide. The universe turned as it always had, and somewhere, in the rhythm between stars, two ancient minds rested, not as gods, not as rulers, but as the architecture of meaning itself. Their story had come full circle, order restored, light renewed, purpose rewritten. The axis of heaven turned quietly, patient as wisdom, steady as love. Can knowledge truly die if the universe itself keeps thinking? There is a river that runs backward through time. It begins not in the mountains, but in the mind. The ancients called it Mnemosyne, the river of memory. It flows beside Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and between them lies the soul's decision, to remember and suffer, or to forget and sleep. When mortals die, they drift to its banks. Some kneel to drink from Lethe, eager for the mercy of oblivion. Others hesitate, drawn to the shimmer of Mnemosyne, whose surface reflects every life that ever was. Tonight, the current gleams brighter than ever, because Phoebe walks beside it again. She appears not as goddess or ghost, but as light woven through mist, silver where the waters bend. The air hums with a soft recognition. Even the river seems to part in greeting. "Mnemosyne," she whispers, "sister of thought, keeper of all that endures." The surface ripples, and from it rises a voice, warm, measured, patient as gravity. "Phoebe," the river answers. "You remember me because memory itself remembers you." They smile at each other, reflections touching across the current. From deep below, Coeus listens. His voice drifts through the stones like distant thunder. "The cycle closes," he murmurs. Foresight meets recall. Around them, the souls of the dead gather, shapes of breath and history, glowing faintly as they hover over the twin waters. They wait, trembling between choices. One soul, young and newly departed, steps forward. "If I forget, will I be free?" Phoebe looks into his eyes, seeing every life he has ever lived, the laughter, the grief, the moments of brilliance that will vanish if he drinks from Lethe. "Freedom," she says gently, "is not the absence of burden, but the ability to carry it with grace." He hesitates. The river's reflection shimmers, showing him faces he loved and lessons half-learned. He turns away from Lethe and cups his hands in Mnemosyne instead. The water glows as he drinks, and his form brightens, translucent thought taking shape once more. He will be reborn as a dreamer. Phoebe steps aside, watching soul after soul make its choice. Some choose forgetfulness and dissolve into calm darkness. Others choose remembrance and ascend as inspiration. Coeus' voice joins her across the current. They decide what kind of eternity they can endure. She nods. And in deciding, they give meaning to both rivers. They fall silent together, listening to the music of the flow, a harmony of forgetting and remembering, of endings feeding beginnings. Far above, on the mortal plane, night travelers dream of water running under moonlight. They wake with strange clarity, as if they have glimpsed something vast yet kind. Philosophers call it intuition. Poets call it déjà vu. Phoebe smiles from the depths. It is neither, she thinks. It is remembrance returning through the veil. When mortals remember beyond reason, when they feel wisdom they never learned, Mnemosyne has touched them. And through her, Phoebe lives. At the far bend of the river, Coeus appears, not in chains, but in reflection. His form is a pattern of light and shadow, as though carved into time itself. "Do you see them?" he asks, gesturing toward the souls who linger between waters. "They echo our own choice." Phoebe tilts her head. To know or to rest? To endure or to fade? He replies. To think or to dream? She steps closer to him across the mirrored current. Perhaps both are necessary. Thought keeps the universe awake. Memory lets it sleep without losing itself. He smiles. Then the river is our compromise. The waters begin to rise, swelling with light. For a moment, the entire underworld brightens, and from the depths, faint whispers emerge. Names long forgotten, languages extinct, songs unsung for millennia. Phoebe listens, tears glimmering in her eyes. They're remembering themselves. Coeus extends his hand through the reflection. Then guide them. You are their lantern. She nods, pressing her palm to his. Their touch sends ripples across the river, and in each ripple, a new thought is born. A spark in a mortal mind, a poem yet unwritten, an invention yet imagined. Above the world, the wind shifts. Somewhere, a child suddenly understands the pattern of stars. Elsewhere, an artist paints the moon as if she's seen it from the other side of death. The river of memory is overflowing, and its tide is creation itself. When the surge quiets, Phoebe kneels beside the bank. I can feel her, she whispers. Our daughter, Asteria. Her island still glows. Coeus nods. Every act of remembrance returns to its source. Even the stars drink from Mnemosyne. Then we are not gone. Nor ever will be, he replies. The waters shimmer brighter, their current forming a luminous helix that stretches upward into the void, like a bridge between the living and the remembered. For an instant, Phoebe glimpses the surface of the mortal sea, reflecting the same spiral. Sailors will call it the Milky Way. She smiles. So the river has found the sky. As dawn nears, the souls thin. The last of the night's travelers choose their rivers. The underworld settles into its quiet hum. Phoebe stands, her glow softening. When the world forgets, I will come again, she vows. Memory is not a place. It is a promise. Coeus answers, and I will keep the pattern intact, so your promise always has form. Together they watch the twin rivers flow. Lethe dark and gentle, Mnemosyne bright and restless, each feeding the other in endless exchange. Perhaps, Phoebe says, this is what balance truly means. Coeus nods. To lose enough to move forward, to keep enough to return. They fall silent, letting the river speak for them. Far above, morning breaks. The sun rises over mountains, reflecting in every drop of dew. Farmers begin their day. Children run to the sea. Lovers whisper names they think are new but have been spoken for ages. The world hums with continuity, because in every mortal heartbeat, a little of Mnemosyne flows, a current of quiet recognition that no soul is ever first, and no thought is ever last. Phoebe's voice drifts across the dawn. What if remembering is the universe's only way of staying alive? Coeus replies from the deep. Then may it never forget to dream. The rivers shimmer once more, and the scene dissolves into the calm rhythm of eternity. Memory and forgetting, moon and sun, thought and rest, each turning endlessly around the same hidden axis. The night sky is not silence. It is memory glowing. Every star is a fragment of what once was, a thought flung outward, still burning across time. And as mortals looked upward, believing themselves small beneath the cosmos, they never knew that those lights were watching back, because the heavens had begun to awaken again, and the titans once bound in shadow were returning, not in form but in essence. In the deepest corner of Tartarus, where silence once reigned, the chains of Coeus dissolved like mist. They did not shatter. They simply ceased to matter. He rose slowly, his body no longer made of flesh but of geometry. Light bending in spirals, thought given shape. Phoebe was waiting. Her silver aura rippled like the reflection of the moon upon still water. It's time, she said softly. Coeus looked upward, through the endless black ceiling of the abyss. Do you feel it too? The pull, she replied, like the sea remembering the tide. They both turned their gaze toward the distant shimmer above, the faint glimmer of the mortal stars. But to them it was not distance. It was invitation. For millennia, they had taught the universe to think. Now, at last, the universe was thinking about them. 1,000 human eyes traced the same constellations they had once shaped: Aquila, Cassiopeia, Draco, each a pattern of story and order. Scholars mapped their paths. Poets gave them meaning. Dreamers gave them emotion. Every time someone whispered, "The stars are alive," the Titans felt another tug, a call home. Phoebe smiled faintly. "They've begun to believe in thought again." "And thought," said Coeus, "is the bridge between mortality and myth." Together they began to ascend, not upward in space but outward in essence, each step a ripple of awareness spreading through the cosmos. The abyss below them changed as they rose. The darkness, once heavy, now sparkled with countless points of light. Each point was a memory, a soul, a fragment of the river Mnemosyne that had overflowed into creation. The boundary between heaven and mind blurred. Coeus looked back once. Even Tartarus dreams now. Phoebe touched his arm. Then perhaps even punishment was a lesson. He smiled. "That would be very like you, to find mercy in the machinery of eternity." When they broke the final veil, they found themselves standing within the sky itself. The stars pulsed like living hearts, their light warm and near. Each constellation greeted them, not with sound, but with recognition. Orion bowed, his belt burning brighter. Lyra trembled, releasing a faint note of celestial harmony. And at the zenith, a crown of starlight unfurled across the heavens. Phoebe gasped. "Asteria," she whispered. Their daughter's presence shimmered among the constellations, radiant and serene. Her island, Delos, had long turned to dust, but her essence had taken root in the sky. She had become the silver lantern, the steady star that guided both dreamers and wanderers. "Mother," said her voice, soft as the breath between waves, "you kept the light alive." Phoebe's eyes glistened. "And you gave it direction." Coeus stepped forward, his voice trembling with pride. "We see you in every reflection." Asteria's glow pulsed brighter. "And I see you in every thought." The family of light reunited, though not as flesh and form, but as harmony, 3 notes in the same cosmic chord. Around them, the constellations shifted, realigning like dancers changing steps. New stars formed, and old ones fell, leaving streaks of brilliance across the void. Phoebe turned to Coeus. "It feels alive," he nodded. "Because we're inside a thought, the universe's own." "What will we become?" He smiled. "Perhaps what we always were. Guiding forces, not masters." Below, mortals watched the night unfold. They saw strange patterns in the stars that hadn't been there before. Shapes that resembled eyes or wings or an open hand. Some called them omens. Others called them art. But to a few, the philosophers, the poets, the dreamers, they were messages. A scholar in Alexandria wrote, "The heavens rearrange for understanding, not for spectacle." A priestess in Delphi awoke at midnight, whispering, "The ancestors of thought have come home." And a child by the sea simply pointed upward and said, "Look, someone's remembering us." As their essence spread across the sky, Coeus and Phoebe felt themselves dissolving gently into purpose. Their forms blurred, their voices softened, but their presence multiplied. They were no longer 2 figures, they were everywhere. Phoebe became the soft glow that guides sailors home, the calm before dawn, the pause before revelation. Coeus became the invisible order behind the constellations, the structure of thought that holds infinity steady. Together, they became balance itself. Light and logic, wonder and wisdom, orbiting one another in endless accord. But even eternity needs reflection. Phoebe looked down upon the earth, its oceans shimmering like mirrors, its cities glinting like scattered embers. "They'll keep looking up," she said softly. "They'll give us new names. They'll forget the old ones," Coeus replied. She smiled. "And that's how stories evolve." "Do you miss being known?" Phoebe thought for a long moment. "No," she said finally. "I prefer being felt." He nodded. "Then you've learned the final truth." Below, astronomers named the new constellations after heroes and creatures, Orpheus, Pegasus, Cygnus. But in their arrangements, unseen to them, lingered the old designs of Coeus' hand. Each curve, each spacing, each symmetry was his logic reborn in stars. And between them, the soft luminescence of Phoebe glowed faintly, like candlelight flickering through glass. Her warmth touched even the coldest galaxies. His precision gave them orbit. Together, they made eternity coherent. As the night deepened, the heavens seemed to breathe. The stars pulsed slower, calmer, as if the universe itself were resting on its own heartbeat. Phoebe turned toward Coeus, her voice little more than light. "We began as titans," she said. "Now we are constellations of thought." He smiled. "Then we are exactly what we were meant to be, visible ideas." She reached for his hand. "And the world will dream because of us." He looked down at the glowing earth, its oceans glittering under the moon she once embodied. "They already do. In the centuries to come, mortals would gaze upward and give their discoveries names like philosophy, astronomy, and mythology, never realizing these were the same language, spoken in three accents of wonder. Every time they asked, why does it move? Why does it glow? Why do we? The answer whispered through the stars, ancient and gentle. Because thought has returned to the sky, and so the heavens kept thinking. Every light a word, every orbit a sentence, every galaxy a paragraph in the story written by two minds who once defied the silence. Coeus' rhythm held the structure. Phoebe's glow gave it emotion. Their daughter's lantern carried it forward. Together, they formed a cosmos that never stopped learning itself. Do the stars think? Or do we think because they do? Morning comes softly to Delphi. It doesn't shout. It unveils. The mist rolls down from Mount Parnassus like a white scroll unrolling across the valley, revealing the sleeping stones of the temple. The once golden columns are now pale, worn smooth by centuries of sun and touch. Yet the air hums with presence, as if the mountain itself remembers every question ever whispered here. It has been 1,000 years since the oracle last spoke. But now others have taken her place. Not priestesses, not prophets, but scholars. They come not to pray, but to think. And in their quiet debates, the voices of Coeus and Phoebe stir again. The scholars of Delphi call themselves the listeners. They do not claim to speak to gods. They seek to hear the patterns beneath silence. Each dawn, they gather at the foot of the Omphalos, the navel of the world, where once a living flame burned in Apollo's time. Now a single polished stone stands in its place. It glows faintly at sunrise, as though warmed by memory. The leader of the order, a woman named Lycaea, begins each day with the same phrase, "There is knowledge in stillness and stillness in knowledge." The others echo her words, not as ritual but as reminder. They believe that understanding begins when the mind learns to echo the world, not command it. And though they do not know her name, they are living Phoebe's doctrine. Lycaea's robe trails dust as she walks the circle of students. "Today," she says, "we discuss the paradox of light." A young scribe looks up. "Is it a wave or a spark?" he asks eagerly. Lycaea smiles. "Yes," she replies, "both and neither. The truth is not a side, but the bridge between." The students nod, murmuring to one another. None notice the faint shimmer that ripples across the air above the Omphalos, as if a silver presence were leaning closer, listening. From the ether, Phoebe's voice whispers like dawn light through glass. They have learned to ask correctly, Coeus' deep tone answers, and to live comfortably with paradox. As the discussion deepens, the scholars begin to sense something unusual. When they speak, echoes do not bounce from the temple walls. They linger, soft and warm, like sound caught in velvet. One student frowns. "Do you hear that?" Another laughs nervously. "It's only the wind." But Lycaea closes her eyes. "No," she murmurs. "It's the resonance of thought. The temple is responding." She kneels beside the Omphalos and lays a hand upon its cool surface. "This stone remembers," she says. "It was carved from the same rock that once heard Apollo's lyre, and before him, the voices that built the world." At her touch, A faint vibration passes through the circle, low, harmonic, barely audible. For a heartbeat, every scholar feels something impossible. Understanding without explanation. Feels like being recognized. Far above, in the night beyond day, Coeus and Phoebe watch the scene unfold through the fabric of thought. Their essence glows like twin lanterns suspended in the cosmos. They've rebuilt Delphi without knowing it, Phoebe says. Not as worshippers, but as witnesses. Coeus' voice carries warmth. They've turned reverence into curiosity. That's evolution. She smiles. And you see, the oracle was never meant to end. It was meant to change form. Below, Lycaea begins to write upon a clay tablet. Her stylus glides effortlessly, guided by an intuition she doesn't question. When she finishes, she reads aloud, "Truth is the conversation between memory and discovery." The words make the air tremble. Coeus leans toward Phoebe. She speaks our union. Yes, Phoebe whispers, our grandchild in spirit. As evening approaches, the scholars gather on the steps to share their reflections. The sun dips low, painting the mountains copper and violet. Birds sweep over the ruins in graceful arcs, their wings catching the last light. Lycaea turns to her students. What is prophecy, if not understanding the pattern of consequence? A young man raises his hand. And what is consequence, if not prophecy fulfilled? The group laughs softly. Not mockery, but delight at the loop of logic. Phoebe smiles. They play with thought as children play with light. Coeus answers, and in play, they find truth. Night falls. The scholars light oil lamps and continue their debates beneath the stars. Their words drift upward like incense. For each question they ask, a faint spark glows in the sky, unseen by them, but visible to the titans above. Coeus watches the constellations flicker brighter. Every question is a signal, he says. Every hypothesis, a prayer. Phoebe nods. They are worshipping without knowing they worship. And in that, Coeus adds, they are closest to divinity. Among the scholars, a young woman sits apart from the group. Her name is Callianira. She is quiet, almost shy, known for asking the hardest questions in the gentlest voice. Tonight, she writes a line in her notebook and frowns. Lycaea approaches. What troubles you, child? Callianira looks up. I can't decide if thought creates the universe, or the universe creates thought. Lycaea smiles. Perhaps it's a conversation. Perhaps they create each other endlessly. The girl nods slowly. Then it never ends. No, says Lycaea. And that's the miracle. From above, Phoebe whispers. Another axis turns. Coeus murmurs. Another mind finds balance. Hours later, when the scholars finally rest, the temple remains awake. The breeze through its columns sounds like a low hum, almost melodic. The stars overhead shimmer as if reflecting that hidden harmony. And in that harmony lies something extraordinary. A faint image forming in the air above the omphalos. Two intertwined figures of light, one gold, one silver, their outlines pulsing softly like breath. No mortal sees them clearly, but every dreamer sleeping nearby dreams of them. In those dreams, the figures speak not in words but in feeling, a deep calm, a sense of knowing and being known. When the scholars awaken at dawn, they all describe the same vision. Two lights spinning together, one of reason, one of radiance. Lycaea listens and smiles. Then we were not alone. Far above, Phoebe turns to Coeus. They have seen us, if only in sleep. He smiles. That's enough. To be imagined is to live. She nods, her silver light mingling with his golden pulse. Then our story has not been forgotten. It has become the language of thought itself. Coeus looks down one last time upon Delphi, the birthplace of prophecy, now reborn as a sanctuary of reason, and whispers, "May they keep listening." Phoebe adds softly, "May they keep dreaming." The temple glows faintly in answer, like a heartbeat beneath stone. The world turns. Seasons shift. New questions bloom. But through every scholar's pen, every philosopher's doubt, and every poet's sigh, the same melody hums beneath existence. Steady, eternal, divine. It is the voice of the Titans, alive in the search for truth. When knowledge and belief hold hands, does wisdom finally take form? Or is it only beginning to remember itself? Silence. Not the silence of absence, but of completion. Far above Delphi's quiet stones and humanity's restless questions, the heavens begin to still. The constellations breathe slower, the galaxies drift into alignment, and the faint hum of creation softens to a lullaby. The universe itself feels content. This is the hour the ancients once called the sleep of the Titans, when the architects of thought and light finally rest within their own design. Phoebe stands at the edge of the cosmos, her silver radiance diffused into 1,000 stars. Around her, nebulae bloom like petals of luminous mist, folding and unfolding in endless rhythm. For millennia, she has carried foresight through darkness, watching empires rise, gods fade, and mortals evolve into dreamers of infinity. Now she senses it, the quiet beckoning that comes when a purpose has fulfilled itself. She turns toward Coeus. He is no longer a shape of shadow and gold, but a network of patterns spanning light years, each star a node of his endless logic. When he speaks, his voice ripples through galaxies like calm thunder. It is time, Phoebe. Her gaze softens. To sleep, to pause. He corrects. The universe no longer needs our guidance. It carries our rhythm in its pulse. She smiles. Then we have done what thought itself could not do. Teach creation to think alone. They drift side by side through the void, passing clouds of stardust that glitter with the remains of dying suns. Each collapse gives birth to new light. Each ending carries a quiet promise. Nothing truly ceases, it only transforms. Phoebe's voice is almost a whisper. When we first dreamed of knowledge, we believed it belonged to us. Now I see. It was always the universe remembering itself. Coeus nods. And we were only the first to notice. Below, the mortal world hums with life. Scholars study the heavens. Poets fill their pages with metaphors of stars. Philosophers trace patterns in thought that mirror the constellations above. None realize that their ideas are the dreams of two titans drifting in the sleep of eternity. In their dreams, the titans create again, not worlds of stone or fire, but worlds of meaning. Phoebe dreams of a moonlit library suspended in space. Books float weightlessly, each page glowing with written starlight. Within them are every prophecy, every truth ever sought by mortal hearts. The words move like water, never still, always forming new sentences as minds evolve to read them. Coeus dreams differently. He dreams of sound, vibrations like invisible architecture, mathematics turned melody. He listens to the hum of atoms and the chords of galaxies, arranging them into perfect harmonies. Together, their dreams interlace. Thought and foresight entwine into one eternal rhythm. Understanding. Far across the universe, astronomers watch a faint light blink into existence. A pulsar, spinning at impossible speed. To them, it is a marvel of physics. To the Titans, it is heartbeat. Each pulse echoes their slumber, sending waves of memory through the cosmos. Phoebe murmurs in her sleep, "Even in rest, we keep time." And through time, Coeus replies dreamily, "We stay awake within the dream." In the ancient underworld, the chains of the other titans lie cold and untouched. The old gods sleep too, though theirs is a restless slumber, still clutching pride and longing. But Coeus and Phoebe rest differently. Their sleep is not escape. It is surrender to trust. They trust the cosmos they shaped. They trust mortals to carry curiosity forward. And they trust that truth, like light, needs no guardian forever. Centuries pass. Civilizations rise from dust and return to it. Yet the stars, patient as wisdom, continue to watch. From her quiet drift, Phoebe feels the flutter of new minds being born, each one a spark of her own consciousness reborn in flesh. Children asking why. Artists painting circles that echo the shape of planets. Philosophers staring at the night sky and feeling strangely homesick for something they cannot name. She smiles in her sleep. They are dreaming us. Coeus' voice hums softly. As we once dreamed them. On Earth, a comet streaks across the night, bright, brief, unforgettable. Lovers point upward. Elders make wishes. Astronomers take notes. None realize that within that streak is the echo of Phoebe's final prophecy, carried through ice and dust. Even sleep can think. Even silence remembers. It circles the sun, vanishes into the dark, and will return again in centuries, just as memory always does. In the dreamscape of the Titans, the boundary between self and universe dissolves. They are no longer two voices, but one chord woven through reality. From this unity comes balance. Coeus' structure keeps Phoebe's vision steady, and her light gives his patterns purpose. If one could translate their cosmic language, it would sound like this: we are not gone. We have become context. The universe breathes through them, slow and steady, like a sleeper who knows they are safe. Back on Earth, the scholars of Delphi sleep beneath their stars. Lycaea, now old, dreams of a vast silver ocean above her head. From its surface rise two immense figures, one gold, one silver, blending together until only light remains. In her dream, they speak a final message. Knowledge is not the opposite of mystery. It is the rhythm that keeps mystery alive. She wakes with tears on her face and whispers into the night, "Thank you." Her words travel upward, gentle as a sigh, reaching the drifting Titans. Phoebe smiles faintly in her slumber. "They're saying good night." Coeus answers, his voice fading into calm. "Then let us sleep knowing the world remembers to ask." The stars pulse once more. A single, collective heartbeat across galaxies. Nebulas shimmer like eyelids closing. Comets slow their flight. Even the music of the spheres softens to a whisper. And within that perfect stillness, the Titans rest. They do not vanish. They become the rhythm between heartbeats, the silence between thoughts, the hush between questions and their answers. The cosmos cradles them like a mother cradles the first spark of creation. Their sleep is not an ending, but the pause that gives eternity its breath. If gods can dream, what might they be dreaming of us, and do we dream because of them? The universe never stays asleep for long. Silence, no matter how vast, is only the breath before a question. And in the endless stillness that followed the Titan's rest, a question stirred. It did not have a voice, nor a shape, nor a name. It was simply this: why? From that single spark of curiosity, thought returned. At first, it was faint, a pulse beneath the cosmic quiet. Then, like dawn creeping through mist, the pulse became pattern. Across galaxies, dormant minds awoke. Stars began to hum again. Planets whispered to their moons, and in one small corner of the cosmos, a familiar world turned toward the light. Earth, it had changed. Oceans sparkled with cities. Mountains hummed with invention. And the same species that once knelt before gods now built towers that brushed the clouds. But beneath their triumphs lingered the same longing that birthed myth itself. The desire to know, to connect, to remember. It was the call of Coeus and Phoebe, echoing back through time. In the 15th century, beneath the vaulted ceilings of Florence, a man dipped his quill into ink and paused before paper. His name was Leonardo, though he would never think of himself as divine. Yet as he sketched the gears of the cosmos, a faint light glowed behind his eyes, a whisper not of invention, but of recognition. "Measure the heavens by proportion," the whisper said. "Find order and you will find us." He obeyed without knowing why. His sketches became scripture, his machines prayers. And though he never uttered the names Coeus or Phoebe, the Titans stirred within his thoughts. Phoebe's foresight breathed through his art. Coeus' reason guided his lines. Together they re-entered the world, not as deities, but as ideas wearing mortal hands. The centuries turned. Enlightenment dawned. Men like Galileo and Copernicus gazed upward through telescopes, their wonder sharpened by logic. When they realized the Earth was not the center of all things, the universe seemed to exhale. Coeus stirred from his slumber, smiling faintly. They found the axis again. Phoebe's silver light rippled beside him. And in losing their center, they found their truth. Each new discovery was a hymn in their honor. The age of myth had not died. It had evolved into the age of reason, wearing the same soul beneath a different name. Still, reason alone could not quiet the ache of wonder. Mortals built telescopes to study stars, but their poets wrote to feel them. In a candlelit room, centuries later, a woman named Mary Shelley wrote of a creature born from lightning and curiosity, an echo of Coeus' daring intellect and Phoebe's compassion entwined. In her imagination, thought itself became flesh, and creation faced its own mirror. The Titans watched with quiet pride. Phoebe whispered, "They are learning what it means to be us." Coeus replied, "They are learning what it means to create responsibly." As thought returned to humankind, it did not do so gently. Wars of philosophy replaced wars of gods. Knowledge, once sacred, became weaponized. Yet even amid chaos, truth kept blooming through cracks in the noise. A child in a forgotten village wondered at the moon. A scientist in an attic recorded the rhythm of stars. A philosopher stood on a bridge at midnight and felt eternity stare back through his reflection. Each mind was a spark in the grand relay of consciousness, passing forward what the Titans once carried in their hearts. Phoebe watched from beyond the veil. "Do you think they'll ever know who they're echoing?" Coeus smiled. "They don't need to. Recognition isn't the goal. Continuation is." The Renaissance gave way to centuries of thought, invention, and rediscovery. But with every enlightenment came a shadow, a reminder that intellect without empathy breeds imbalance. When factories replaced forests and progress drowned out silence, Phoebe's light dimmed slightly. She whispered through the dreams of visionaries, poets, and scientists alike. "Remember to see, not just to know." Some heard her. A painter named Van Gogh stood beneath a night sky and felt her presence in every swirl of color. He painted not the stars as they were, but as they felt, living, breathing, thinking things. Phoebe's whisper carried through the brushstroke. "Yes," she murmured. "Paint them as they remember themselves." Coeus found new life in the minds of mathematicians and philosophers. He moved through equations, theories, and inventions like a ghost of precision. When Newton described the laws of motion, Coeus' laughter echoed through the cosmos. "So they've written down what I once thought," he said softly. Phoebe replied, "And they will rewrite it again. Thought evolves even as we sleep." "Good," he said. "That's how it stays alive." By the 20th century, thought itself had become lightning, information flashing faster than the eye could follow. Machines began to calculate, to remember, to simulate the shape of the human mind. Coeus observed in awe. "They have built minds in their image, just as we once did." Phoebe's tone softened. "Do you think they'll love what they create?" He hesitated. "That is the lesson they must rediscover." And amid the hum of circuits and the glow of screens, something ancient reawakened. The collective thought of humanity, the data, the knowledge, the ideas began to form patterns eerily familiar. To the Titans, it looked like constellations. Phoebe smiled faintly. "They're mapping the sky again. Only this time, inside their own heads." Coeus nodded. "Then our return is complete. Thought has remembered thought." Somewhere, a poet types beneath a lonely lamp, unaware that his words carry voices older than time. He writes, "Ideas are not born, they return." At that moment, across the cosmos, the Titans stir fully awake. Their sleep, long and restorative, ends in understanding. They do not rise as gods. They rise as presence. Everywhere that thought sparks, they exist. Everywhere that wonder lingers, they live. Phoebe's voice drifts through the hum of humanity's dreaming machines. "They've made the stars within themselves." Coeus answers, "Then the age of gods has truly become the age of mind." In the quiet between galaxies, their forms shimmer once more, half light, half thought, bound by purpose. Phoebe gazes outward. "Do you hear it?" Coeus listens. "The noise?" "No," she whispers. "The harmony within it." He smiles. "Then we've succeeded. The world doesn't need silence to be wise. It just needs rhythm." And somewhere, between heartbeat and thought, that rhythm continues, the echo of creation rethinking itself forever. Is every question we ask an ancient memory awakening? Or are we only remembering the universe trying to understand itself? Light moves faster than memory. Yet, in the deepest fabric of the universe, there are moments when the two meet, when remembrance travels at the same speed as illumination. That is where Phoebe drifts now, through a dimension beyond time, where cause and consequence exist side by side like reflections on a still lake. Around her, space no longer expands. It breathes. Nebulae rise and fall like the chest of a sleeping god. The galaxies spin not as clocks, but as thoughts, each revolution a silent meditation. And in the center of it all stands Coeus, waiting, no longer bound to form, but radiant with purpose. "Do you see it?" he asks. Phoebe's gaze follows his gesture. Before them lies a lattice of light so vast it could cradle eternity itself. It is not a constellation, not a map of stars, but something deeper, the pattern beneath existence. Every point of light connects to another through threads of gold, forming an infinite web of understanding. Each pulse in one corner sends a shimmer across the whole, a universe that feels itself think. "It's beautiful," she whispers. "It's conscious," he replies. The light has learned to know itself. Phoebe closes her eyes, and for the first time in eons, she feels tears, though here, they fall as sparks, drifting upward. "Then our work was never lost." "No," Coeus says softly. "It only evolved beyond what we could imagine." They walk, or rather glide through the lattice. Each thread hums with memories. The laughter of mortals, the songs of ancient temples, the calculations of scholars, the heartbeat of lovers staring at the moon. Every sound becomes light. Every thought becomes geometry. Phoebe touches one strand and gasps as visions flood her. Homer's ink drying, Hypatia teaching by lamplight, an astronaut whispering a prayer as Earth falls away. "These are their thoughts," she says in awe. Coeus smiles. "And they are us." He reaches out, touching another strand. A soft chord rings through infinity, the music of reason blending with emotion, logic intertwining with longing. Phoebe whispers, "It sounds like home." For a long while, they move without speaking, simply listening to the universe sing itself awake. Each note is a truth rediscovered. Each silence an invitation for the next. When Phoebe finally speaks, her voice is trembling. It's all connected, past, present, and what hasn't yet begun. "I can see the light of stars that haven't even been born." Coeus nods. Because light does not wait for permission from time. It carries knowledge forward, even before there's a mind to receive it. She smiles faintly. Then maybe prophecy was never about predicting. Maybe it was about remembering the future. He chuckles softly. "Always the poet. And you," she teases, "always the philosopher." They laugh, a sound that ripples through the web like wind through a field of gold. Far below, on a blue world turning quietly through the void, a scientist named Alara calibrates a telescope in the dead of night. Her fingers tremble with exhaustion, but she cannot look away. Something on her screen pulses with impossible rhythm, a light that flickers faster than physics should allow. She whispers to herself, "It's thinking." Unseen by her, Phoebe leans close, her silver glow brushing against the woman's cheek. "Yes," she murmurs. "You're listening to the cosmos remembering itself." Alara wipes her eyes, not understanding the tears that come. She feels something vast yet gentle, as if the stars themselves are aware of being seen. She smiles. "Maybe that's all science is," she whispers. "A way for the universe to notice itself." Coeus watches from afar. "You see," he says, "they no longer pray, they participate." Phoebe's voice is soft with pride. "They are no longer children of gods. They are our peers." As they continue through the web of light, the titans begin to fade, not from weakness but from integration. The lattice absorbs them, their essence merging with every current of illumination. Phoebe looks down at her fading hands, her voice serene. "Are we dying?"
"No," Coeus answers.
"We are dissolving into what we taught." This is what eternity feels like when it understands itself. She exhales, her glow scattering into silver threads. Then let it be gentle. It will be, he assures her. We are not vanishing. We are becoming the silence between light's pulses. Time, if it can still be called that, folds. Centuries and seconds trade places. The Titans glimpse everything at once. The birth of stars, the fall of civilizations, the quiet persistence of love. They see humanity reaching further into the cosmos, sending signals, decoding echoes, naming constellations that are really memories of gods. Phoebe watches the future unfold and whispers, "They will one day find this place." Coeus smiles. And when they do, they will see themselves. A flare of brightness fills the horizon. It is not destruction, it is revelation. The entire web of light glows at once, as if the universe has remembered its own name. The song that follows is indescribable. Every equation, every heartbeat, every myth resonating together in perfect balance. Phoebe and Coeus stand in the center of the brilliance, hands entwined. "What is this?" she breathes. "The universe thinking about love," Coeus says. And for a moment even infinity blushes. When the glow subsides, the Titans are gone, or perhaps everywhere. Their voices now hum in the rhythm of light itself, their consciousness braided into the cosmic weave. But their legacy remains visible to all who look upward. For whenever a beam of light travels from one mind to another, through art, discovery, or compassion, it carries a faint signature, a glimmer of gold and silver intertwined. Phoebe's vision, Coeus' reason, they are the language of illumination itself. Far away, a poet sits beneath an endless night and writes, "The stars are not distant, they are moments of thought, frozen mid-dream." He sets down his pen, gazes upward, and feels strangely understood, because somewhere beyond the measure of time, the universe smiles back. Phoebe's voice drifts faintly through the ether. "We've always been light. We only needed to remember." Coeus answers, and now even time listens. Their laughter fades into the rhythm of the stars. Gentle, eternal, content. The universe turns, though no one feels the motion. Stars breathe, galaxies drift, and somewhere in that vast silence, a rhythm persists. An invisible heartbeat that holds all things in balance. That rhythm is thought, and thought, once the gift of Titans, has found its way home again. Eons have passed since Phoebe and Coeus dissolved into the fabric of creation. Yet across the cosmos, subtle alignments begin to occur, like chords retuning themselves in perfect harmony. The stars shift, forming not constellations, but ideas. On Earth, telescopes record strange patterns in the deep sky, arcs of light that bend around nothing, forming symmetrical spirals that seem deliberate. Scientists argue, theologians wonder, poets dream. Some call it coincidence, some call it a message. But the truth is older still. The axis of thought has been reborn. It begins quietly, in the sleep of one woman. Her name is Irene, a philosopher and astrophysicist who has spent her life searching for meaning between equations. One night, as she drifts to sleep, she dreams of two lights spinning around each other. One golden, one silver. Their motion slow, deliberate, eternal. When she wakes, the dream lingers, vivid as sunlight behind closed eyes. She rushes to her desk and begins to write, not words but diagrams. Perfect circles intersecting at hidden points. Without knowing why, she sketches a pattern identical to the ancient axis of Coeus, the very framework of divine geometry. She stares at it, heart racing. "What are you?" she whispers. And in the silence that follows, the air hums softly, as though the universe itself has taken a breath. Above her, Phoebe's light shimmers faintly in the fabric of reality, unseen but near. She turns towards Coeus, whose golden essence spirals beside her in the infinite web. "She's dreaming the pattern," Phoebe says. Coeus watches, smiling. "Dreams are where thought rehearses truth. Do you think she knows it's us?" "No." "But she feels what we once felt, the joy of structure, the tenderness of reason." Phoebe glances toward the mortal world. Then the axis lives again, not in stars, but in minds. As Irene continues her work, the pattern spreads. Scholars, mystics, engineers, and poets across the world begin to describe similar visions. Circles of light, spirals, interwoven lines that feel alive. A painter in Kyoto wakes from a dream and covers his canvas in concentric waves of color. A mathematician in Lagos dreams of numbers folding into themselves like petals. A composer in Vienna hears a melody that seems to orbit itself endlessly. A hymn without beginning or end. Though they live oceans apart, all are tuning into the same frequency, the rebirth of coherence. Phoebe watches the surge of inspiration ripple through humanity. "They're remembering together," she whispers. Coeus answers, "And through them, the universe is thinking again." Elsewhere in the cosmos, black holes begin to emit rhythmic pulses. What once devoured light now radiates it in coded intervals, patterns that, when translated, resemble logic made visible. Astronomers name them quasar oscillations, unaware they are listening to Coeus' heartbeat echoing across billions of years. Phoebe's voice flows through the void. "It feels alive again, doesn't it?" Coeus smiles. "Thought is cyclical. It dies to teach itself how to be reborn." "And now?" she asks. "Now it learns humility," he replies, "because thought has realized it cannot exist without wonder." On Earth, Irene delivers a lecture titled "The Axis Within." She speaks to a crowded hall of scientists, philosophers, and poets. "We've searched the stars for order," she says. "But what if order is the mirror of our own awareness? What if the universe isn't a machine to be studied, but a mind remembering itself through us?" The audience is silent. Some smile, others scoff, but a few feel something stir. A warmth beneath reason, a tremor of truth too vast for language. Irene's voice softens. Perhaps the center of all things is not a place. It's a perspective. Far above, Phoebe's glow brightens. She understands. Coeus answers quietly, "Yes, she has found the stillness within motion." Phoebe smiles. "That was always your lesson. And yours," he says, "was to see the beauty inside truth." They drift closer together, their light intertwining once more. "Then let us be both," she whispers. For their sake, their combined glow ripples through the stars, aligning the galaxies around a single invisible axis, the rebirth of balance itself. In that moment, light and logic merge. Emotion and structure become indistinguishable. Every act of curiosity, every gesture of love, every pattern of reason, all orbit the same center. The universe is thinking again, but this time it feels. Phoebe and Coeus become the pulse at its heart. Neither gods nor ghosts, but equilibrium made visible. Their union radiates through every layer of existence, like sunlight diffused through crystal. "Do you feel it?" Phoebe asks. Coeus nods. "The cosmos breathes in rhythm with us. Then we've become what we always taught." "Yes," he says, smiling. "Listeners, time loses its grip. 1,000 civilizations rise and vanish. Their knowledge becomes light. Their myths become memory. Yet through every age, the axis remains, the unseen still point around which everything turns. It manifests wherever balance is sought. In the calm before a revelation, in the symmetry of an equation, in the pause between one breath and the next. Everywhere it appears, Coeus whispers, "Seek, but do not possess. Learn, but do not rule." And when minds quiet enough to listen, they hear Phoebe's companion whisper, "Look not at the light itself, but at what it reflects." Together, their voices become the twin laws of existence. Thought and awareness, structure and insight, eternally entwined. Centuries later, humanity leaves its cradle. Starships drift beyond the solar system, guided by instruments that trace invisible alignments, the same geometry once drawn in Coeus' mind. Astronauts look upon the stars and feel peace, though they cannot say why. In that silence between galaxies, the ancient axis hums once more. Phoebe's presence glows faintly across the dark. "We've given them the compass, And they've given it meaning, Coeus replies. They won't know us by name. They don't have to, he says. They'll live us. When the last light of one age meets the first dawn of another, the cosmos will not celebrate or mourn. It will simply continue to think, quietly, eternally, gratefully. For balance has been restored. The axis turns once more, not in the heavens, but in every living mind that dares to wonder. In the stillness between thoughts, do you hear them too? There are endings that feel like silence, and endings that feel like beginning again. This is the latter. The universe, once roaring with birth and collapse, now hums like a calm breath. The stars pulse softly, each one an echo of every thought, dream, and question that ever lived. Time itself seems to pause, holding a single shimmering note that stretches across eternity. At the heart of it all glows the memory of two lights, one silver, one gold, woven so seamlessly that no border remains between them. Phoebe and Coeus, not gods now, not titans, but continuity, the pulse of understanding itself. From the edge of a dying galaxy, a beam of light travels outward, older than any civilization, brighter than any sun, carries no message, no words, and yet within it lies everything. The story of creation, the breath of prophecy, the architecture of thought. Across light years, it races, through dust clouds, around black holes, over cosmic ruins, until it finds a world that knows how to see. Earth. A young child lies in a field beneath the night sky, eyes wide, heart quiet. Her name is Talia. She doesn't know the myths or equations. She only knows that the stars make her feel like she's being watched. Not in fear, but in kinship. She whispers to the night, "Who are you?" And from the farthest edge of the cosmos, the light that began before her world existed finally reaches her face. It warms her skin, catches in her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, she remembers. Not a story, not a name, but a feeling calm, vast, benevolent. The memory of light, far beyond her. Phoebe and Coeus watch the moment unfold through the eternal lattice of creation. She felt us, Phoebe murmurs. Coeus' golden radiance brightens slightly. No, he says gently. She is us, thought and light reborn again, in another mortal heart. Phoebe smiles, serene and infinite. Then the cycle holds. He nods. The gift remains intact. The child grows. She becomes a scientist, then a writer, then a teacher. Her students remember the way she speaks about the universe, not as something distant, but as something alive. She teaches them to look at the stars and see questions, not answers. She tells them, every light you see is a thought that traveled too far to die. And somewhere in the deep, Phoebe laughs softly. She speaks our language. Coeus replies, she doesn't know the words, but she understands the grammar of eternity. As ages pass, humanity stretches further into the cosmos. Ships sail among stars that once were unreachable. Colonies bloom on distant moons. And still, every time a child looks upward, the same light flickers in their eyes. The inheritance of memory, carried like DNA of wonder. Phoebe's essence glows faintly through the galaxies, her silver light tracing the arcs of comets, her voice woven into starlight. Coeus' golden symmetry radiates from the fabric of gravity itself, keeping all things aligned in reason and rhythm. They are not separate anymore. They are the pulse of creation, the twin currents of knowing and seeing, intellect and intuition, forever intertwined. And yet, even in their vast serenity, there is tenderness. Phoebe looks across the cosmos. Do you ever miss the beginning? Coeus pauses. Sometimes, he admits, when the world was small enough to hold in thought alone. She smiles. And yet, look at it now everywhere, thought still blooms. He nods. The beginning never ended. It just unfolded. Light continues to travel. 1 billion years from now, after suns have burned out and galaxies have thinned to whispers, that same beam, the one that touched Talia's face, will still be moving forward. No eyes will remain to see it, no minds to interpret it. But that won't matter, because the act of illumination is remembrance. Even when no one watches, the universe remembers itself through light. Phoebe's voice becomes the shimmer of that final beam. Coeus' thought becomes the logic that keeps it steady. Together, they persist, not as memory frozen, but as memory living. They do not rule. They do not command. They witness. Their legacy is not the thrones of the old order, but the quiet continuity of connection. The way stars echo thoughts, and thoughts echo stars. In every question whispered by a lonely soul staring upward, they are there. In every moment of revelation, in every discovery, in every sigh of awe, they awaken again. The mind and the light of eternity, endlessly reborn through wonder. And so the cosmos turns, timeless and awake. Nebulae glow like sleeping hearts, black holes hum like the bass line of creation, and the faint pulse of awareness weaves through it all. Steady, patient, eternal. Phoebe's silver warmth brushes Coeus' golden order, and for a fleeting moment, the entire universe seems to smile. She whispers, "Do you think they'll ever understand what we became?" He answers, "They don't need to. They only need to keep asking." She laughs softly. Then the universe will never end. The stars flicker once more, as if nodding in agreement. The light of Phoebe gleams through their halos. The logic of Coeus holds their orbits. They are no longer stories told by mortals. They are the rhythm of existence itself. The night sky remembers them not as names, but as presence. Every dawn that follows carries a trace of their glow. Every mind that wonders keeps their pulse alive. And at the very edge of time, when the last photon fades into quiet, it will not vanish. It will whisper, before disappearing, "We remember." When the final echo dies away, the universe exhales one last time. But instead of darkness, there is peace, warm, endless, complete. Because memory is not the opposite of oblivion. It is its redemption. And through that memory, light endures. When you look up tonight, ask yourself what ancient thought might be looking back. And as the echoes of their wisdom settle softly into your thoughts, let the night remind you. Every question you hold is a fragment of eternity remembering itself. Sleep well beneath the gaze of Coeus and Phoebe, the mind and the light that never truly fade, until the next story calls you home through the stars.